We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day, day number 3, and we are a go for the 2019 3000 QS WSL Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon. We'll be joined with Kaipo Guerrero later on. And Rocky, we're going to finish today with a brand new winner or maybe a repeat winner. We've got a load of great talent out in the water today.
Yeah, we got 2 heats to finish up from round 3, the round of 64 yesterday. And if any of those surfers are going to go to the final, they're going to surf 5 times. Wow. Talk about the endurance, stamina, cardio, training, all coming down to days like this on the final day.
It's going to be an exciting day, and of course, a 2-time former champion. It'll be down to Zeke Lau in that heat number 16. And boy, just a beautiful day. The sun, we had some rain over yesterday.
There's not a cloud in the sky right there.
It's just so beautiful, and the swell's holding strong.
Yeah, still pumping. Drove by around sundown to make a little Foodland run, and the waves were still pumping at sunset time. It was capping way out the back, kind of indicating that it was going to be sticking around. And then overnight, even just the rumble and crash of the surf, you could hear it all night long, and that was encouraging as well.
Let's go down beachside and check in with the official call with Kaipo and Marty.
Yeah, that's right, the official call, Marty. But look at how blessed have you been this year for the Vans Pro presented by HIC? Let's get into that first.
Yeah, Kaipo, we scored. I mean, day 1 of the waiting period. Actually, the afternoon before started picking up. So we had 68 foot on Sunday afternoon. All the guys got to practice, and we came here on Monday, and it was 10 to 12 to 15, 18-foot faces. Yesterday was firing. We had the top seeds yesterday. We're going to finish around 64 today, going to round 32, quarter, semis, and final. Finish this afternoon. Surf still pumping 8 to 10 foot, and clear skies, offshore winds.
There you go. Get beautiful.
And clear skies.
Here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Go check here. Here at the
Yeah, one of your interviews.
It was frozen. It was Pat's, and then they replayed it after, yeah.
After the highlights, you're going to set the
Yeah, no, Pat's interview.
Welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. Just a beautiful day here on the North Shore of Oahu. It's October 30th, day before Halloween. You ready for Halloween, Rock?
Oh, yeah. So I noticed that Kaipo didn't have his black fingernails, though. So.
Oh, well, there's still time for that, but let's get set up for our first heat. We've got Alonso Correa from Peru. He'll be in blue. Josh Moniz, a former finalist here, Hawaiian Island Creations team's rider. He'll be in red from Hawaii. Koa Smith from Kauai in white. And Arashi Kato from Japan will be in green. Another 25-minute heat. And top two will advance on into the round of 32, the round 4, and that'll be coming up after these final two heats. And look at the perfection out here at Sunset Beach.
Yeah, it already looks really nice this early in the morning. You remember yesterday at this time, it was a little bit wonky. There were some big chops, some white caps on the outside. Today, already in the morning, it is looking like it did yesterday afternoon, which was near perfection.
We can hear the countdown, and there's the horn, and here we go.
Look at that barrel.
Barreling and spitting out. Sunset Beach is ready, and still mowing through out of the north.
Yeah, good direction for today. Trade winds just lightly brushing off the top there. And we're looking outside our little broadcast window booth, and the trees are not even moving at all.
Well, our meteorologist is not Guy Hagi, it's Bernie Baker. And Bernie was showing me earlier this morning that those clouds on the horizon are actually moving west to east. So he was saying we could have some Kona effect coming in westerlies in the afternoon.
Yeah, and we've seen that happen before on final days. I believe it was the year Zeke Lau won with an aerial 360 when it kind of got Kona winded out. And, you know, here at Sunset, that Kona wind blows into the break. And so it was conducive for a finishing move like that. And who knows what we'll see later in the afternoon. The swell hopefully sticks around, but you know how it is on these tapering off swells. We could get those lulls. We could get, you know, a little bit of change in wind. We'll wait and see. These surfers are ready for anything.
Again, another 25-minute heat. We'll have 25-minute heats all the way through the semifinals. Our finals are slated to be 30, and if it's questionable, you know, Marty Thomas and the judges can boost that up to 35.
Yeah, if need be. So we want to save time to make sure we give the final surfers the appropriate amount of time. So we'll run 25 all the way through, and so far the 25-minute heat format has been working out for the previous rounds and giving all surfers enough time to mix it up. Even when it was maxing out 12 to 15 feet, 25 minutes was still enough time for each surfer to get their waves.
Yeah. We had a lot of competitors saying, you know, beginning of the heat, they would get mowed through and it'd take them about 8 minutes to get out back into the competition area, and they were still able to catch a sufficient amount of waves. So.
It just shows you how in shape these guys are. And to me, pro surfers at this level in these kinds of waves are the best conditioned athletes in the world. Football players, baseball players, you know, they got spurts of energy that they expend, and of course, you know, basketball is doing a lot of running, but you have oxygen available anytime you need it. Here at Sunset Beach, you got to hold your breath for seconds, minutes at a time as you see Zeke Lau, our defending World Cup champion, was a champion at this event prior in the years before as well. First ride, here we go, Alonso Correa.
Yeah, let's watch the Peruvian as he attacks this on his backhand. Second bottom turn, works high, beautiful rooster tail turn. Third attack, so opportunities are there, and there, right on the closeout. 3 good solid turns, and he'll surf out of this wave.
We'll see where the judges go with the score. As we talked about in prior days, every day is a little different here in the surfing world and competitive world, that they got to adjust the scale to the conditions. And the first heats of the day kind of tend to be those heats where they're testing out the scale and adjusting it slightly as we go, as we watch Alonso drop in. Nice looking wave, a little foamy, but it smooths out right here towards that midsection. One nice carve, and then goes a little more vertical right up at it, throwing a lot of spray out the back. That should get a good score. as he finishes with a nice one at the closeout section. So 3 pretty solid maneuvers. I like the second one the best as far as his angle and the flow that he was able to pull off right here, just attacking it high. A lot of spray coming off the back of the board there. And it should be decent, not a bad way to start. You know, we talked about getting those early starts here at Sunset with 25 minutes. It is sufficient time, but it does go by quick. And if you can come out the gates with anything around a 6 to a 7, obviously you'd like to shoot for a 10, but in reality, if you're getting in that good range to start, that is the way you'd like to get things going here at Sunset.
Saw Josh Moniz paddle out as we're watching Zeke Lau check in with the Beach Marshals. And Josh got pulled around by that set. You saw him how he had to dump his board, so he's still paddling back out to the lineup. You see white and green already back out in the lineup. They'll have next priority along with Josh and red. Alonzo Correa's paddling back out, and here we go. Surfer in white, Koa Smith taking a look here, Rocky, and he'll go.
And Koa dropping in, gets a little tapped on the back by that lip, but no problem for Koa. Snaps it under the hook, grabs the rail, pulls right in. And starting the morning with a barrel. Koa Smith on the backhand, rounds it out for a cutty on the last maneuver. Here's green.
Yeah,
Arashi
let's
Kato.
watch. Let's watch Kato on his first wave. Nice carving turn on the open face, working down the line, gaining some speed here. Fast closeout section, so just one maneuver. So advantage to Koa Smith on that 2-wave exchange.
Yeah, I like Koa's approach. Reading the wave, feeling it out, and just kind of going with the flow of the wave, which I know he wants to really attack that lip high on the backhand as we watch his takeoff here. A little bit rough, but he handles it nice. Right here, he wants to go really high up on the lip, but he realizes it's coming down too quick. Says, you know what? I'll adjust mid-face, do a little check turn under the lip, grab the rail, get barreled and come out, and then finish with a roundo cutty.
So he called an audible.
He did. That was excellent work by Koa, because you know he's got the fierce backhand attack at the lip, but he shows his versatility, tucks right in, finishes with that nice roundhouse cutback. We talked about the goofy foots. When they swoop it out real wide like that, it's almost like they're doing a frontside bottom turn coming back to the whitewater. And then Arashi Kato, nice carving turn on the forehand, pretty signature for Sunset Beach, but only able to fit that one maneuver in. We'll see where the judges go with Alonzo Correa, the 3 combination backside maneuvers. And then we'll see where they go with Koa Smith, making the adjustment, getting the barrel, and then a nice finishing roundhouse cutback.
Well, there you go with 18 minutes remaining, Rocky. A 5.6 awarded to the Peruvian. Kato, the Japanese surfer, with
that would have been
3.0. So they're
1983
still
or 84, I believe.
Over Koa Smith
Former
right now.
HIC Cal invite.
Yeah, you kind of indicated to me after Alonzo's wave, you showed me 5 fingers. Like, yep, that was pretty spot on right there, Bo. And then just a notch above that, Koa Smith.
Yeah, and I think Koa deserved that because he had to make that change underneath the hook of the lip, and he put himself into a barrel, not a deep barrel, but I totally agree with the judges here that Koa just a notch above, you know, just a half point there.
Yeah, and the technique involved and skill and critical nature of Koa's adjustment to get in that barrel. Like you said, not super deep. We kind of knew he was coming out. It was wide open. He didn't fully disappear, but they appreciated the difficulty of that maneuver.
Okay, just under 17 minutes to go. Everybody with a wave except for Josh Moniz. Josh will have first priority. Alonzo with second priority. Koa with third priority. Josh, a former finalist out here at the HIC Pro many years ago. And of course, his younger brother, Seth Moniz, on the CT Tour. We'll see him at all Triple Crown events. Here we go, second wave for Alonzo Correa. Lots of speed on this takeoff. Gets back into the whitewater section. Not much there, so he was hoping for more, and he realized, you know, not much here. I'm just going to go back out for another wave.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves here where you never know until you go in a certain way. You don't really It's hard to read the wave from the takeoff point of exactly what it's going to do, especially for our international surfers who don't have the opportunity to put in as much time here at Sunset. But Correa, that was one where he had to just check it out, see what it was going to do, feel it out. Got one little cutty, and it didn't reform on the inside, so he did the smart thing and just got out of dodge.
So a 2.0 for Alonso Correa. Combo that with his 5.6. He has a two-wave combination of a 7.6 sitting in first. Koa Smith with a 6.1. He just needs a 1.5 to regain first. Rashi Kato currently in third, holding down third priority. No waves yet for Josh Moniz, about 10 minutes into this heat. And Josh is going to put himself into the area. You see him sitting deep, so he's knowing that he's got to play catch up. Already 4 waves ridden. He hadn't had any of those yet, but still plenty of time for the surfer out of Coolio to get underway. Let's go down beachside and check in with our roaming reporter, Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. Down here with Tony Moniz, Josh's dad. A little tough start for Josh, but still plenty in the game. No real big scores yet, Tony.
Right. One wave can change everything. I mean, Sunset is a tricky one. At the start, big set came through, got one on the head, broken board. Not a good way to start. But we'll see. We got 15 minutes left.
What do you do? How do you reset? Like when you guys, practice for this, what's the reset process right now? You break some equipment and now you have reduced time in the heat.
Right. That's a tough one. I mean, conditioning plays a big part with Sunset being such a big playing field. Thank God they got jet ski assists. My days, you paddle, you swim. There's no help. So that's the beauty. It's a surf contest, so the jet ski brings you in to your caddy that's in the channel. It's still a long way out. So he's in the spot now, and we'll see him on an 8-point wave.
There you go. Back to you guys. We'll catch up with the live action.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. I remember Josh's dad, Tony. And speaking of Josh, here he goes up and riding. Let's see, on his backup board, we know he got one on the head, but we didn't realize he had broken his board because we don't have a full view of the lineup. And a barrel-seeking tube ride. Can he come out of this rock? Almost.
Wow, I did see his hand do the body surf motion, and we talked about that yesterday with the wave of Pat Gadowskis. Just the most agonizing, tough, just heartbreaking body surf you gotta do when you get off your board. And when you can see the exit right there, he almost had it.
Well, the barrels here at Sunset compared to Pipeline, totally two different waves. There's always a gaping opening at Pipe, but not here at Sunset, as you saw this wave clamp down.
Yeah, and you saw his vision as he's looking down the line. He's pedal to the metal, pulling in, and just right there, he starts to have to body surf, and either a chop got his board. You heard Pat yesterday, he slipped a little bit, his foot slipped, and that's just because it's so bumpy in there. At backdoor and at Pipe, most times you pull in, it's a smooth surface in that barrel. All you got to do is point and shoot a lot of the times. Here at Sunset Beach, you got to get in that barrel and then deal with a lot of turbulence on the inside, not only from the foam ball, but from the actual face of the wave. All of those ribs, bumps, and chops are affecting you as you're in the barrel. So we'll watch Josh again here, live action.
Big carving turn to start this wave. Gets caught up in the whitewater and going down. So on the paddle back out on the shoulder hop, he saw an opportunity, took advantage of it. A 1.9 for his first wave, a 1.23 in the second wave. So that's not going to cut it here. He's going to need to dump those two waves with 12 minutes remaining.
Look at this view from the drone, Brian. It looks like a painting, a piece of artwork that just draws a perfect sunset day, and we're getting to see it live in action.
Well, Alonso Correa still holding the lead. He opened up with the first score with a 5.6. He has a backup of a 2. Koa Smith with a high wave score of a 6.1 in second place. I'll tell you what, Rock, let's take a short commercial break. We'll have the second half of this heat. We're in heat number 15, round number 3. Stay tuned to Sunset Beach. You're watching Advanced Pro, presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, and there's, the torn ligaments, the knees, shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Jeez.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach, day number 3. And Rock, you're talking about the beauty of Sunset Beach. How about the Waianae Mountain Range?
Oh, the beauty of Oahu, the beauty of the North Shore. There's a not so beautiful broken board right there. Bummer.
That could be Josh's first board, I know. We can see that surfer in red, that Zeke Lau getting ready for his heat. 2-time winner of this event. And since we're, talking about the ocean and the Waianae, let's look back behind us in the valleys.
Beautiful mountains. There's my house right down there, actually. And blessed to be an NSOG from right here on the North Shore and loving every minute of it, growing up in Haleiwa, moving up to VLAN. And
one of the landmarks surfers use for positioning out here.
yeah, you see the ComSat communication satellites up there. Here we go, live action, Bo.
Yeah, let's watch Kato on his second wave, open up with a 3. In position here, down the line, a smaller wave than his first wave. Good clean turn there, second carve on the forehand. So he'll kick out from here. First priority white, Koa Smith. Second priority blue, Alonso Correa. Third priority red, Josh Moniz. Time check, 9 minutes, 15 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Josh got a 1.9 for that barrel. He did travel quite a ways, so gets almost 2 points for, an unmade, incomplete wave. Here he is again on the inside. He's not going to mess around trying to get those scores with the guys with priority on the outside. He's going to work just to try to find some decent scores on the inside bowl. Got a 1.23 on his second wave. That hard carve, I like what he did there going for it, but just couldn't hold on, got hung up in the lip. Actually completes his first maneuver on his third wave. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. You heard Tony say it just takes one wave. In this event, it just takes one maneuver to change the heat. It
could be that if it's that radical, that controlled, and that critical as we're watching Arashi Kato from Japan up and riding, the 26-year-old ranked number 163 on the QS. Scores at 3.33 on this wave, and this is Josh's third wave.
Yeah, Josh working on the inside bowl, just trying to get the rhythm back, and finds one completed turn. And, just like in the NBA or a basketball game, when you've got a good shooter who's feeling off, it just takes him a couple little inside jumpers, maybe a trip to the free throw line to find the rhythm again. And that's Josh right there, is on the inside, just trying to complete a turn, get his feet back in sync and into the board.
There's Leandro Osuna from Argentina. It looks like he's got Manuel Selman as his caddy. 7.5 minutes remaining here. 2.97, so Josh is starting to build a little bit of a better score, but once Koa Smith catches his second wave, that's going to really boost up the margin for advancement.
Yeah, both surfers in first and second, Alonso and Arashi, are very vulnerable still at this stage because, for one, Correa's got a small backup score, and Kato with 2 3-point rides. At this stage of the game, those waves are going to have to be improved.
So still 2 heats remaining here in the third round, the round of 96. 2-time champion Ezekiel Lau will be in that next heat along with Alonso Correa, Tanner Hendrickson, and Skip McCullough. Here we go, up and riding. Josh Moniz, he'll kick out.
Yeah, I saw something down the line he didn't like, a little too fast of a wave, and he kicks out. He might be surfing this whole heat in 4th priority, but he's doing the smart thing, and dealing with a broken board and being caught inside right in the beginning of the heat is not only very frustrating, But as you heard Kaipo allude to earlier, you just totally reduce your heat time by about 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. And that's a long time for a 25-minute heat.
Yeah, we're down at that 6-minute mark, so it's critical time coming through here. Clean offshore sprays off the wave as they break here. Here we go, paddling in position. Who has priority? White, Koa Smith. He'll duck dive this wave.
And as much experience as Josh Moniz has out here, you know, he's made a final. He has gone deep into this event before and also the World Cup. You still have a lot of learning. You know, I bet you the next time he surfs any event here at Sunset Beach, he's not going to go deep and far outside and let that happen again of getting caught inside. So every heat here is a valuable learning experience.
Team Tahiti over there, Bill Paris, watching over O'Neal Massine, coming up in that first heat of the next round. So Josh taking off here, a couple of carving turns, working down the line at the 5-minute mark. Nice snap, can he pull it off? Yes.
Wow.
So he surfs out of that one, so there he goes. So he's gonna have a 5-minute heat right now.
And he just needs a 3.36, so he's very much still right in it.
And what if Koa never catches a second wave?
I mean, we've seen it happen during this event this year, and we've had guys start well and then not be able to find that backup. As Josh Moniz, I feel like doing the smart thing, hanging on that inside section, finds a spot to go vertical. We haven't really seen anybody attack the lip like that so far this morning, so we should see potentially getting that score, and he gets a 3.23.
Yeah, 3.23, needs a 3.11. Koa Smith down to 4th on a one-wave score of a 6.1. Keanu was Singh there. Looking over, he'll be in heat number 2, round number 4. He broke a board yesterday morning in the free surf before his heat. Here we go, Green taking a look. Arashi Kato.
And Arashi fading, dropping in, little 2-stage bottom turn, times it well off the top. And Kato trying to replace a 3.0. We'll see where the judges go with that. Kind of hard with the scale today because you do got some waves that are on the outside, a little bit bigger when those sets come in. But in between the sets, a lot of these waves on the inside, the 4 to 6 footers like this one, have a lot of scoring potential and really nice hard carve off the top, kind of snapping it, throwing a lot of spray for the Japanese surfer.
Okay, time ticking away, approaching the 3-minute mark. Who has first priority? Koa Smith's been sitting on first priority. He's also sitting in 4th place with a 1-wave score. Here we go. This will be Alonso Correa. A couple of carving turns here. I believe this is live action, yeah.
3 minutes remaining.
So first priority, Koa Smith. Second priority, Josh Moniz. That's a good position for Josh to be. Now Koa needs to answer to the bell with just over 2.5 minutes remaining. And we see some sets approaching the lineup.
Yeah, there's definitely opportunities on the way to make this heat exciting in the final 2.5 minutes.
Koa's looking. Is he gonna spin around? No. Josh opting not to take this wave either. But the wave on the outside breaking further out.
Now tracking back towards the channel, Koa Smith. And he's eyeing this one up, possibly a roll-in whitewater takeoff. He's gonna pass it up. And Josh will not be able to catch it either.
2 minutes remaining. Correa in first, Kato in second. Moniz in third, needing a 3.47. Koa Smith needs a 0.6.
I mean, from up here, you can see the ribs in the water going perpendicular to where the waves are breaking. So just making it extra difficult here at Sunset Beach, and one off the top for Josh Moniz. And he'll have to kick out. 1:30 remaining.
Koa Smith basically just needs to stand up.
Yeah. And, you know, as it might work out, that's could be an advantage for him, because now at this stage, just hold priority till you find something right at the end and then sneak that wave in, grab second place, potentially grab the lead, because he just needs a 0.6 to go to second. Doesn't need much more than that to overtake Alonso Correa at the top, so he could go easily from fourth to first in this last 50 seconds.
Well, critical time for Koa Smith right now. He's been sitting on priority for double-digit time, at least
now it's
12,
just a
15
matter,
minutes.
It's 40 seconds, but you got to paddle in and get something.
And will a wave come in 40 seconds, Rock? Maybe not.
Well, there's a lot of waves on the outside. It might
look
be
at
too
the
far
time.
in, and you know, with the amount of time it takes for those waves to reach the lineup, it could be dicey right now.
He's got to go right here. He's got to go. And this wave is not giving him opportunity. 20 seconds.
Oh, man.
Just needing a 0.6 to advance into the fourth round.
Oh, and I don't think it's going to happen. Oh, my goodness.
And here's the countdown with 3 seconds to go.
Oh, gosh, and time runs out on Koa Smith. Literally 5 seconds too late. There's the wave he was looking for. A 0.6 is what he needed. Would have got the score right there. And heartbreak for Koa Smith.
All right, Alonso Correa and Arashi Kato advance to the fourth round. We'll come back with our final heat of the third round. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. Stay tuned.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life, actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge, along with Rocky Cannon and Kaipo Guerrero. We're in our final heat of the round of 64, round number 3. Tanner Henderson from Maui will be in blue. Ezekiel Lau, former two-time champion from Oahu, in red. WCT surfer Leandro Osuna from Argentina in green. And Skip McCullough from California, he'll be in the white jersey. All right, Rock, we're down to the final heat of this round. Coming up next, round 4. We'll have 8 heats of round 4 as we see Alonso Correa, winner of that last heat. And just by a half a point, Arashi Kato defeats Josh Moniz, 6.7 to 6.2. And Koa Smith goes to fourth with a 6.1 one-wave score.
Yeah, that was a really tough finish for Koa Smith. You know, he knew he only needed a fraction of a score and just couldn't find a wave in time. Here's Skip McCullough in white.
Nice carving, swooping turn on the open face, working down the line, closeout section. He'll punch out through the back.
Yeah, that was one of those sections. He did the smart thing. You want to pull through and not try to hit that lip because it could be devastation. Yeah, as we watch the replay from earlier, this was red Ezekiel Lau. And Zeke on the inside, just getting warmed up. Good carve, and then sets up another hard slash. We'll see it right one more time. Hanaho for Zeke Lau. And that second turn, really nice, putting it on rail, albeit way far inside, so just should be a few points. Oh, gets a 5.5, pretty good score. And then a 0.93 small backup has him in the early lead.
All right, this is Ezekiel Lau's year on the CT. He's behind the 8 ball. He's at number 28, Rocky. Needs an outstanding performance to get from 28 to the top 22 at pipe. And on the QS, he's number 77. So he's going to play the whole gamut here. He's going to try to win this event, and he's going to try to do well at the first 2 events of the Triple Crown and also at the last event.
Yeah, so we kind of discussed that a little bit yesterday of some of the guys that are on that championship tour bubble and not quite in the QS ranking. So they're going to have to really focus on these final 4 events and take them all very seriously.
Let's go down beachside and check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Bo Alonso. Into the round of 32. You were a semifinalist last year. Sunset, yourself, you have a great relationship. What is it about this wave that you like and that gets with your surfing?
Yeah, thank you. I'm really happy to go through next heat. Yeah, I love this wave. Every time since I started coming to Hawaii, I stayed at Ezra's house here in front of Sunset, so it's a wave that I most surfed. But yeah, I really like it, and it's a really tough wave to compete. So yeah, the backup is really important. So I just try and make sure I compete good.
Big story from last year. You had to leave competition here at the Vans World Cup to represent Peru in the Pan American Games, but you were doing really well here. Now, is it kind of like now you got a chance to kind of make up for that, having to leave Sunset and leave that opportunity at winning a, Triple Crown rookie? Now you have a chance to win here. What do you think about that?
Oh yeah, 100%. Last year I was doing good, but now I'm feeling better. I'm more prepared, and I'm really happy to have the opportunity to compete here again in such important 3 events. I'm really excited about it, and I'm gonna do my best. Yeah.
Alonso Correa looking in form, moving into the round of 32, guys.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. I remember that that he had to go down and represent Peru, and he did quite well at the Pan American Games too. So, but his country is one of his major sponsors. And we saw a Hurley sticker on his board, so his performance worldwide is doing so well. And for Alonso, it's great to see him back in Hawaii. And this year on the tour, he's number 55 coming into the Vans Pro.
Yeah, so he's got that outside shot. If he gets some good results here, we could see him climb right up into qualifying position. He's got some work to do, but he's gotten the job done so far here in round 3 and on to round 4. And here we go up in riding. There is red Ezekiel Lau. Big forehand carve on that outside section. Judge is going to like that, but he opts to kick out. Not finish that wave. At least there might have been a couple of cutbacks left on that wave, but he decides that's not worth the effort. He's already going to replace his 0.93 and remain in the lead, so he's kind of valuing time more than a couple extra little squiggles, which is probably a smart thing.
17 minutes, 30 seconds remaining in this heat. As we're watching surfer in white, this is Skip taking a look there, second priority. And there's still no third, fourth priority, so he'll lose second. Can he reestablish that? We see Tanner Hendrickson from Maui out on the outside, yet without a score.
I saw him feverishly waving his both hands going over a wave.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what information he was wanting to attain, not having a wave yet. Because I don't know if you really want to know your other competitor's scores that bad. So just curious of what was going on there, but he's got first priority right now and has the choice of waves to get his first score. 16 minutes, 35 seconds remaining. And Zeke Lau comes in with the backup score of 3.33. Skip McCullough with his two scores, 2.83 and a 0.63. And Leandro Osuna, a couple of waves, but both waves under a point, so still very close race for advancing position. Zeke with that best combo starting to slip away a little bit. But Tanner Hendrickson yet to catch a wave. He's got some great success here at Sunset Beach. He's got a style that fits this wave very well. Also, being able to power through those rough sections. You know, comes from Maui, not fazed by the chops and the bumps as he grew up surfing, you know, all those spots on Maui where, man, this is super Maui glass right now.
There's the judges' house. They're on the second floor. You saw the priority markers. We're seeing Jack Robinson come to the beach. His quiver of boards.
Yeah, looks like he's got a handful of blades there for today's competition. He'll be coming up in heat number 3 of the next round. So we're in heat number 16, final heat with a round of 64. We're going to see who breaks into that round of 32 from this heat, and then we'll have our first heat of the next round coming up next.
There's Patty G checking in, getting his jersey. Pat Gadauskas will be in that very contested heat. Look at O'Neill, David Von Sale, Pat Gadauskas, Michael O'Shaughnessy. Guys who have done quite well at events here at Sunset. Here we go, Skip racing down the line here. You can see it was a fast breaking wave. He wanted to get out in front of the section, and he does so. One turn on the open face. Big carve on his second maneuver here. Third open face maneuver, and he's working down the line for a fourth one.
Wow, this wave just held up really well. That was one of the longer ridden waves we've seen from deep, where he raced that whole first part of the wave, and I was thinking, man, you better hope there's something left. And then there was still room for 4 nice combination, a variety of maneuvers. Good job by Skip.
Well, stand by for scores. I was just checking the results of the Pan American Games that was held earlier this summer, their winter down in Lima, Peru. And it was Luca Macinas who won the gold medal, and you know who won the silver medal is a guy in this heat, Leandro Osuna from Argentina.
And you see how far Skip traverses across the break. I mean, he must have went at least 150, 200 yards. First turn, not that impressive under the hook, but the next one right there, really high in the lip. Good mid-face carve on that one, and finds another little section for a tag off the top for Skip McCullough. Here's Tanner Hendrickson.
Finally, Tanner gets on the board on his opening wave. Bright yellow board, blue jersey on the attack. Lots of speed here. Open face carve fades back into that. So we'll be on standby for scores. Last of white, last of blue.
Yeah, just unfortunately for Tanner on that wave, it was a little slow on that midsection where he was drawing his bottom turn up to the top and didn't really have the opportunity to crank it around. And then the next section kind of sped up quick, and that one had a lot of tricky kind of fast and slow sections. And score coming in for Tanner. It is on the way. He'll get on the board, but he'll still have some work to do.
We'll take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll have those scores, last for Skip and also for Tanner. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day action of the 2019 Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations on Bull Hodge along with Rocky Cannon and Kaipo Guerrero. We're on the second half of the final heat, heat number 16 of round number 3, the round of 96. We're still on standby for scores, last of white and last of blue, with Zeke Lau, the 2011-2012 HIC Pro champion out here at Sunset Beach. And let's watch some replays here. First off, Skip McCullough.
And Skip pulls right into the barrel and threads it perfectly. Wow. Not skipping a beat, if you will. And look at it from the judges' angle. This is what they're watching. Fully disappeared right there. Comes flying out. Drew that high line, which is pretty signature for riding the barrel here at Sunset. You want to be able to adjust your line and sneak out that upper part of the wave as it starts to fizzle in the channel and pinch a little bit. Man, perfectly ridden barrel for a hard wave to ride for Skip McCullough. I believe that's a 6.23.
Yeah, 6.23, a 2.83 for Skip, so he goes to first place with a 9.06.
We could be waiting for a score because that 6.23 could have been for that four combination, four maneuver, four turn combination wave. We'll wait and see if we see another one drop.
Yeah, we're still waiting for that wave 4 blue for Tanner. 10 minutes remaining. Leandro Osuna now needing a 7.96 to just go to second place. And here we go. Formerly in first, Zeke Lau just kind of testing out that wave. He'll kick out.
Yeah, one of those you never know till you go, bro.
And he knew he didn't need that one, so he'll go back out. He had fourth priority.
No, he's going to spin right around again.
So let's watch Zeke Lau now. This will be his 5th scoring wave. Sprays Tanner Hendrickson. Big carving turn off the top with an airdrop coming down. And Zeke's turning out to be the modern day Mr. Sunset. You know, through the eras, you know, Kenny Bradshaw, Michael Ho, Pancho Sullivan, you know. And now Zeke, he's got 2 World Cup wins and 2 Van Pro wins.
Yeah, I mean, he's a 4-time champion, if you will, here at Sunset Beach and in 2 very high accoladed events and prestigious events here at the Vans Pro and the Vans World Cup. And I just want to say it's so great to have Kaipo Guerrero back on Oahu, doing a great job around the world. And I want to say thank you for having Pancho Sullivan come in and share a couple of days with us. What a awesome addition. What a treat and an awesome addition he was.
Love the spray on Tanner. Love the excitement here by Zeke. I mean, he's just playing with this wave. He's toying with it.
Yeah, he looks like he's getting his maneuvers done, but he's also knowing that he's going to have to surf 5 times today if he wants to achieve his goal, which is, of course, winning this event.
And he's done that in the past on the final day.
And getting to the finals is going to take 5 sessions. And his victory here last year was a lot due to his conditioning and how strong he is and how well he paces himself throughout the final day. Last year in the World Cup final, all the other 3 competitors could barely stay on their board come that final heat because they had just, you know, worked themselves to the bone to get to the final. And Zeke managed to hold on, stay on his board, got a few good whacks off the top, and chalks up a 2nd World Cup victory.
8.27 for Skip, so he solidifies the lead now. So, Rock, you were right. That 6.23 was the 4 combination on the open face, and the 8.27 was the barrel ride. Let's go down beachside and check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. One unique thing about Sunset is that we have the water caddies. Tereva David, Tahitian, is also supporting O'Neal Masson, who's going to be in the next heat. He's last year's runner-up. Tereva, what's your main duty out there as a water caddy?
For me, just to let them focus, relax, and do everything that he needs me to do, and just give him the positive vibe and tell him that he's this wave is fit perfect for him and bring this confidence. And right now he's in his bubble, and I just don't really talk to him, but he knows I'm here, and anything he need, I'll be here for him, you know.
It's great, the Tahitian brotherhood that's come to the North Shore every single year. Mihimana Brai is also out there. He's still in competition. Are you going to be supporting him as well?
Yep. Yeah, like for me, it's such a pleasure to see my friends like doing good, and in Tahiti we really union. So yeah, for us it's like me surfing. So yeah, it's the same psych, and even more psych when he got the 6th turn. And so yeah, it's for me just support and coach and be the best friend of the HIC.
We'll let you get into water, Tereva. David, Mana Tahiti, represent right now. Maruru.
Thanks, Kaipo. And water caddies are so important. We saw how important the caddy was for Josh Moniz in the last heat as he broke his board out in the water. The Water Patrol went over, picked him up, took him over to the caddy. Caddies traded boards, and Josh was back in action and almost squeaked through.
You know, that's a great point, as we'll check out a replay here of green. This is Leandro Osuna, and Leandro, nice big carve to start, works it back to the bottom and almost catches the nose right there, a little shaky on that completion, so that hindered his opportunity for the next section. And Tanner Hendrickson, nice attack right there, going high in the lip, carving it back down to the bottom of the wave, and then it just kind of disappears and fizzles out right beneath his feet, but a good first turn for Tanner.
Yeah, Tanner opened up with a 2.3. He needs a tall order to get into the top 2 because the standard's been set high for Skip and Zeke. Under 5 minutes to go.
But yeah, the importance of the water caddy and the assistance with Hawaiian Water Patrol really enabled Josh to be having that opportunity to still be in it. You know, he just had a few hiccups on the way as far as completing maneuvers, but breaking a board right away in the beginning, getting the ride to the caddies and making it back out, he still had a legitimate chance.
Here we go, Zeke Lau up and riding. This will be his 6th wave of his first heat. Big floater maneuver, full control.
I like that little pause at the bottom, just like to kind
accent
of
it.
Put the stamp on it right there. Yep.
So, that's a subtle claim. Smooth coming out of that maneuver.
Well, and you can totally tell that he's really just pacing himself. I mean, this is not
gouging and going hard.
Yeah, this is not the hard carving, super ultra power, mana-filled Ezekiel Lau we usually see. It's more of like just completing the turns, settling in, landing everything, sticking that one right there, and just a high surfing IQ to be able to pace yourself and work through it and put yourself in these positions here. We say green, Leandro Osuna.
Lele up and riding from Argentina, closeout section, hits it hard, pulls it off, and goes down. So 3.5 minutes remaining as we watch Surfer in Blue Tanner Henderson in the barrel. Can he come out? Almost.
Oh my gosh.
His board came out.
Oh man, that was so close.
He got clipped right on the end as he was coming out of that barrel.
I think he was trying to decide, you know, do I doggy door it? Do I stick with it? And we'll watch the replay, and you know, it was one of those waves that when you're going down the line that fast here at Sunset in the barrel, your instinct sometimes is to know that it's going to clamp a little and go for the doggy door. That one actually might have held open a little bit on the end, but what an effort by Tanner, and he needed this to do something spectacular and almost could have tucked and took that high line, but also, you know, that doggy door is a valiant effort here at Sunset Beach.
This is Leandro Osuna's wave prior.
Interesting, what they're going to call that complete. He did land it,
yeah,
but riding out of it, it's really touchy right there for that completion.
Here we go, back to live action with just over 2 minutes to go. Your heat leader up and riding Skip getting blown up on that last maneuver coming off the lip.
Man, he just like stepped on a landmine right there. And that is North Shore surfing. You know, you're going to feel like a hero with an 827 sick barrel on one wave, and then
it'll humble you.
And then just get exploded on the next one.
Let's watch from the drone angle here. Good takeoff. Fades deep on the bottom, gaining some speed. Nice carving turn, and then the explosion right on his ankles.
Yeah, he thought maybe he was going to get another barrel chance, I think, and that wave just kind of shut down.
So a minute 35 counting down. There's Tanner paddling back out, currently in third place with priority.
So Zeke backs up his 5.5 with a 4.87 and ups the margin for Tanner and Leandro. So they've got a little bit more work to do here. McCullough's going to call it a heat.
Yeah, Tanner needs a 7.14. Lele needs a 6.24. Yeah, just taking a look at the history of this event, Rock, and we've had 6 surfers win this event twice with Zeke Lau, including Mason Ho, Ian Walsh still in the contest, Sonny Garcia, Fred Patasha Jr., and Kaipo Hakias, not Kaipo Guerrero, Kaipo Hakias. But we've had 2 4-time winners with Pancho Sullivan, our co-announcer, and the great Michael Ho. So Zeke is setting himself, Ian's setting himself to achieve what Pancho and Michael have done in this event's history.
I meant to ask Pancho, and I will ask you too. Do you remember one of Kaipo Hakias' XL Pro victories at Ehukai?
Yeah, it was at the sandbar.
It was at the sandbar. Roping rights. Noah Boudreau got second. I think Tom Carroll got third. Derek might have been in that final.
Yeah.
I remember as a kid watching that. It was so great because Ehukai breaks so close to the beach.
Yeah.
So that was an opportunity for us to see these guys up close.
And we had, as the countdown is going down, we had 2 small scaffoldings, one for the judges, one for the announcer, because it was a mobile event.
Mobile setup.
Because it was so flat over here. Well, there's the sound of the horn, and wrapping up the third round, heat number 16. Skip and Zeke advance on into round number 4. We've got a couple of highlights right here. Heat recap. There's Tanner. Unfortunately, not going to be advancing. Currently in 4th place. We're going to call the round of 64 is done and pal. When we return, Heat 1, round 4, the round of 32. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach, final day, day number 3, and we're into round number 4, the round of 32 surfers, meaning we have 32 surfers remaining in competition. Let's introduce our surfers for you. It'll be O'Neil Massine from Tahiti in red, David Von Sale from South Africa in blue, Patrick Adauskas from San Clemente, California in white, and Michael O'Shaughnessy from the Big Island in green. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon and Kaipo Guerrero. And finally, the rank and bank of round number 4. Rock, what are these guys looking at?
Yeah, these guys are going to walk home with some cash if they don't make it out of this round. And third place gets 17th place overall for 600 points for the ranking, $700 towards your banking. 4th place, 25th place overall. Not a bad finish here. 555 points for the ranking and $600 for your banking. So a little bit of cash, a little bit of money, a little bit of points, but they all want to move to the next round as the goal here.
Here's David Von Sale up and riding. A 5th place semifinal performance last year at the HIC Pro presented by Vans, and now it's called the Vans Pro presented by HIC here in 2019.
Well, pretty good start for David Von Sale, and you know he's got a high standard for himself, thinking back to last year and being able to make the semifinals here. What a great showing.
In fact, we already had 2 other surfers from South Africa in that final last year with Slade and Bayrick.
Yeah.
And almost had 3 with this man right here.
Yeah, Von Sale with a nice carve. Even though that wave is very turbulent, he still does a good job keeping it on rail, making it look smooth. It's so easy to get caught up in that foam and on those chops and look shaky, but he was solid through that foamy wave. And here's Red. This is O'Neill. And just one lazy cutback and he kicks out.
All right, we're standing by for scores for last of red, last of blue. And let's go down beachside and check in with Kaipo Guerrero.
Yeah, thank you both. La Jolla represents Skip McCullough. Good surfing out there. Talk to us about your surf.
Well, you know, it was a really tough heat, and I kind of like it better at Sunset when there's a lot of gnarly guys because there's no pressure, you know. It's just if the wave comes, it's going to happen. If not, no worries. And got one like all the way across the point, and then while I was paddling back out, this like teepee wedge-o thing came through, and me and Tanner were looking at it, but thankfully I was deeper, and the thing was just a perfect wobbly sunset cavern. I made it out, so I guess that's just how it went today. So I'm super stoked, and yeah, it went my way. I don't know how, I don't know why, but stoked.
Nah, it's gone your way. I've seen you make heats out here before. You've had a good history at Sunset, actually. But you talked about it. No pressure. You just come out here. You're able to take down some big names. Talk about surfing with no pressure.
Well, you know, it's Sunset's always the boss, you know? So whether you feel good, you have a good board, or you ate a great breakfast that morning, it doesn't matter. Sunset's always going to win, you know? She's always the boss. So, you know, you just go out there and give it your all, and sometimes it works out, you know. That's my strategy. Either you're gonna go or you're not gonna go through. So why stress about it, you know? So
I like it. One thing I know you like it. You got a big support squad over there in La Jolla. Any shouts out for the boys at home?
Yeah, shout out to all the boys, the Winnincy Rats, but more importantly, all the boys on the couch over at Makai's house. I didn't shout them out yesterday, but I love you guys. Thank you for having me, the McNamara's. You guys are the best. I'll see you guys in 10 minutes.
There you go. Back to you guys.
So funny, Skip. He's a character. Thanks, Kaipo. I interviewed him yesterday, and he told me during the interview the first 5-8 minutes of his heat, he got cleaned up with one on the head, and he had to paddle back out, and he was going, welcome to Sunset Beach, you know? And he has that same attitude.
I like when yesterday he said, yeah, I paddled out, and then it's like, I hope I don't get this one. And it's like, yep, I got it right on my face. A 10-footer on my face. That was pretty classic. But I like the simplicity of his approach. You're either going to make it or you're not going to make it through. So there's no stress, kind of playing with house money. And, you know, his name might not be as recognizable on the international stage to a lot of people, but his skill speaks volumes. And he put it together in that last heat. And he's going to move on to the round of 32. So congrats and good job, and we'll see him in heat number 8 of this round.
And you know what, Rock? You know, we were just talking about the points and the money in this round. He's number 97 coming into the Vans Pro. He's going to elevate himself probably into the 80s and as further as he goes, maybe even higher as we watch White on his first wave, Pat Gadauskas.
Pat, nice drop, big bottom turn, hooking it at the top and gets caught up. That outside rail just dug right in. Critical maneuver there and could not complete his first turn. Had a great opportunity. That wave was beautiful. just hit a little bit of a bump on that hard crank. And, you know, of course, looking back, hindsight's 2020 when you're analyzing a wave, but maybe should have eased up on that carve. He kind of got stuck when he really tried to crank it around. We'll watch it here from the side angle. You see how big and hollow that wave is, and just sat on the tail a little bit, squeaked it out, and got a little loose, out of control, and couldn't land it.
Well, what he couldn't see was that north component really pushing down on that wave, and that wave jacked up, and it bottomed out on him.
But, man, what a great looking wave that was. And the indicators of the conditions today, we're so blessed to have a third day on our third day of the waiting period to finish up this Vans Pro.
Yeah, November 13th starts the Hawaiian Pro, so almost 2 full weeks.
Exactly 2 weeks.
Yeah, exactly 2 weeks.
What are we going to do with ourselves?
Well, I know you got the kids in Halloween, so you've got a busy plate.
Yeah, it's going to be fun.
And there's a bunch of things that the WSL Hawaii is promoting in between.
Yeah, actually on Friday, we're going to have Ding Gadauskis come in, I believe, around Heat 4 to tell us a little bit about their efforts with the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation that he and Tanner and Pat started some years ago, and the fun things and really amazing things they've been doing for kids around the world. And then we'll have Chris Dennis coming in to the booth a couple of heats after that for a report about what they did in Trinidad and Tobago and what we're going to do this Friday at Surf for the Bar, November 1st, Talking Story, premiering the new documentary from Trinidad and Tobago. We're going to see a couple teaser clips today too, and I tell you, I got to preview some of those clips yesterday. With the narration of Chris and the images showing, you're going to have to be holding back some tears, man. It is really powerful stuff.
Saw Keanu was saying that's Finn McGill. They're checking in, coming up in the next heat, heat number 2, round number 4. And also, we're going to have Stuart Coleman from the Surfrider Foundation coming in.
And a few heats after that, we'll have Brother Stuart. Yeah, we'll be having that November 16th Surfrider Foundation John Kelly Awards. Tickets are still available. Henry Capono will be entertaining there. And, of course, we got all the amazing awards to give away for the Surfrider Foundation. This year's theme, Protect What You Love.
And also the Surfrider Foundation, 2 weekends from right now, will have their beach cleanup.
That's right.
James Campbell Wildlife Reserve.
Yeah, just hearing on the news last night that in research done, and we kind of all knew this already, but that area of Kahuku Point in that James Campbell Wildlife Refuge area just gets battered with those winds, and all the plastic and stuff kind of collects right there. So we'll do our job in cleaning up all of that and collaborate with the Surfrider Foundation. And Fonsale puts up a 5.27, best of the heat so far. Everybody else still under 2 points.
Yeah, a couple of 3, in fact, 1-point rides. We just saw Chuck Andrews. He was over at the Kemper camp on the bike path.
Yeah, I mean, Billy should get an RV and call it the Kemper Camper.
That would
be
camper.
Awesome.
Oh my God, yeah, he needs like a Volkswagen sponsor. You know, the Volkswagen, they're bringing back the old bus.
That's so great.
And it's going to be electric.
That's awesome.
The classic 60s Volkswagen bus.
But electric powered. That's awesome.
The Kemper Camper.
Yeah, you can spell it with a K. It'll be, you could sell them, you could outfit it like a surf, Billy custom surf camper.
I remember Hans Hiedemann back in the day. He was sponsored by Nissan.
He was breaking grounds, man.
Yeah,
Nissan
he was getting sponsors that other surfers weren't getting any sponsors. So just under 14 minutes remaining here. Still some big waves breaking on the outside.
Yeah, those waves are just crashing on the outside, then they fizzle out, then they reform, kind of like a big oversized large V-land when you think about it, catching those reforms from the outside. There's Tyler Newton waxing up, getting ready. As we watch red, O'Neill Massine, and O'Neill, hard carving turn. This guy does nothing half speed. He is full bore all the way. and has to kind of down carve and avoid that section, but smacks the last one, gets a little straight-legged as the bottom drops out and cannot complete the last maneuver. But score the first couple moves and he'll post up another score. Here's Mikey Boy O'Shaughnessy. And Mikey Boy just being patient, waiting for this wave to show something of a wall. Nice cut back into the white water. You saw him wipe out earlier on a similar maneuver, so doing good to stay on his feet on that one. 12:30 remaining. We'll see a score coming in for red, and we'll see a score coming in for green. Gotta think O'Neill has the edge in that exchange, catching that wave from quite a bit further out, performing maneuvers on the outside. Mikey's wave surfed on the inside, a lot of foam still on the wave as well, so probably not going to get that super high number that he'd like to get.
So 12 minutes remaining, and in the round of 32, Rocky, we still have 3 surfers from the first round. 2 of them are going to be surfing together. In heat number 4 of this round, it'll be Billy Kipper and Evan Valier, also 2 past champions.
Well, I caught Billy on a warm-up wave, just glanced at the break as we watch O'Neill. Nice hard carving first turn. Then the rest of the wave was kind of playing catch-up. He squeezed one in right there, but that last one came down a little too quick and then went big on the last final section. And then here's Mikey Boy taking off on the inside, just kind of horizontal cutbacks, nothing too critical. The wave didn't really offer too much to work with, so just has to play with that white water and puts a score on the board. Got a 1.4 opener, so that'll be a better step up for Mikey. And the score comes in at a 3.33, and we're still on standby for that last one of red O'Neill Machine.
Well, with 11 minutes remaining, Rock, let's take a short commercial break. When we come back, the second half of the opening heat of round number 4. You're watching the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Stay tuned. We'll be right back from Sunset Beach.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees, and, shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach, and here's Patty G on his second wave, carving it up, working down the line, and then right before the closeout section, one little small maneuver, and that's the Pat Kadauskas we know of, Team Vans rider.
Yeah, and that last score for O'Neill comes in at a 5.67, so that puts him in the lead. So Pat's got some work to do. He's got another score coming in.
Once David Von Sales dumps his second scoring wave, a 0.83, he'll improve. Let's watch a replay. First up here, this is Patty G.
Pat drops in. Nice smooth face up ahead. Smacks it one time off the top, and then does that carve as the in the trough of the wave. Didn't really have a chance to get up into the lip on that second one. Has to just deal with the closeout.
Here's our South African David Von Sale working down the line, in the barrel, covered up, comes out clean with speed. This is going to be a good scoring wave, so score that for white, score that for blue, green first priority, red second priority. This heat starting to turn on.
Yeah, Fonsale's going to ditch that 0.83 and only needs a 2.24 to go to first, so you know that's going to happen. And Mikey and Pat are going to have a little more work to do. They're going to catch O'Neill, who's going to be in second after Fonsale's score comes in. I like that approach. Scooted up on the board. You could see his feet shuffling, anticipating that barrel. And timed it perfectly. Took the right line, little whitewater roll in right here for Fonsale. Gets that first turn in, cranks it around, and then looks down the line and sees it opening up, moves his feet forward, fights through a chandelier section. The wave spits, comes out. And watch this. We're going to slow it down for you just a little bit. Right here, he's like, oh, I see it. I know what's going to happen. And then right there, scoots it up a little bit, gets his front foot in position, and just beautiful silhouette traveling through that cavern.
And the scores are coming in. An 8.83, and Rocky, you're right, he moves into the lead. Only needed a 2-point score. Pat Kadauskas, we're waiting for his score. Now he needs a 5.8 on his last wave to move into second place with 7.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, going to be tough for Pat. You know, he got that first turn on the outside, but that was really all he had the opportunity for. His second maneuver was more at the bottom of the wave before the wave closed out. And you see there, it's just a 3.9. To get a 5.8 for a single maneuver wave, you're going to have to be lighting it up a lot more. So Pat just dealing with the waves that he was given or he took off on, and that 3.9 going to be his high score so far.
Well, Pat needs a 3.61 to move into second. Michael O'Shaughnessy with first priority down to fourth, needing a 4.1, and O'Neill needs an 8.44 to go to first. But more importantly, O'Neill needs to drop his second score wave of a 1.83. 6 minutes, 40 seconds remaining. Well, Rock, our 32 surfers, a majority of them from Hawaii. We have 13 Hawaiians in this round. 4 South Africans. You know, the South Africans have been doing so well the past few years here at Sunset, especially at this event. 3 Aussies, 4 surfers from California, 2 from Tahiti, 2 from Peru, 1 each from Brazil, Japan, New Zealand, and France. And we have 1 WCT surfer, Zeke Lau, still in the competition, and 3 surfers from round number 1 still vying for final day. And those 3 surfers from round 1, all 3 past champions: Billy Kemper, Evan Valier, Ian Walsh.
Yeah, it's so crazy to see their names back in the first round, but obviously all based on rankings and points on the qualifying tour. And Evan, you know, just working, hanging out on Kauai, not really doing much traveling to get points, so he's happy to be in the event. Billy also, you know, focusing more on the big wave world tour, and same with Ian Walsh, so they didn't have the points to get into the later rounds and had to fight their way from round 1. And what a story it would be if they could find themselves into the final. But we got 2 of them in the same heat, Billy and Evan.
And not only Billy and Evan in the same heat, Kieran Jabor, the defending champion. So you got 3 champions, and you got the young gun, the 18-year-old younger brother of Griffin Colapinto, Crosby Colapinto, in that heat coming up, heat number 4, round 4.
Well, he beat his older brother in the last round, so you know he feels like he can do anything now. Probably looking up to Griffin his whole life, and gets to surf a heat with him for the first time in the World Surf League. And the way it works out is, you know, Crosby wins the heat and Griffin bows out, and so he's got to feel pretty confident.
Yeah, little bro did well yesterday. 4.5 minutes remaining here, and David Von Ziel an 8.83. Excuse me, David Von Ziel, and a 5.27 has him in the lead. 14.1, and that's one of our top 10 performances, so he'll replace Pat Kadauskas with the 13.76 that he had yesterday.
Yeah, some of these surfers, they have interesting last names, and we want to make sure we get it as accurate as we can.
Yeah, I was talking to David.
And we asked them, you know, hey, how do you pronounce your name?
He goes, I know it's with a Z, but in South Africa,
it's like a
he goes,
S.
You could say it both ways. It doesn't bother me. I go, how do you say it? He
right.
goes, I say Von Sale. I say, okay, we're going to say Von Sale.
Yeah, and Mikey O'Shaughnessy just loses the handle right there, getting a little loose on that one, and couldn't hold that rail in, laid back, and really just had a hard time recovering once he put his back in the water.
Well, 3.5 minutes remaining here. Crunch time for Michael O'Shaughnessy in green, needing a 4.18. Pat Kadauskas, he was in the same boat yesterday, needing a score at the end of the heat.
Yep, exactly. The same situation with a few minutes remaining, looking for just a 3.61. Doesn't need much. Yesterday he was able to crack that inside section, fly over the lip, stick the landing, and get the score. We'll see if he has some of that Patty G magic available today.
2 minutes, 45 seconds remaining. On sale in first, Massine in second. Kadauskas needing a 3.61. O'Shaughnessy needing a 4.18. And here we go. Fourth priority. Mikey taking a look here. He'll pull back. And what do we see out the back? Mikey's going to sniff something here, Rocky, with fourth priority.
Yeah, there he goes, dropping in. Couple of stage bottom turn. Real foamy on that face. He seems to be picking off those waves on the inside that have all that residual white water in it. Doing a good job carving through it, but it just kind of indicates where you're catching your waves, and the judges want to see that nice, clean, blue, smooth face for performing maneuvers to get the best scores.
1 minute, 45 seconds remaining. Now with first priority is our South African, David Van Sale. Second priority, Pat Kadauskas. And Kadauskas, crunch time now for him in third, needing a 3.61.
He's got second priority. Fonsale, the heat leader, with first priority. So, he's going to be on the hunt for something special, but he's not going to just take off on anything. So Pat Kadauskas actually has a pretty good shot at getting a decent ride if the waves come through, with Fonsale with first priority, pretty sizable lead, and really knows that Patty G's not too much of a threat, chasing O'Neill Massine, who's in second. So we'll see how that goes with Fonsale having first priority and Pat Kadauskas second priority. Massine, though, on the inside.
Nice carving turn to open up. Bottom turns, hacks another one. Looking good here, trying to improve on a 1.83. He's going to do so here, Rocky, with 45 seconds remaining.
Yeah, that was smart by O'Neill to pick off that wave on the inside. Better that 1.83, up the margin for Pat Kadauskas and Mikey O'Shaughnessy. Both now just needing a little over 3 points, but they're going to need a bit more once that final score of O'Neill comes through.
And O'Neill had third priority there.
Yeah, and he stuck way underneath. I mean, there was nobody in frame to threaten and catch that wave. So he really did separate himself from the pack, run away from David Fonsale, get away from Pat Kadauskas, both surfers with the higher priority, and he finds a little opportunity on the inside. And you give O'Neill a boat wake, and he's going to shred it.
Well, there's the horn ending Heat 1, Round 4. And congratulations to O'Neill and David, advancing on into the quarterfinals. Look at this beautiful cavern net David Von Sale saw.
Oh, wave of the heat right there, just tucked in perfectly, glided right through, and daylight once again.
We'll be right back with Heat number 2. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. Stay tuned.
We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
Welcome back to the Vans Pro presented by HIC. This is the round of 32. This is the fourth round. Heat number 2 out in the water with Tyler Newton, Keanu Singh, Finn McGill, and Wesley Dantes. So we have 3 surfers representing Hawaii and 1 exciting goofy foot out of Brazil. I'm Kaipo Goro, joined by Bo Hodge. As we see exiting the water there, Bo.
That's David Von Sale for the last heat coming out of the water. 4 South Africans, and remember last year, Kaipo, we had 2 make the final.
That's right.
So the South Africans surfing quite well, and David Von Sale from Durban back into the quarterfinals yet again.
Yeah, well, it looks like we got some more Zaffas coming up in the future heats. We got Barrick de Vries coming up, as well as Dylan Lightfoot, all representing South Africa. Great movement from the other half of the world. So those guys work to get here to the North Shore. It's not a short trip, and it's not cheap on the pocket.
No, it's 12 hours exactly time difference over to South Africa. Matthew McGilvery also in this round. But yeah, Keanu was seeing yesterday, Kaipo broke his magic board in the free surf before the competition yesterday, and he was seeded into that round 3, and he had to use his backup coral board to get out of that that heat to get into this heat.
Speaking of South Africans, Bo, let's hear from the last heat winner. David Von Zeel is with Rocky.
Thanks, Freddie. Thanks, Bo. I am down here with the winner of the last heat. You did it in stylish fashion, my friend. David Von Sale, 8.83 on that barrel. Take us through that wave.
Yeah, it was kind of a set that I was scratching to maybe duck dive or make it over. And then when I got to it, it was kind of just feathering. So I spun around and it was kind of like a bit of a bumpy takeoff. And then I did a carve and I thought it was going to close out. And then I was hoping maybe to pull a pack of closeout tube. But yeah, it just let me out and stoked.
You mentioned when you came back up here, the little bit of bump that's out there. Talk about how you deal with the rough conditions that Sunset offers.
Yeah, for sure. It's always pretty bumpy out there, even when it's kind of like groomed offshore trade winds. So yeah, you kind of just got to have like a bit of a survival stance and yeah, just try power through it.
Well, you're on to the quarterfinals, a place you've been before last year, and we'll let you get rested up.
Cool, thanks so much.
All right, guys, back to you.
Thank you, Rocky and Van Zeel. Successful here at Sunset in 2018, again advancing through this year. Here we go with Wesley Dantes, throws the hammer on the backhand. Back up there, power surfer Wesley Dantes, younger brother of Wiggly Dantes, and the 2018 Vans Triple Crown Rookie of the Year, Bo.
Yeah, also an ISA World Junior champion. He was surfing yesterday in the same round with his brother Wiggly. Wiggly unable to advance into this round. And Wesley's really been losing some weight, getting back into shape, and a really explosive surfer.
Yeah, call him Cuba Jello.
Cuba Jello.
Yeah, Ice Cube.
Well, there's Jack Robinson, 4-time semifinalist, 2-time finalist at this event. Of course, he won the Volcom Pipe Pro earlier this year, back in February. He's won the one-star Sunset Open and a junior Sunset Open, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's won the Sunset Pro, the QS 1000, also the Pro Junior event out here. The year he won, bombing Sunset 12-foot. We all know that Jack Robinson performs well in heavy waves. So it's going to be a pleasure to watch Jack in his challenge against Matthew McGilvery, Miguel Tudela, and Jet Schilling coming up in the next heat. Let's check out a replay, Bob.
Yeah, let's watch this. On the outside, this will be our surfer in green, Finn McGill, surfing with a bit of a back injury, but hasn't stopped him in this contest. He's already had a 9-point ride, one of the best waves of the event. And Finn just throwing it all out on the line here. And then Wesley Dantes, I love his style. Low to the bottom, blows it off at the top. Gaining some speed there, grabbing the rail, keeping busy. A couple of carving turns, one more to finish here on the inside. Score that for Wesley.
Yeah, he's a beast, big, strong surfer, Wesley Dantes, as we check him out here.
power surfing. Love the transition there. Boom, off the whitewater.
Rolled his ankle last year in way to a finals appearance at the Vans World Cup of Surfing and that Vans Triple Crown Rookie of the Year. Wesley Dantes is a force to reckon with. Number 60 on the QS currently. He's going to have to make up a little bit of ground, Wesley is, but big opportunities through the Hawaii leg of the qualifying series here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC and on to Haleiwa and back here to Sunset for the Vans World Cup. Here we go. Finn McGill slashing off the top. Well-timed bottom turn and another beautiful arc off the top. Double pump bottom turn. Continues the flow through this wave on his way to a nice score for Finn McGill.
And that's the Finn McGill we know and love, and that was a good wave from the former WSL Junior World Champion. Duck dives on this wave, heads back out. Wesley Dantes, 2 scores, a 5 and a 6.9. Has him at first with 11.9.
Let's take a look at this replay ball, Finn.
Yeah, I love the speed, the connection, and the combinations that he throws right here. Big bottom turn, sets up, big carve, arms out, weight distribution right there, and then another hack on the open face. So 3, almost 4 solid maneuvers there for Finn McGill.
17 minutes and 15 seconds counting down. We're going to be waiting for that last score of Finn McGill. Likely going to take him to the top. Again, top 2 surfers move on from this round of 32 into the quarterfinals. So we're tightening things up. Finals day here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
So how you doing, Kaipo? How was Europe?
Europe was amazing. It was a long leg. We went pretty much the full waiting period through France, and we had a great event in France actually with Finn McGill, that Red Bull Airborne. And we're taking a look here of Tyler Newton. Finds some open face and gets out there for a carve. Long bottom turn there. Nice inside section. Skips the barrel, goes for the completion, and just wants to make sure that he gets a score on the board with 16 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Beautiful conditions here gracing us, and you know, I was en route coming back, Bo, and you guys had some great surf for the opening 2 days of the Vans Pro.
It's been, you know, as Pancho Sullivan says, proper sunset. And from a 4-time winner to say proper sunset, we were just blessed as we're watching here, surfer in blue riding through. Tyler Newton, winner of the buoy backdoor shootout earlier this year. He's been on fire coming into this event, ranked number 280 and number 4 on the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regionals. And he's got a shot at being the regional champion with a great performance here at Sunset.
And that's a really good storyline here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC, is that the qualification for local surfers into the Triple Crown of surfing, as we look at our men's qualifying series and the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. Gavin Gillette out on top.
And the top 3 there, Kaipo: Gavin, Cody, Eli out. Talmata's not here. Kanehi out. Sheena Baccaro out. Baron Mamiya still in, so Baron's got a shot. So only 2 of the top 10 are still alive, with Billy Kemper and Kieran Jabor at 12 and 14 still in place. So 9 spots will be earned by the regional winners into the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. And of course, the one who wins, like O'Neal Massine last year, right, he'll get a travel bonus from Vans to travel on the great events for 2020.
And you know, and mathematically, such a great opportunity. I'm going to get back to the math because we got live action here. Finn McGill, 5.93 on his last wave, carves off the top on this one. Again, that double pump bomb turn, oncoming section, blasts it, rise out in front of the whitewater for the completion. So good job from Finn McGill. Likely going to ditch his second wave score of a 4-point ride. Coming in hot here, Keanu Asing. Nice lip line glide, but that's all Asing's going to get.
Yeah, that's the first wave for Keanu with 9 minutes into this heat, so he's playing catch up here. So stand by for the scores. Last of green, last of red, but back to those rankings and what you were talking about, Kaipo.
Yeah, so qualification, right? So you make it through here, you qualify for the Hawaiian Pro and the Vans World Cup of Surfing. Mathematically, you can get on the championship tour with 2 wins at those big 10,000s as we look at this replay of Finn McGill.
Love the power here and the transition, lots of speed. And remember, he's surfing with a major back injury. Don't know if he got it back in France doing the Airborne.
Red Bull Airborne, yeah. Here we go with Keanu Asing, and his replay. You can see that really aggressive on his approach, but the wave didn't offer much more. But yeah, so that's one of the great stories here as we're kicking off the North Shore season, and gaining some North Shore experience is going to be Jet Schilling.
Kaipo, this guy is 16. He was in a heat yesterday with Griffin Colapinto and Crosby Colapinto and got out of that heat.
Yeah. Did Griffin throw that heat? Did you watch that heat?
Yeah, Griffin was just out of sync. And
I'm just kidding.
No,
they're all from San Clemente. They're boys. I thought maybe Griffin was just giving the younger generation a chance right there. In that
actually, Jet is a Vans team rider, and they gave him a wild card into this event.
Nice.
And he's performing well, and we've had just nonstop wave after wave after wave, but that heat number 8 of round number 3, just kind of shut down, and it was kind of a weird heat. And Crosby, the 18-year-old, and Jet, the 16-year-old, came out 1 and 2.
Love it. Big future for both those surfers. Crosby Colapinto, we look back at the championship tour, won the trials in Peniche at Super Tubos for the Rip Curl Male Pro, and earned his way into the main event. Jet Schilling, as well as Crosby, both were wild cards when we look back to the Surf Ranch and the Freshwater Pro. So these guys have had a couple of chances at the big leagues. Right now they're slogging it out in the qualifying series, but this is how the journey begins, and we're talking right about that qualifying situation, Bo. Big opportunity, and we've seen it before where surfers come into Hawaii lower ranked on the qualifying series. You finished a couple of big finishes in the Vans Triple Crown, and you're on tour.
Yeah, and especially that magic numbers to get into the top 100 by year's end, correct?
Yeah, so this year we have more 10,000, so that number's going to be pushed up on the qualifying series. I'm thinking it's going to be closer to 19,000 for qualification, but we'll know more, once we get through the first jewel of the Vans Triple Crown at the Hawaiian Pro in Haleiwa. Then we'll really know a lot of the qualification numbers.
Well, of course, Pancho and I were talking about yesterday the position Baron Mamiya is in, number 12, just one spot away from qualifying, and of course, he's now back at home surfing these events, and he's still in competition here. His lowest drop is 700 points, so he's gonna, as far as he can go here and the next 2 events, we could see him going on tour. And of course, Pancho experienced that by winning Haleiwa, gaining on tour.
Yeah, big potential there. Hey, we got our man on the beach, Rocky Cannon. What do you got for us, Rocky?
Hey, right on, boys. Mahalo. I am down here with my Hanabata brother from Anata Mata, going back to Jacksonville, Florida. Me and this guy have been friends for a long time. This is Ross Howitt, Vans Surf Marketing Manager. You got a solid crew here at Sunset.
Yeah, it's man, it's been amazing how seamless and fortunate we are to have the event kick off the way that it has. And we've got a handful of guys from South Africa. We've got the G-Boys, we've got Imai Kalani, a couple of the California kids. So they're holding it down, and still got Jet Schilling coming up in the next heat, so that's going to be exciting to watch. He's been paying his dues out there as a young and up-and-coming kid, so he's stoked to get a chance to surf at Sunset.
Tell us a little bit about Jet. How did you find that boy?
Well, Scott Sissimus and Nolan and those guys found him and started grooming him at a pretty young age. He's from San Clemente and been groomed also by the G-Boys at Lowers, and he's been really impressive to watch out here the last couple nights. I free surfed with him last night, and he was getting psyched and taking licks and just have a smile on his face the whole time.
Yeah, he's coming up in the next heat. I think he'll be in the green jersey. So we got the Vans Pro now. We're wrapping up today, but you've got a busy schedule still ahead this winter.
Oh yeah, we've got obviously the Triple Crown events, but we've got a handful of activations. We've got the movie premiere this Friday, the board drive that we did for Trinidad Tobago. That'll be at Surfer Bar at 7 o'clock. Please come down and hang out with us. And then we got a handful of other things going on, more movie premieres, Land Trust dinner, Bonsai Park skate jam. So yeah, it's here on out to the next 7 weeks. It's on.
Well, Ross, we'll let you get back to work. The hardest working man for Vans right here, Ross, the boss.
All right, Rocky, thanks.
Hey, boys, back up to you in the booth.
Thank you, Rocky. And Vans has just been a contributor to surfing here on the North Shore for over a decade now. So thanks to Vans. And again, like they were saying, this Friday at Surfer the Bar, we're going to have a sneak preview of Breaking Boundaries. It's a board drive film from Vans and the Positive Vibe Warriors, and our own Rocky Cannon is going to be hosting that talk story. Again, that's this Friday, 7 to 9 p.m. at the Surfer Bar. That's at the Turtle Bay Resort. Come join us.
Yeah, we're going to bring on Chris Dennis from Trinidad and Tobago to the broadcast booth, and we're going to be talking more about that later on as we move on into this contest. Well, Finn McGill has now moved from second into first here, Kaipo.
Well, there we go. Finn in the lead. We're going to take a quick break. When we be back, we're going to have the conclusion of this heat. Can Finn McGill continue to lead into the final moments? We'll be right back.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Back at Sunset Beach, finals day at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC, Hawaiian Island Creations. We've got a chain of stores throughout the Hawaiian Islands, so for all your surfing needs, go check out HIC. I guarantee you, if you're living in Hawaii, there's one near you. Finn McGill on top, Wesley Dantes in second place, Tyler Newton with priority and needing a 7.9 to move into that second place, and Keanu Singh looking for a big number. 9.23 is his requirement. Kaipuguro along with Bo Hodge on the call here, and Keanu Singh still, Bo, really hasn't been able to identify a wave with a lot of scoring potential.
Yeah, he's either been out of sync, and sometimes priority can be your friend, and sometimes priority puts you in a situation to take off on waves you really don't want to take off on. So we're finding that out through the last couple of days, especially during the big days of Monday and Tuesday. Here we go, Blue taking a look, no go. That was Tyler Newton. He had to pull back on this board. He's got first priority. Tyler has had some success at this event back in 2011 when Zeke won his first HIC Pro. Tyler made the semifinals.
Here's our heat leader, Finn McGill. Swoops off the bottom, carves off the top. A lot of confidence in his surfing right now. Kicks out as you see that wall stretch in front of him. No more opportunity. But Finn McGill just looking solid, despite, you said, Bo, having a nagging back.
Yeah, we've been talking to Finn on the bike path. He said, my back really hurts. And then I was saying, we can't tell watching you surf. He goes, yeah, I just throw all that out the window when I see the waves. And there's a Kemper, Billy and his family.
And I love the shirt there. Love like Lisa, Billy's mom, and he's surfing for his mom throughout this event. He's dedicated a win in the past, and he's, he's one of those things that makes the North Shore so intimidating for international surfers, because we have these local surfers that are world class, but you don't see them in a lot of international events. Here's Finn McGill on this replay. Just one nice turn for Finn.
Yeah, works down the line here, seeking for more, sees the closeout, smart maneuver, kicking out there.
Yeah, so back to the dangerous kind of local pro conversation. Probably more than any other region in the world. You know, you have guys here like Tyler Newton, who's up and riding, who can do away and play spoiler to the world's best. Tyler looking down the line, 7.9 is his requirement. Layback drifts the fins. Little skip out right there, but controls the finish. We'll see if that was enough to acquire that big score of a 7.9.
Well, we talked about it earlier in the heat, and right now Tyler's in third. There's Uncle Warren making some hats for some people down here at the beach. But Tyler Newton, number 4 in the regional rankings, needs to get out of this heat to pass Gavin Gillette. You know, but right now Gavin's bowed out, and Gavin, you know, by everybody else bowing out, could still win the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional.
Yeah, big opportunity for Gavin Gillette. Keanu Singh. Nice carve there. Wants to get back up in the lip, does so, and controls the finish. That was beautiful. And I was just thinking when I saw that, if he was going to have enough time to get back up into the lip after that cutback, he was able to time that and hang on through the finish. So he's on his road back, you know, to looking to the top 2 spot, Bo. But time, 3 minutes 45 seconds. Time seems to just melt away at Sunset.
Yeah, and he's got a long paddle battle going out through these waves. So he's got a 3-minute heat right now to get back out there without priority to catch another wave. He needs a 9.23. Not going to get in on that score, but he'll get portions of it. Here we go.
Heat leader McGill, whitewater rolling, patient off the bottom, looking for the barrel, finds the barrel, gets covered up, comes through that section, and well executed barrel ride for Finn McGill. Difficult at Sunset because it's always not a straightforward barrel on that inside section. Nice negotiation.
There's the Moniz clan. There's Crosby getting ready for his heat.
Yeah, Crosby, Colapinto is going to be coming up.
Still remaining in this heat.
That's going to be heat number 4 of this round of 32.
Boy, he's got a stacked heat. 3 former champions. Welcome, Mr. Crosby, to Sunset Beach. But I talked to him yesterday when he surfed with his brother. Have you ever surfed with your brother? He said, I think once in an NSSA contest, but never professionally. And he did yesterday, and he beat his brother, who's a former Triple Crown champion.
Here's a replay, Bo, of Tyler Newton. Little skip out right there, pretty cool.
Yeah, interested to see the score that he needs here. This was Keanu Singh. Love the attack here. Bottom turns. Nice carve back in the pocket. Sees the closeout and attacks full throttle.
And then Finn McGill, he's able to show confidence and he's able to find a barrel because he's in a lead, so it looks like he's just having fun at this point.
Yeah, see, he's in sync and Keanu's out of sync.
Last score for red, a 6.4.
So 6.4 for last wave for Finn McGill.
Red needs a 5.51.
Wesley Dantes wants to hang on to second place and advance into the quarterfinals. Long drawn bottom turns for the Brazilian heavyweight. And heavy feet equals success at Sunset because he's just planted through a lot of big turns. Whitewater's not knocking him off.
So, Kaipo, I'm corrected. That was 6.4 for Keanu Singh. So now he needs a 5.51 with 90 seconds to go.
Well, he did really reduce the requirement right there. So now well within reach. However, Wesley Dantes, we just saw him surf that wave. If he betters his 5-point ride, he's going to lengthen that requirement that Keanu Singh currently has. It's all going to come down to the wire here, Bo. 1 minute, 15 seconds.
Okay, for Tyler to win the regional championship. Kaipo, he needs a 7.9 right now.
Here he goes. And my initial reaction on this wave is this wave's not going to have a 7.9 in it. Nice turn, though, on the inside. It's just pretty far on the inside. Is not giving him a lot of wall to work with. So time being a factor out here at Sunset Beach. You know, it's a time bandit sometimes because it just flies by with this large lineup.
45 seconds on the clock. No priority out in the lineup because everybody's paddling back out. We've seen broken boards, we've seen suspended priority, we've seen everything out here during the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
30 seconds.
Here's the last replay of Tyler Newton. Good carving turn there, and like you said, Kaipo, this wave didn't give him the opportunity, but he had to try.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Tyler was well aware of the time. So with that awareness, you saw him looking at his watch, he just had to give himself a shot. He didn't want to go out of this heat sitting down.
Yeah.
Going left and finishing off with Keanu Singh. Last score for Wesley Dantes came in at 6.07. So Dantes goes to first, Finn McGill drops to second, and we're looking for a 6.54 on that last performance from Keanu Singh. It's all coming down to the wire, and we're going to wait for the next heat to start because the judges are going with some scores.
Wow, so a Hail Mary there from Keanu Singh pulling off the Andy Irons, Michael Ho going left.
Hey, it's all within play, you know, to win the game, you got to play the game sometimes. So looking at any kind of opportunity, Keanu Singh waiting for those scores to determine the top two are going to move on into the quarterfinals.
Keanu coming into the Vans Pro, number 100, former CT surfer, not once but twice in his career.
3, 2, 1.
So as we're waiting for scores to check in, I'm thinking that the horn sounded, so that score was not enough to change the situation with Keanu Singh. So we'll be back with the next heat, and it looks like from that last heat, it is going to be Finn McGill and Wesley Dantes moving on into the quarterfinals, and we'll move on to more surfing here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
We are back at Sunset Beach. As we went to break, we were waiting for those results, and here are the official results for Heat 2 of the round of 32. Wesley Dantes is on to the quarterfinals, as well as Finn McGill. Kaipogaro along with Bo Hodge to talk you through this action. Another heat in the water, and this is an exciting one because we have a performer here at Sunset Beach, Jack Robinson. We talked about him winning a QS out here. We talked about him winning a Pro Junior out here. Matthew McGilvery, who's also out there out of South Africa, he's had success at Sunset as well, Bo.
Yeah, quarterfinal last year performance from the Safa. Also, Miguel Tudela always surfs well here as we see Wesley Dantes coming back out of the water. The young fans, teenage sensation from San Clemente, Jet Schilling will be in the green jersey.
So Wesley Dantes giving some thanks, a man of faith, on his exit. And he's going to keep on rolling through this Vans Pro presented by HIC. I'm a big fan of this young man.
Yeah, and he's going to have a tall order to see in the advancement where he's at. Wesley will be joining David Von Sale in quarterfinal heat number 1.
Tudela up and riding on the backhand. The Peruvian, beautiful long bottom turn, carves off the top. Little walk on the face. He's able to handle through that section. Carving cut back again for Tudela. Nice swoop off the shoulder. Wave opens up for just one more turn, and he kicks out. Nice start from Miguel Tudela. Crosby Colapinto on the bike path getting ready, Bo.
Yeah, he'll be waxing up, coming up in that heat number 4. We talked about it with Billy Kemper, the 2010 winner. Kiran Jabor, defending champion. Evan Valier, the 2006 XL Pro champion out at this event. So he was a dark horse in the past round with his brother, and he made it through. Who knows? He may even make it through the next heat.
Here's a replay of Miguel Tudela.
Yeah, let's watch Miguel here. Slicing on through the top, getting hung up in the whitewater, but surfs out of it. Clean open face on that second maneuver. Down the line, drawing some good speed. Combination maneuvers for the goofy footer from Peru. And kicks out.
Bang off the top there. That's Jack Robinson showing control always here at Sunset Beach and a performer in heavy water conditions around the world. Western Australia's Jack Robinson.
And Jack's having his best year on the QS, coming into the Vans Pro, Kaipo, number 20 in the world.
Yeah, he's poised with a big performance in Hawaii. We could see this man, Jack Robinson, on the championship tour, one of the many great stories that we're going to have here on the North Shore season. And moving into the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Greatest show on surf.
Yeah, and you talked about his success here at Sunset Beach. At this event, he's made finals twice in 2015, 2016. He was 4th place in 2015, runner-up in 2016, and semifinals just 2 years ago.
It's a pretty good track record, isn't that?
And a couple of wins earlier in his career at the One Stars and the 1,000 events.
Yeah, he's well, the conversation with Jack Robinson is the grind of the qualifying series. I have full confidence if this young man makes it to the championship tour and to the Dream Tour, where we got crazy locations coming up for 2020, like the addition, we're bringing back G-Land, for example. Wow. Someone like Jack Robinson on that Dream Tour is going to perform well because those are waves tailor-made for him. When you think about Chopo, when you think about G-Land, you think about Pipeline, all within Jack Robinson's wheelhouse. Preparation here for Crosby Colapinto, and a little congratulations to Finn Miguel.
Yeah, maybe getting that good luck jersey. That's been helping out.
Anything that works, right?
Yeah, I know Mitch and Camille, parents of Crosby and Griffin, were really proud of him. And, you know, he's had a couple of 17th placings surfing this year at the Freshwater Pro, as you said, and over recently winning the trials. And, you know, 17th on the CT when you're not a regular, that's outstanding.
Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, the kid's got a lot going for him, but he's going to really have to get some juju because this guy that's going to go on the top seed jersey, the red jersey, Billy Kemper, his track record at Sunset Beach, unprecedented. And I've watched him on the bike path this morning. He's so focused, laser focused, Billy Kemper. Jet Schilling, little skip out on the bottom turn there. The surfer from San Clemente and Vans team rider, showing some good flow on the backhand. And finishes up, so we'll see what the number he fetches for that opening ride. Miguel Tudela with a similar ride on the backhand, got a 3.33. Jack Robinson, however, the judges love the commitment from Robinson, a 7-point ride in his scoreline.
Well, not surprised. The Vulcan Pipe Pro winner this year, earlier this year, we know how good he is at the Billabong Pipe Masters. He's made it through the trials multiple times there into the main event. And if you watch his surfing, and as you were describing the Dream Tour for next year set up for him, well, you know, he's performed well here at Sunset, and he did really well last year at Haleiwa for the first time in his career. So he's setting up good. Let's watch a couple of replays, and let's watch Jet here from San Clemente, 16 years old and performing out of his shorts here. Nice carving turns, making final day at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. And Jet coming into this heat, ranked number 174, so he's going to really move up in the rankings and set him up for a good position for next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way it is, just chipping away at it, and eventually, you know, with the goal of finishing in that top 10 on the qualifying series and qualification for the championship tour. Hey, let's hear from the last heat winner, Goofy Foot powerhouse and Vans Triple Crown rookie from 2018. Wesley Dantes is with Rocky Cannon.
All right, mahalo, boys. I'm down here with the winner of the last heat, kind of overtaken in that last moment, the Brazilian powerhouse backhand ripper, Wesley Dantes. Bro, how's the conditions out there today?
The conditions super good. Have good waves. It's super big, yeah, the waves. You have 2 waves good. Have make a chance. Yeah, the big 2 turns. Have 2-6. Yeah, it's super good.
And this is you're going pretty far in this event. This is the best you've done so far. How are you feeling with your results so far?
I don't know. Having training. Yeah, focus good. Putting the surfing, relax. Yeah, slow profile.
Well, I know you want to get out there and do well in the quarterfinals. We'll let you get hydrated, get rested. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you. See you.
All right, guys, back up to you in the booth.
All right, yeah. Bada Benz. Wesley, congratulations moving on. I love that interview with the combination of Wesley's mustache and Rocky's like chin beard. If you put the two together, you'd have a full goatee. Just having fun here. Why not? You know,
it's Hawaii, man.
It's finals day here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Jack Robinson out in the lead, trailed by Miguel Tudela, but none of the surfers having two meaningful scores yet in their score line. So big opportunity throughout the entire field in this heat.
Hey, Kaipo, we're seeing Matthew McGilvery in that funk that Keanu Singh was in the last heat, just not catching a wave in the first 10 minutes. We're watching blue. This is Robbo.
Jack Robinson, what a beautiful bottom turn, long bomb turn, gets up to the lip there, and can he hang on? Of course, he's Jack Robinson. So he's going to back up that 7-point ride, and he's going to take a commanding lead over the rest of the field at 3 minutes 55 seconds counting down. 13 minutes, I'm sorry. Here we go, the replay. Let's check this out, Bo, because this was great.
Love the late takeoff. Didn't rush it. Knows he needs to get to the bottom to set up his next maneuver. Nice carving turn. Fades back in. Now gaining some speed. Critical maneuver. Controlled radical. Judges are going to score him well.
What can you say about Jack Robinson? I mean, performs on the face at sunset, rides the barrel like a magician, charges like a madman, and dates a supermodel, Julia Moniz. Talk about a life.
Well,
he's my hero.
It could get better if he's in the top 10 at the end of the Vans World Cup.
Yeah.
In the rankings.
We'll be back with more action from Sunset Beach at the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees, and, shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Heat number 3 in the water of the round of 32 here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. We're flying over the lineup. It's a beautiful day, finals day here. We've gone back to back to back at sunset. Gosh, I can't remember the last time we've done that, Bo.
Yeah, it's been a while. Usually those are forced days on smaller days, but today, Monday and Tuesday, it's been magical days. Look at the weather out here. Light and variable winds, a little bit of offshore mist coming off some of the waves, and we've had some beautiful surfing done here at the Vans Pro for 2019.
Here's a replay.
Yeah, let's watch our surfer in red. This is Matthew McGilvery on his opening wave. Of course, he's had to wait about 11, 12 minutes for his opening ride. Hacks it right off through the whitewater with some speed, some flair, some style there. So on the board, 3 maneuvers, kicks out.
White, you're in second with a 3.33 and a 2.9.
Score's not in yet for him.
Yeah, just waiting for that score. And I was just going to say beautiful conditions. And gosh, for me, it's just so nice to be home. I haven't had my first dip in the warm water. I've been a month in a full suit right now. And it's just such a special place to come back here to the North Shore. And just the smell of the salt air in the morning and the plumerias and driving by and seeing waves off the wall, just crashing through and logs, and just knowing that you're coming to sunset and like, we still got a bunch of swell. This is a really good omen for our upcoming winter season in the Vans Triple Crown.
Oh my God, if this is a foreteller of what we're gonna have, Haleiwa back here at sunset, and then the race for the world title with the 5 contenders for the men, the Billabong Pike Masters, is going to be one year to remember.
How exciting. So many storylines. You know, when we look at the Vans Triple Crown, our first 2 jewels of the Vans Triple Crown, the storylines there is all about making dreams come true in qualification for the championship tour for 2020. And then we get to the third jewel of the Vans Triple Crown. But we got, what a title race we have now coming down to the Bonsai. It is going to be one for the ages.
Has Gabriel recovered from that priority interference?
Oh yeah, I mean Gabe's back. He's an animal. He's focused. You know, I'm sure he's not going to hang on to that for too long. But what he did do is make everything very exciting, because he could have really ran off with the world title, you know, under the scenarios that we saw over there.
Well, he had a chance to clinch the world title there, correct?
Yeah, well, Felipe Toledo made his quarterfinal. So once Felipe made that quarterfinal number 1, we knew everything, that pushed everything to Hawaii regardless. And then in that, you know, but with Gabe, with that priority interference that he had, I'm sure if he could take anything back all season long, that's something he would have taken back.
And how about Carissa?
I think Carissa Moore, it was just unfortunate that she didn't make a couple of her waves, to tell you the truth. I'm a surf analyst. I'm just going to go out there. Her actual surfing there was some of the best surfing on the women's side, okay? So she was just unfortunate that she had a backhand barrel there. If she made it out of the backhand barrel, and she traveled like the whole way. If she made it out of that thing, she was on, and she was going to move on to the final and potentially win a world title.
I had one question about the women's. How did Lakey Peterson and Carissa Moore get seated on the same side of the draw as they were 1 and 2 in the event?
Really interesting was what happened was the opening round, when you have that seeding round, Lakey Peterson actually lost her seeding round, right? So she went into the elimination round, which is round number 2 for the women. So once you do that, then once you go into the elimination round, they reseed. That's why it's a seeding round, right? So they reseed in that elimination round. So that's what put them in the same bracket. If Lakey was to win that first round, that seeding round,
she would have been on the bottom.
Yeah, and then there would have been that separation. So that's just how the math works. And you know, I love the format this year. We're always tuning on how we run surf competitions. One of the most welcome formats that we've had this year, Bo, on the championship tour is something that we've always done at Pipeline, is the overlapping heat format. Now, applying that to other venues has been absolutely incredible. We've seen so much surfing, and we've been able to maximize swells at different stops. So that's been really a welcome addition to the championship tour, that option.
You're getting me so excited, and we're going to have a 2-week delay as we're running the first 3 days of this holding period for the Vans Pro as we kick off November 13th over at Haleiwa.
Yeah. Yep, it all gets underway. Like I said, it's the greatest show on surf, the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. They've been contributing to surfing and the North Shore for over a decade now. I'm Kai Pagura along with Bo Hodge to call the action. Here's Finals Day at the Vans Pro presented by HIC, and what a Finals Day it is.
Jack Robinson, a 9-point ride, a 7-point ride, a commanding lead. He's number 20, knocking on the door. He's frothing, as Aussies would say, at winning this event and gaining some more points heading into Haleiwa.
Yeah, and building momentum. And another story, too, for me is that for a lot of surfers, the gateway to the championship tour is Sunset Beach. Sunset at the final big QS of the year, the Vans World Cup. You see tears in the parking lot, and you see tears of joy. And it all happens within the same day, because that's really what dictates it. And so good, on paper, good news for Jack Robinson, because he's a great performer here at Sunset Beach. So odds are stacked in his favor. But one thing we know about surfing, Bo, is it's unpredictable.
Yeah, we've had Jorge Cousineau, who surfed in this event, had a horrific wipeout during the free surf after day number 1. Had to surf day number 2. He's number 7. He's in that qualifying spot, but he knows, he says, I need to get in the semifinals to solidify one of my positions. So he knows, even though he's in the bubble to advance before the Triple Crown, he knows the Triple Crown can reverse that and send him out of the bubble.
Yeah, so again, the drama unfolds. Let's take a look at a recap of what's happened so far in this heat, and it's been all Jack Robinson, as we see here, Bo. Great performance so far by Robbo.
Yeah, love the speed, love the connection. Look at the drop as he comes down through here.
And then Robbo just wants to finish that up. That was a 7-point ride. He came back and struck back with a vengeance here.
Boom.
So control by Jack Robinson. 9-point ride, an excellent score. Back it up with that good score of a 7-point ride. 16-point heat total is an excellent heat total.
That's fourth best of the contest. So far, Benji Brand has had the 2 best. He's had the only perfect 10, backed it up with an 8.33, and then yesterday his performance a 16.37. So every time he's touched the water, he's been gold, and he's coming up. Benji Brand in heat number 5.
Yeah, I've been catching up on what's been happening here at Sunset my whole travel back from Europe, and I saw that 10 from Benji Brandt, some airplane gate somewhere, but that was incredible. So he looks like he's just in form, Benji Brandt, and really confident and just beautiful, like reminiscent of vintage Aki at Sunset.
Oh, yeah.
Benji Brandt.
Oh, yeah. You know, it wasn't a barrel ride. It was just backhand schooling snaps. I mean, he was straight vertical, one right after another.
Yeah. Well, one key player in what happens here at Sunset is our Hawaiian Water Patrol, our first responders, our ocean safety. For more on that, we're going to go to Rocky Canyon.
Hey, mahalo, boys. I'm down here on the beach with one of our Hawaiian Water Patrol experts on the jet ski, Mr. Abe Lerner. Abe, conditions today, what's it looking like?
We're pleasantly surprised that we came here this morning. We still had energy from the swell. We had 2 days of good surf, you know, in the 10 to 12, maybe even bigger range the last couple of days, still holding strong in the maybe 6 to 10 foot range. So we're psyched to come down and see waves this morning to get this vent going and over with hopefully today in a 3-day operation.
Well, we noticed a little bit of the wind shift coming on. What do you see as far as conditions and the wind?
I reckon we should be okay today, but already you can feel the sea breeze coming on. It was due to happen, you know, with the trade winds being cut off by our low pressure system above us. But luckily it'll be kind of just light today, coming out of the southwest today. But it'll be enough to get through the competition, I believe. And everyone's ripping out there. There's been some high scores, some great waves ridden already today.
Well, in addition to the great scores and good waves, a lot of wipeouts, a lot of guys getting caught inside, equipment failures as we expect on days like today on the North Shore. What is what's the protocol for your guys' job out there in assisting our surfers?
Yeah, so the last couple of days, it was actually a little bit heavier. The last couple of mornings, it was really chaotic out there with the morning conditions. It seemed to be pulse in the morning, and they get more manageable throughout the days. But we have a 2-ski operation, 2 persons on 1 ski with one guy, an operator, 1 grabber on 1 ski, and 1 solo guy on the other ski. And we're just assisting everybody that breaks their leash or their board, or anybody that would raise their hand for trouble. We obviously go assist them also. But anybody with a broken leash, broken board, we take them over to their caddies to redo their equipment. And then anybody that would like a ride back to their caddy with a complete board assumes a 4th position priority. So we're doing that also. So those scenarios are what we're grabbing guys for. But no real injuries as of yet in the last couple of days, which we're thankful for. And we'll hopefully go through the rest of the day with a nice, safe day for everyone out here.
All right, brother Abe, thank you. We'll let you get back to work, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rocky. Abe Lerner from a long lineage of ocean safety experts, and as we see Matthew McGilvery finish off his wave. And Abe Lerner, I'm going to go on record, one of the best ski drivers in the entire world. When you talk about technical pickups, Abe Lerner on that jet ski is a master.
Yeah, they ask Abe by first name to go to Nazaré and other points of the world. Did he come out of that?
Oh, Jack Robinson just showing his mastery. Already has a 9 in his score line. Just found the barrel, fought his way to an exit, traveled, completely disappeared. The magician, Jack Robinson, is going to build on that 7, I predict.
Oh, and he had the bail one on the head right here as he's paddling back out. Rabo's turning into one of those surfers who we could put on a list out here at Sunset by the end of his career. Could be up there with Pancho and Sonny and Michael.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, big future for this young man. Let's check out this replay because you're going to watch this.
Oh, we got to see it from start to beginning. Again, another whitewater takeoff. We've seen that multiple times. Tube seeking. Look at the speed he's got through here.
Give him a 10.
Oh, gosh.
Just give him a 10.
How many ribs did he had to bounce through to get out of there?
He went through a full-on room-size foam ball right here. Look at this. Through that foam ball, that was like a little VW bug-size foam ball, and he came through for the exit.
I think I just heard Joe
Better give him
DeMarco announced a perfect 10
Yeah.
with 19 seconds to go.
Well done, judges.
Okay, he surpassed Benji Brand's
There you
18.33,
go.
a perfect 10
Yeah.
as Benji got the other day also.
Yeah.
Stand by for the countdown.
Perfect 10, perfect tube riding, and the mastery of Jack Robinson. 19 points out of a possible 20. Really hard to better that.
And then Matthew McGilvery scores a 5.8. Remember, he caught his first wave 16 minutes into this heat.
Yeah, so Matthew McGilvery continues his pleasant relationship with Sunset Beach, advances on into the quarterfinals, just like he did last year, along with a dominant Jack Robinson. We're loving the surfing from Jack Robinson, and the show's going to continue here at Sunset. More of the Vans Pro presented by HIC coming your way. Check this out one more time.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
It's the Vans Pro presented by HIC, and we are into the round of 32. Top two move on to the quarterfinals. This is heat number 4, and it's a big heat with 3 former event champs. As we take a look at the lineup here, Kaipogara along with Rocky Cannon for the call. Rocky.
Yeah, Kieran Jabor, our defending champ. Billy Kemper, our 2010 champ. Evan Valier, our 2006 champ. Crosby Colapinto hopefully wants to be a champ, but he's got to get through some champs if he's going to move on to the next round, the quarterfinals. So big heat coming up here with 2 surfers coming from the first round even.
Wow.
Yeah, Evan and Billy surfing from very first round.
Wow, and that's going to show, you know, those surfers, we already know how versatile they are, but it's really a test Sunset because there's so many different moods and personalities for Sunsets. So for a win like that, especially coming through already what you guys have come through here at the Vans Pro, if you have a winner that comes from the first round, he's going to be proving himself as a master of Sunset.
Yeah, and that's a lot of heats, a lot of guys that you're mowing through, a lot of waves that you're surfing well, but also taking a lot on the head, especially the last couple of days. I mean,
yeah, he was big, huh?
The winners of the heats have been coming in just like, God, I got blasted, but I found 2 waves. You can only imagine what the 3rd and 4th place guys were doing if the winners were getting pounded. So it has been all earned this year at the Vans Pro.
That's right. When you talk about the North Shore of Oahu and being out in the lineup on the big days, one valuable commodity, air.
Yes, O2, oxygen.
Everybody wants some.
Well, that's why I think these guys are like some of the best conditioned athletes in the world.
Right.
I mean, all other sports that you are in the mainstream you compare to, you know, the team sports, baseball, basketball, football, they have O2 available anywhere time they need it. These guys are battling huge waves, having to hold their breath for, you know, seconds and minutes at a time as we watch Billy Kemper.
This guy can hold his breath. 3-time PIHE champ, Billy Kemper, and a former winner out here, and you can see why. Just a paced performance there, a little caught up, but pulls out that carve on the top. He's on his way to a nice opening score, though, with that performance. Right behind him, the youngster from San Clemente. Nice wall in front of Crosby Colapinto, but he's going to get the axe there right at the end.
Yeah, I happened to glance up as we'll watch blue just fade out of that one. That's Kieran. This morning, as I was just kind of shaking hands, saying how's it to the water patrol crew as they put the first ski in the water early this morning, I glanced up and caught Billy's warm-up wave, and it looked a lot like what we just saw.
Wow. How about this guy? 9-point ride and a 10-point ride, Jack Robinson. 19 points of a possible 20. We'll catch up with him, and catching up live action with Evan Valier getting caught up on that backhand hook that he's used so well in the past, especially in 2006, where he used that backhand hook all the way to the top of the podium here at the Vans Pro. Back then it was the XL Pro.
It was, yep. And that year it was pumping the first few days, and that backhand attack right there got him to the final. Then the final was kind of pulled back on the point, and he just lit it up to end up winning that year.
Yeah, I remember the interview with him that year, and the interesting little tidbit that he had was that throughout that whole final, he had a song going through his mind. It was Bob Marley, Buffalo Soldier.
And he was soldiering through, bro, all the way to the winner's circle. Here we go, Billy's first wave, little whitewater roll in, and mid-face carve to set up this second turn. I like how he got loose and then able to really just reel it back in and not get too caught up in the tail slide. It finishes strong with a couple cutties as the wave fizzles out, and then out the back it was green. Crosby Colapinto not able to complete that second closeout carve that has been so patented here at Sunset with that section. Guys doing and perfecting that mid-face down carve, and he just got caught a little bit too close to the lip, crashed on his shoulders, so he'll get credit for the one turn on the outside, but for sure, Billy firing off from the get-go.
Yeah, 7.5, strong lead to open up for Billy Kemper, 18 minutes, 45 seconds. Counting down in this heat. Again, top two move on into the quarterfinals. We're going to run quarters today, semis, and crown a champ this afternoon at Sunset. Great opener for our North Shore competition season, and the qualification for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing coming up, Rocky.
Yeah, there's so many implications here, and we've discussed it and mentioned it throughout the broadcast, that this event, for the local surfers and for our international surfers, so much on the line. I mean, to do well here as an international, like we talked about the South Africans and their charge to the final last year, just put them on the map, and a good warm-up for the Vans World Cup. But for the local competitors, this is the final Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional event, and their last chance to qualify to get into the Triple Crown. So you got the regional championship and Triple Crown qualifications all impending for this event. And then we progress to the Hawaiian Pro and the Vans World Cup, and the qualification for the World Tour, the championship tour, all looming there. So that is a whole nother set of dramatic finishes and, you know, dreams being achieved and hearts being shattered. And then we get to the Pipe Masters, where we still got a handful of guys vying for the world title. So this winter setting up some epic drama for each and every event.
Yeah. Vans Triple Crown, the greatest show on surf, and it's going to live up to that this year. So you're not going to watch, you're not going to want to miss a moment of all of that action coming up through November and into December.
Are you going to start growing your Movember mustache here pretty soon?
I'm thinking I'm going clean face this year.
I'm starting a new trend. It's called Goatvember. Going opposite. Right? Took off the stash, grew the goat. We're going Goatvember.
I like it. Like a little veke or something over here, like little feelers underneath you.
Yeah,
veke, goatfish. Oh, I see. I'm now back at home. I can do Hawaiian like interpretations with Rocky Cannon. This is just the beginning, gang. Like, I got more for you.
Good fun. Good fun.
Oh, boy. So, Billy Kemper out in the lead, and I was talking to Bo about, like, think about this. There's actually a possibility Billy Kemper comes through this, wins this event, gets a seed into the Hawaiian Pro, wins the Hawaiian Pro. Okay, cool. Then he goes into the Vans World Cup, wins the Vans World Cup, then Billy Kemper's on tour.
Yeah, that is.
So it can happen.
That's a possibility. Almost anything is possible here at the Vans Pro. And when you get into the Hawaiian Pro, I mean, Haliv was so unpredictable leading into the forecast. You don't know if it's going to be 2-foot lefts or survival 12 feet, you know, north bombs coming in and trying to suck you into the boat harbor. And then coming back here for the World Cup, by that time, man, there's going to be so many different scenarios set up for qualification.
That's right. In the next heat, we have Liam O'Brien coming up. I believe he's number 13 on the qualifying series. At the end of the year, we take the top 10, so it's going to be an important heat for Liam O'Brien in the context of building some momentum as we go into those final big 10,000s, the first 2 jewels of the Vans Triple
I got
Crown.
a question.
Yeah.
Is it real? On the top of your head there, is that a rug?
No,
it's a carpet.
Oh, I mean,
it's looking nice, man.
I know,
it's
thank
almost
you.
too perfect.
I know,
I'm like, hey,
I
did
know.
he
I
get some
changed
work done?
Thank you, Brad. I changed my hairdo. So that's pretty much, it's all real.
Okay.
But I just, let it go natural now, and I've just been hair farming. And
I wasn't sure if you're like not only a member.
I'm gonna let you pull on it after we go to commercial break.
Okay,
I just
good.
prove that it's
Test 'em out.
Yeah, test them out. It's all real. It's just like I've gone with the shaggy hairdo, the new one.
Yeah, I mean, they showed you and then Zeke Lau right after. I'm like, whoa, look like Bradas a little bit.
Ooh, wow.
Oh yeah, sorry.
I'm
Zeke.
just twice.
You don't look that old.
I'm just twice as old.
I mean, Fada's son. That's
Yeah. There you go. But nice to be back in Hawaii, Rocky. This has been awesome.
You've been hopping all around. So good to have you home back on Oahu.
This is my first day back at home in 31 days.
Wow.
Yeah. So and then I woke up and I came out here and then I saw the surf and I was just so energized just to be back here. And you know what? The mana is real. I'm telling you right now because I'm buzzing. I'm on like 4 hours sleep right now.
I was wondering what that
I'm
kind
on
of airplane BO smell was.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, now it makes sense.
But,
you know that you got that signature like airplane seat smell.
Oh yeah, all over myself.
It's very distinctive.
I'm no stranger to a couple of airplane seats these days. Yeah, spending a lot of time in those germ capsules flying around. Good stuff.
Do you wear a mask? I'm wondering what you do.
I wear. Have you just follow me on Instagram, bro? You don't even follow me, huh?
No, I
like
don't.
I wear.
I follow you.
You know the Japanese kind surgeon mask,
Yeah,
for sickness.
Yeah.
I wear that when I go on the plane so that people don't want to sit next to me. Just let out my secret now.
That's pretty smart.
Yeah. Because it looks spooky when you have that white mask.
Oh yeah, it's like, oh my God, what does he have?
Yeah, start coughing and stuff next to you. Spread out.
Hacking through the mask. 12 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. Only single wave scores on the board. We've seen that over the last couple of days.
How come?
Where there's a big space between wave catching. A lot of lulls as the swell tapers off. And we've seen guys just get lost. Pretty much lost at sea out there. So
19 points out of 20 points. That was Jack Robinson's performance. I really want to hear from him. Let's go check him out. He's with Bo.
Thanks, guys. We're down here with a good surfer. Let me correct that. A great surfer. Bordering on superhero status now. Jack, that was an amazing performance. First off, let's talk about the other waves. That airdrop wave that you had early in the heat.
Yeah, I was just trying to stay calm and not push it too hard, because if you get too caught up in it out there and battle the other guys, it's waves everywhere. So just try to position and be smart, basically.
Yesterday bigger, today more manageable. You liking the conditions better today than yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's a little better. It was a little more out of control yesterday, so it's a little more manageable, and it just makes for some better waves on the reef, hitting the reef now. So.
All right, let's talk about that perfect 10. Set it up from paddling, because you had quite a few whitewater takeoffs today.
Yeah, that was like the borderline one where it was just not too big, you know, to break out further than the reef. And yeah, just kind of, I don't really know how to explain those waves. You just kind of can't really explain it. It's just see a hole and, you know, just, I don't know. I don't know. So, yeah.
Kaipo talked about the foam ball. I was thinking that you had to go over some ribs to get out of that barrel.
Yeah, a couple ribs inside the barrel, 2 little chandeliers, and yeah, it's always funny like that because sunset's so up and down. So yeah, you just got to be super careful and tight, and yeah.
We know you surf pipe so well. You surf sunset so well. You made a couple of finals at this event, the World Cup also. What would it mean to you to win the Vans Pro in the same year you won the Volcom Pipe Pro?
That'd be incredible. Yeah, I'm just taking it one wave at a time. So yeah, let's see how we go, and yeah, just one wave at a time right now. The waves are good, so that's what I'm stoked about.
Get a 9, get a 10. Can't get 11. You can get another 10.
Yeah, no. Hopefully we find a couple more. So yeah, we'll be on.
Well, good luck in the next round. You made the quarterfinals and onward to today. Today's final day, so good luck.
Thank you, Bo.
All right, Jack Robinson, on to the quarters.
Thank you, Bo. And Jack Robinson, you can tell his paced approach because not getting too excited. You know, being pretty calm right now. I mean, 19-point total.
Posting at 19.
Yeah. Hey, me as a 25-year-old old Kaipo, and I come back in with 19-point total to the beach.
It's over. We're
beaming,
going out right now. I don't need to surf my next heat. Done.
That's
Take my 4th place check for the quarterfinals and get out of here.
Think about the interview. Jeez, yeah.
Composed.
I love it.
Composed.
I love it. Well,
hey,
more of them. What do you got?
And we're looking at the scores for Jack. That is the second 10 that we've seen of this event.
Yeah.
Benji Brandt had an amazing 10 on day number 1. And now Jack Johnson outpoints Benji Brandt for the best 2-wave combo, which Benji held until now with 18.33, but Jack gets the 19, a near perfect heat in that round of 32.
Well, we'll see what Benji's going to have for us because he's going to be up against Sebastian Zietz, Liam O'Brien, and Mihimana Brai in the next heat. So Benji's coming up, so we'll see if he can continue with his outstanding performances here at Sunset Beach and the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
Yeah, that'll be the next heat. Meanwhile, just another small score posted by Kieran Jabor, a 147.
Well, we're going to take a break. And the Waves are taking a break. When we come back, it's going to be the conclusion of this heat. We're going to roll on with more of the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Thanks, Alex.
I don't
cool shoes.
What these are supposed to be about.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Heat number 4 of the round of 32 at the Vans Pro presented by HIC out in the water. Kaipo Guerrero along with Rocky Cannon talking you through the action here. Billy Kemper out in the lead with a single wave score of a 7.5. Evan Valier, the white jersey, just dropping into this wave. Billy Kemper utilizing his priority, takes that wave from Evan Valier, and he's going to back up that 7.5. He's got more for us here. Big float on the inside, pulls it down, and he is going to run away from the pack, Rocky.
Well, there you see that priority tactic being implemented by Billy Kemper, and not only a great surfer in amazing condition, but a very high surfing IQ.
Yeah, I mean, just a tenacious competitor, super fit, right? And more than anything, I mean, Billy Kemper made history, 3-time winner over at Peahi in the world's gnarliest big wave ever.
Yeah, and Evan did a good job getting out of this wave early to avoid any interference and also get back to the lineup. And Billy just one nice carve, not trying to do too much on that wave and just rolling with what he was offered by the wave with that carve and then the little floater on the inside. it'll be a nice, comfy, mid-range backup score to his 7.5. He'll just kind of, you know, bust out a nice fluffy pillow.
Yeah.
And lay down on a 5.5 and enjoy the lead for now.
Well, I mean, he can lay out on the Chase Lounge right now and start bronzing if he liked, because he's going to have a big lead. Because look at the only other scores: 2.17, 2.33, 1.47. Billy Kemper is going to run away with this. This is going to be a battle for the second place in his final 6 minutes.
And post a 6.03, so a bit better than my predicted 5.5.
So everyone else,
double digits already.
Yeah, he's put everyone else in combo land. Every other surfer needs to reset and get 2 new waves if they want to take the lead. Te Kehu Kehu, Butler.
The Kiwi Maori. Kia ora.
Our representative from New Zealand. Great surfer in his own right. Youngster, big future. And we look to, you know, the qualifying series for 2020. We're going to have the Challenger Series, which is going to be the new name for the 10,000s. And we're going to have one in New Zealand, Rocky. Piha.
Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
And he's up against a couple talented Zaffas and a former 2-time champion coming up in heat number 6. So hopefully he can keep it rolling. Looks pretty focused right there. And he's been pretty enthusiastic. Did a couple of post-heat interviews. And
Te Kehu Kehu?
Yeah, fun guy to listen to. And also fun to watch him surf.
If he makes the final, he's going to do the haka, I'm pretty sure.
Before he goes out.
That would be awesome.
At his competitors.
Mean, huh?
Tongue's coming out, yeah.
Watch out.
Under 5 now remaining.
So, like we said, Rocky's going to be that battle for second place, and anyone's got a chance. Griffin Colapinto is actually in a pretty good position because he's got the highest single wave score of a 2.33. So
the brother of Griffin.
I mean, I'm sorry, Crosby, Freudian stuff. Crosby Colapinto out there in the green jersey. He's got priority. He's got the single highest wave score amongst the trailers of Billy Kemper at 2.33. All upside for the youngster, and this would be a big heat for Crosby to make, being that he's going to take down 2 former champs.
I would like to see him steal a wave from somebody so I can say, Crosby steals the wave. Crosby steals the Nash.
Oh.
I'm reaching. Super reaching.
But
yeah, no, Crosby ripped yesterday. He and his brother had a heat together, and
Griffin just let him go, huh? I didn't watch it. I was on a plane somewhere. Griffin just let him go, huh?
No, they were actually, you know, it was legit competition.
Okay.
And that was the first time they competed against each other in a World Surf League event. So Crosby's up 1-0.
Wow.
Now 3 minutes, and it really is like anybody's game for that second place spot. The 0.67, the requirement for Crosby, a 1.54 for Kieran.
So this is when you can get lost, right, at Sunset Beach, because in between sets, it's, you know, you really got to be able to maintain your position and anticipate where those next waves are going to break. But lineup moves a lot out here, Rocky.
And when there's no waves breaking for a long time, you're exactly right. You need to have your landmarks down to a T, because a lot of times you're using the breaking waves to adjust your positioning because they're the good indicators. But when it's been flat for a while, you do get lost.
So 2 minutes and 25 seconds. You can see Crosby with the green jersey on your screen with the first priority. Kieran Jabor with the blue jersey, kind of forcing the issue, paddling Crosby around just a bit. A little bit of tactics right here. You can see with Kieran on the inside of Crosby as they clear this wave that he's going to be able to force his hand if a wave comes through and make Crosby take it with his positioning. Crosby being smart, though, really patient, just needs under a 1-point score to go into second place in advancing position.
Yeah, we saw Koa Smith in the previous round this morning in the exact same position, although he had a much better opening score, but just needed a 0.6, and here goes Crosby.
Okay, this is going to be it. Colapinto. Nice carve there. Cuts a little bit short. Works on down the line. Nice off the top there. So paced performance here. He's going to finish off this wave, and he's going to move into second place.
Surfers in the next heat and all caddies, please paddle towards the Hawaiian Water Patrol jet ski in the channel, please.
So I could see Kiko Bacalso out in the lineup as Crosby's in-water caddy telling him, come, hurry. But he's going to get a good score. He's going to go into second place. It's just about Evan Valier or Kiran Jabor answering back.
Yeah, and Kekoa had an interview with Poncho the other day and describing the strategy for him as a caddy in the lineup. He wants to be able to communicate with his surfer after every ride. And so that was the waving over of Crosby to paddle close to the channel so he could give him some information.
Up and out for Evan Valier.
And only Bam Bam could say, and I quote, "We like to keep it complex and simple."
30 seconds remaining. First priority
Complex,
blue, second priority red.
complex and simple. Yeah,
Last
Bam.
score for green, a 5
There we go,
point
replay.
lead. Moves to
This is an
second.
important wave,
New
Crosby,
situation,
Colapinto,
red
Rocky.
in first,
Yeah, Crosby off the bottom, smaller wave, but just needed that 0.67.
blue you're in fourth.
Smart move to move inside and get that wave before time ran out. He saw, I'm sure, what happened to Koa Smith, chasing waves around, needed a 0.6 and could not find that wave. And there the horn blows, and Crosby works it out
There you
just
go.
the way he planned it.
So there you go, the youngster from San Clemente is going to move on to the quarterfinal along with Billy Kemper with a dominant performance. We'll move on to the next heat right after this quick break. We'll be right back with the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
Position only.
Welcome back to the Sunset Beach as we're seeing Kahea Hart give a criteria and a breakdown to Billy Kemper, former champion, four-time finalist here. And what a performance that he had out in the water. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon, Kaipo Guerrero. We're going to bring on a special guest. Dane Gudauskas from Team Vans is going to join us for this heat. But first up, a setup. Heat number 5 out in the water. We're going to have Sebastian Zietz in red from Kauai, Benji Brand from the North Shore here in blue, Liam O'Brien from Australia in white, and Mihi Manabre will be from Tahiti in green. Dane, welcome to the broadcast.
What a run, man. 3 days of just pumping sunset.
Have you ever seen this?
The conditions have just been so clean for so many consecutive days. It's mind-blowing. It's a great way to start.
Awesome. It's a
the
great way to
season.
start, and then we got 2 weeks off, and then we go down to Haleiwa and the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing kicking off. It's going to be, as Rocky said, it's going to set up for a great winter season.
And it also sets us up great to do what we're going to do on Friday. We get this contest done, and we can really hunker down and focus and make it a great event over at Surf at the Bar November 1st. We're going to be premiering, I believe, the documentary you guys put together for the board drive in Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, it's going to be a really special time to kind of showcase the story of Chris Dennis, who's been hanging out here at the Vans house with us. He's from Trinidad and Tobago. He actually was a caddy for Patrick in his first heat of the event, and just a real sweetheart kid. He's doing a lot of fantastic work in his community that is facing some big challenges for the youth. Trinidad and Tobago is a beautiful, beautiful place, but there's some significant challenges facing all those kids in the communities, and Chris is really rallying around them and using surfing as an outlet for it. Through the foundation and Vans, we were able to donate a couple hundred surfboards to that community for Chris's program about a year ago.
Where do you get the surfboards from?
People are so kind. That's the coolest thing you could ever imagine through this whole experience that we've been doing with the board drives. And the foundation is just the overwhelming support from the community that we're surrounded by that want to donate and get involved and support these other people like Chris on their journey. So it's just been incredible to see the whole surfing community as a whole really rallying around others in need.
As we're watching Mihi Montebrae tear apart this wave on the outside, and how much of you want to be in the water right now, Dane, with these conditions?
Oh yeah, baby. I love these conditions. It feels so good to be back in Hawaii. I just love this place and the people, and just a really special place to my brothers and I. And I tell you what, I've been getting my butt kicked the last couple of days, just getting back in gear, and it feels fantastic.
Where have you been getting your butt kicked at?
Pipeline. It just puts you right in place immediately, and it's good, man. It sets your intentions for the year and lets you know what you need to work on and where your fitness level needs to be, and maybe some equipment adjustments. And I'm looking forward to the Triple Crown season.
Well, you always know when the Northern Hemisphere winter is here is the first swell at Pipe, and especially the North Shore.
Oh yeah, man! I felt like it was summertime yesterday.
Well,
I don't know what happened.
We've had the hottest summer, and I can't tell you what you guys are going through in California with all those gnarly fires, but it's been the hottest summer here on Oahu that we can't remember in decades.
Yeah, the first little winter, downtick in a few degrees was like felt these last couple days. I walked outside of my house down the road and in the evening and like, ooh, it's got that nice little winter nip to it. Of course, in Hawaii, we're talking about mid 70s.
I know, yeah, but it makes a difference.
Yeah, you can feel it. So
yeah, because the nights
here.
have been in the 80s.
Oh,
yeah,
it's been so
summer.
hot. It's like no need to use the AC the last couple nights.
So Dane, not only Trinidad and Tobago with these boards, I mean, you guys in Vans have been going to Africa, bringing boards and everything.
Yeah.
But before we get to that, let's go down to Kaipo and check in with him first.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. Billy, that was a dominant performance. You made it look easy out there, opened up with a 7.5, backed it up easily. I mean, it was a fight for second place in that heat.
I feel like I'm just kind of getting the ball rolling. I feel like my first few heats were like dog fights. I don't know. I honestly didn't think I got the scores I did. I was really grateful just to get through them, and I'm just focusing on performing on my own. Like I just really want to block everyone out. I don't care who's in my heat, what color you are, who you are. I just really want to look for the waves I want to ride and ride them how I want to ride them. And it's been honestly really good, but very difficult to find the waves that I'm used to getting out here. So I feel like the momentum just hit, and I feel really good. I'm looking forward to the next heat.
I noticed that on the bike path, you're just like laser focused. I said earlier on the broadcast, how do you get into that mind frame? Because it looks like you just block everything out and you're just out there focusing on your performance.
I think just, I do a lot of physical training, and I think that kind of sets my mind for that situation and just really blocking, things out. I got my family, my friends, my coach down here, Kahea, and he, this is all what we train for, is to block everything out and really just focus on myself, on my own performances, because I feel like majority of the times I have lost out here have been, I've lost to myself. I've made my own mistakes, and if I can focus on not doing that and just, focus on performing how I want to, I think we can take it heat by heat and see us at the end of the day.
There you go. Billy Kemper looking focused and looking one of the guys to beat here on finals day at the Vans Pro.
Thanks, Kaipo. Congratulations, Billy. And, you know, Billy won this event 9 years ago. He's been in 4 finals in the last 8 years.
Billy's one of my favorite surfers out here. He's a beast. I mean, he's built for this wave, and he's been training so hard, and he's ready for a big finish here. I'm feeling it this year.
Here's a 4-point ride for Liam, a 4.57, opening up his campaign here in heat number 5. Mihi Montebre in the lead with a 6.33. Benji Brand, yet without a score, and he's been the dominant performer until Rabo had that 2 heats ago.
Well, we'll check out the replay of Mihimana's earlier ride. This might be his second wave that he's logging in, that 3.1. Just some kind of maneuvers that are going through the motions, nothing too critical or radical. And here's our first look at Benji Branding.
Yeah, just a really cool backside approach. He's always able to just really explode out of the lip again if he finishes this one, which he can't do right there. But I mean, that's the formula that he's been using for so much of his last couple of heats, and he's garnered some huge scores.
Yeah, huge, mega huge scores. A 10 and 8.83. That was day 1. Day 2, there's Kehu Butler from New Zealand checking in, and he's having his debut here at the Sunset Pro. But we've been watching him in his junior pro years. So we're watching out in the water a former Triple Crown champion from 2012. This is Sebastian Zietz.
Yeah, live action here for Seabass. Nice roundhouse cutty, hits that inside section, and finishes with 1 carve right before the closeout. A little further on the inside, but opening up with a 3.67. He'll throw down another score, probably slide up into second place. Still really close in this heat. I mean, nobody's really run away with it yet, so he might even take the lead, but look out the back.
Dane, is this a wave pool? Are we at the surf ranch? I mean, it's just been non-stop waves for 3 days in a row.
Pacific Ocean wave pool.
This is the wave pool I want to go to.
This is the original wave pool.
This is where I want to go to.
I mean, Sunset has, you know, and as Kaipo and Rocky has said earlier, I mean, this is just picture perfect. The blue sky, the blue water, the North Shore, the smell in the atmosphere.
Hey, Dane, I wanted to ask you, you know, on your travels to Africa, I mean, a lot of us have grown up knowing about the struggles on that continent for years and years. And you guys obviously made that, you know, part of your first venture through the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation to set up board drives. And of course, you know, working with Michael February, you guys had a lot of great access to the folks that really needed it. But when you went to Jamaica, you know, we know a bit about Jamaica too. We don't hardly know anything about Trinidad and Tobago, but I feel like there's maybe some similarities in those Caribbean islands where you have that, you know, postcard view and picturesque images of those places, but you don't see the rough side, and they seem similar in that way.
Yeah, it's a really interesting dynamic. We actually, the first board drive that we did was for Jamaica down there with the crew, Billy Mystic, and they live just outside of Kingston. It's a beautiful, beautiful area. There's some awesome kids in the community, but yeah, they're also faced with some hard challenges. The video you're seeing on the screen right here is Trinidad, and we met Chris through Dylan Graves, a good friend of ours who surfs for Vans as well. And a lot of times in the Caribbean islands are so beautiful, like you said, but there are some issues in the infrastructure there that, you know, don't allow the kids to kind of have opportunity to get great educations, or some sort of poverty issues, and it's just really an interesting deal. So it's just cool to shine a little light on the people that need a little hope or help, and Chris is doing a great job. So for us, on behalf of the Positive Vibe Warriors Foundation, my brothers and I, and working with Vans, it's just a pleasure to help people who have a real passion for helping others. You know, basically, we just feel like conduits for, you know, the energy to move from one side to other people that really need it. So.
And look at the stoke that you're providing these kids.
Oh, it's electrifying, man. We were down there, and yeah, their smiles just go insanely bright. And once you're in the water, man, it gives a great sense of purpose and a sense of accomplishment. And surfing is such a fantastic resource that is often overlooked, and they're using it now as surf therapy programs, and there's so many positive benefits to it. So
I've known you volunteered and helped us out with the adaptive surfing, and we find that, you know, as you said, therapy down in San Diego at the Naval Hospital, they've found that these war veterans coming back from the Middle East, going into the ocean, just therapy in the ocean, and now surfing has been proven to be one of the most therapeutical things for these combat warriors coming back from the war.
Yeah, I mean, the ocean, we're so lucky. That's at the end of the day, you just feel so fortunate to share it with others and bring people into the fold. And there's a lot of great people in this world that want to help and that would like some help. So it's just been a really cool experience for us to be able to connect with people throughout the world.
Let's check in with Sebastian Zietz right here on his last couple of rides. Sebastian currently in second place.
This was a replay of his second score in which he garnered a 4.53, and that was enough to get him into second. And Mihimana Bray, your heat leader, he's got a really polished backhand for this wave here at Sunset. I like that. Look, he kind of widens his stance a little more, gets a little more hunkered down on the bottom turns. Couldn't make that last steep vertical attack right there, but good technique from Mihimana.
Yeah, I feel like the backsiders in the last recent years, maybe, you know, I remember seeing Evan Valier for the first time when he went out here. As like the first time I was like, wow, backside could be a potential advantage.
Yeah.
You know,
yeah. Well, how about CJ Hopgood on that big year at the Vans World Cup?
That was big. I mean, you're seeing it more and more. It feels like, I mean, Rocky, you guys see it all the time. The approach allows you to get more vertical and swing over your toe edge. So you have a bit more control when you're engaging with the lip, which is difficult out here. You know,
that's the name of the game. Yeah, you know, when you're coming back down, much easier to be relying on your toes rather than on your heels like a frontsider.
Yeah, you gotta it's. I mean, right here, look at this wave. Wow, Benji, he's just evolved into one of the best backsiders out here in recent years.
He reminds me of an earlier Tommy Carroll out here. Tommy used to be the same approach. Tommy and Derek Ho out here on their backhand would just take this place apart. As we're watching Liam O'Brien negotiate the whitewater. Good floater maneuver there to end up his wave. So these guys are starting to turn it on. But even Pancho Sullivan, when he was sitting in for Kaipo for the first 2 days, was saying goofy footers have an advantage out here because they can drive out more power on their backhand.
Well, Pancho, too, is such a powerful server, so that says a lot. He's always looking at the power drive. And this kid, I mean, anytime you can get a point of difference maneuver, you can engage the lip, you do something that's a little bit more dynamic and critical, you're going to be able to elevate the scores to help you make it through the heat. I mean, just a little bit half-point difference can make such a huge advantage.
Well, that was the story of Koa Smith this morning. He needed a 0.6 with only one wave to go into this round. So we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to return with Rocky and Dane. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations live at Sunset Beach.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day competition. The 2019 Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon, Kaipo Guerrera, and Dane Kadauskas. Dane, we were reminiscing about the time that you and your brothers and Mason Ho were surfing out in the same heat together out at Sunset. How magical was that? Because we were talking about yesterday, Crosby and Griffin Colapinto from San Clemente also had their very first heat professionally in the water out here at Sunset, and little bro won.
Yeah, and even our friend Jet Schilling from San Clemente was in the same heat, and I told him after it, I'm like, man, just remember that moment. It's going to be a special one, because when you're competing at Sunset, you're so removed from the beach, from everything. You feel like you're in your own little party world out there, and it's such a cool place, and there's nowhere else really like it that these guys compete. So yeah, that heat was special. It was really big and just the way you want it, and oh my God, I love that right there. And yeah, for the Colapinto brothers, they're just beginning their journey. And
so what moments do you remember surfing with Patrick and Tanner?
Oh,
that heat.
So many. We were just laughing and hooting the whole time, because at that point I think we had become aware that Tanner needed to make it to that round to qualify that year. And so we were just like, we did it, this is insane. And I was started in the first round, so to get all the way to that point and to have that come together was just, a memory that we'll have for the rest
And
of
even
our life.
Mason said, "Hey, I'm staying out of this."
Yeah, he made the heat. He was, I mean, on fire. And Mason's always on fire. Just a good friend, and I mean, just a real privilege. And every time we come here for the Triple Crown, it's just an honor because there's nowhere else like Hawaii. And wow, I mean, look at these waves. When else do you get a chance to surf full speed, full tilt, full commitment? There's nowhere else like it. You know?
And stuff that's double, triple overhead. I mean, a lot of the competitors that we've interviewed post-heat, the winners would talk about the stoke of being here because all the events leading up to this one, you know, the surf is mediocre at best and they're just groveling and, you know, trying to hop on these waist-high waves, and they get to come here, finally surf some real waves. Takes a little bit of adjustment.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, but the stoke, being here in Hawaii, growing up, reading about these events in the magazines, watching them on video, and now they're able to participate and be a part of it.
Well, there's so much history in these events. I mean, and it's just it's crazy. And you're seeing performances like Jack Robinson. That's going to become, people are going to be looking back in 20 years' time and talking about these kind of performances.
2019. Remember 2019? Robbo pulled the rabbit out of his hat. Hey, I know you guys are working with future country. Where else are you expanding horizons with the project that you guys are working on?
Yeah, right now at the foundation, we are working for goals for 2020, so we're going to be doing some cool stuff, activations next year, but we also work with the youth water safety programs. For the rest of the year, we got a cool scholarship opportunity for the Big Wave Risk Assessment Group that's going to be going on right here on the North Shore. So, you know, just giving the youth an opportunity to engage with the ocean in a really safe and positive way. And just, I mean, if you can get to this level at Benji Brands where you're ripping the bag out of Sunset Beach, that's one thing. Or if you can just go out there for recreation and enjoy it safely, it's just so good for everything. So that's the goal.
I like the implement and the addition of not only surfing with the boards as the focus, but also the ocean safety.
Yeah.
And that's so important because in all of these places you visit around the world, you don't have lifeguards on the beach. You don't really have, you know, really first responder responsibilities like you do in other places. So teaching the kids along with the boards and with the surfing about ocean safety is going to just make our lineups that much safer.
And Dan, you're talking to two ex-lifeguards for the city of
Yeah.
Cali, so we respect that.
Well, I mean, Hawaii's got the best watermen in the world, and you know, we just did a Stokerama event and a cool school drive over on the west side and hanging out with that community and Dwayne DeSoto with his Nakamakai organization. There's so many great people in the world doing cool stuff around the ocean for the youth and instilling good values of community and water safety that it's just been a real pleasure to be here working with you guys. And, you know, as a surfer, you are the first responder in any situation that you encounter.
Well, thanks to Dusty Payne, the Oodle Boy, and everybody else who was out at Pipeline to say this live. Benji Brand has quietly turned this heat back around. Remember, halfway through this heat, he had no waves. He's gone from 4th to 3rd to 2nd to 1st with a 14.1 total. Mihimana down to 2nd. Now Seabass needing requirement to score. All 4 surfers in the double-digit range. It's the first time we've seen this in the competition. This heat is blowing up.
It's difficult to, I mean, it can be difficult to get to that, you know, double-digit number.
There's your boys.
At times.
Oh,
yeah.
look at all that stuff.
Oh, I want those bags. Come on. Check it out.
Little mini
The
duffel.
swag's
That's
on
sick.
fire. Oh, beach chair, you can always use that. Vans rules, man. They've been supportive so much through all their career, and they do so much great stuff for surfing and action sports. So just a real pleasure to be a part of the Vans family. I think Steve Van Doren's birthday was the other day, so shout out to Steve.
Hey, all right.
Happy birthday.
Another
Belated
October
birthday.
guy.
Uh-oh, broken board.
Yikes.
Broken board. See, now he's communicating to the water safety, Rock. That's green. That's Mihimana. He's telling the drone, go get help for me.
He's like, get my spare board and deliver it.
Hey, 2 minutes.
Do the
Seabass
drone-
is going to catch me if I don't catch another one. Now he's got to duck dive this way. There's the water patrol.
Drone drop board caddy. That would be
Uber Eats
unbelievable.
for boards. Or
Yeah. Look like Water Patrol going to grab him, take him to the channel. He'll get a new board. 2:25 remaining. We'll see if he gets enough time to scramble, grab a board, and make it back out. Maybe just to apply a little pressure to Seabass and Liam, because right now Mihimana narrowly holding on to that second place position.
Look at that. All 4 riders with a 6 and above as their best score, but it's the backup score that always going to make or break a heat right there. And Liam O'Brien has the lowest of a 4.57 with Seabass a 4.53, and Benji, his low wave is a 6.17.
Yeah, Benji's come alive. You know, he sat for a little bit, but once he found that little rhythm, and he doesn't need much, as we saw in that 7.93, the wave wasn't that spectacular, but he just squared it off the bottom, faded perfectly. His timing is impeccable, and his board seemed to look really, really comfortable under his feet.
He looks comfortable. His understanding of the lineup, everything he's got going, the combination he's using is working. I mean, he doesn't even seem like he's out of his, first or second gear at this point in this heat, and he's still garnering 14 totals. So.
Yeah, a lot of these guys are pacing themselves really well. As you know, the final day, you got to surf at least 4, if you're coming from that previous round, maybe 5 times. And here at Sunset, even though 25 minutes doesn't seem like that long, man, it's like a 2.5 hour conventional session for one heat. So, the guys that can really last through the day and push their cardio to the limit are going to be the ones on top.
Benji Brand has surfed in 3 heats so far at the Vans Pro this year. His 2 wave totals, 3 of them in the top 10 already.
That's how you want to start your season and your campaign. And I mean, he could be even deadly at the Pipe Masters. I mean, the guy's just phenomenal over here in Hawaii. And it's just a pleasure. It's goofy foot to see a goofy footer doing stuff like that. Gets me stoked every time.
Right. Yeah, we're always biased to those
we are.
Goofy surfers that do it well.
Well, down to the last 20 seconds here in heat number 5, round number 4, the round of 32. Winners out of this round go into the quarterfinals. Benji Brand and Mihi Montebre are sitting 1-2. Sebastian Zietz, Liam O'Brien needing scores, but time is ticking away and no sets approaching the competition area at this time. There's the final countdown from Joe DeMarco and the horn. And wow, what an exciting heat.
All right, looks like we're going to throw down a little clip and check out what we got going on.
Trinidad and Tobago has 2 very different sides. On one end, you have a beautiful country that's filled with beautiful beaches. On the other side, there's like a lot of suffering. Surfing has literally been one of the biggest motivational tool for kids on the coast. Surfing is literally saving many youth lives in Trinidad and Tobago.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day action of the 3000 QS Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge, along with Rocky Cannon, Kaipo Guerrero. We're going to bring on a new guest here, but first, before we do that, let's introduce our 4 surfers here in heat number 6, round number 4. Kehu Butler from New Zealand will be in red. Bayrick de Vries, a finalist last year from South Africa. Fellow South African Dylan Lightfoot will be in white. Bayrick in blue, and Ian Walsh, a former 2-time champion of this event from Maui, will be in green. And another 25-minute heat. Again, top 2 surfers from this heat will advance on into the quarterfinals. Already 1 wave ridden, a short ride from Kehu Butler. As we see surfers from the last heat coming in. Broken board for Mihimana, but good for Mihimana. He has advanced on in to the quarterfinals, Rocky.
Yeah, and joining us here in the booth, it is none other than Mr. Chris Dennis. Chris, good to have you.
Thank you for having me, guys.
As we watch red on a replay, we got to see just a little snippet of what's been happening in your home country, Trinidad and Tobago, as Ian Walsh getting a wave under his belt to start this heat. He's a 2-time champion, as Bo just stated. And Ian's hungry. You can tell. He's been pretty calm and cool and collected in the interviews, but you can tell underneath he is really vying and wanting to have another 3rd Vans Pro title under his belt. As white also getting started here, that is Dylan Lightfoot. So a couple of talented South African surfers matching up with Kehu Butler, our young New Zealand surfer, and our Hawaii veteran Ian Walsh. Chris, you guys have been doing a lot of good work back home thanks to the Positive Vibe Warriors Foundation. What was it like having the Vans team and the Gadauskas brothers come over to a place that, you know, a lot of people don't know much about?
Well, first off, I'd really like to express my gratitude and thanks to Vans and the Positive Vibe Warriors. These guys are doing amazing things around the world, and they are literally saving lives and changing lives with some of these projects. It's been a really impactful thing to have happen on my island, Trinidad and Tobago, and yeah, we're having a really like a good time in terms of now we're seeing like 3 generations down the line of surfers to come with the juniors and the kids, and a lot of that also includes a fair bit of girls, which is kind of historic as well in Trinidad.
How much enjoyment are you getting out of surfing?
Well, surfing and good waves are just icing on the cake for me personally now these days. It's more about what you do, not only in the water but outside of the water, that counts, you know. And for me, being able to acquire some of the knowledge that I've been acquiring over the last year as far as my travels and stuff, and being able to bring that experience back to my communities in Trinidad and Tobago, you know, it's worth more than gold for me.
Are the kids being touched by all this? Are they learning a great lesson?
Well, now I'm the one of the founders of a project called Waves for Hope, and yes, the kids are definitely being impacted in a positive way by not just surfing, but what we do at Waves for Hope is also like give them tools to cope with stress and just you know sometimes what it's like, you know, living in hardships and that sort of stuff.
Well, coming up on Friday, you guys are going to get a chance to come and interact with us live in person at Surf at the Bar on Friday, November 1st.
We'll talk about that. Let's go check out Kaipo Guerrero right now with an interview, and we'll set that up. Take it away, Kaipo.
Thank you, Bo. Benji, you've been having great performances out here, but with performances come a price. Got pounded out there in that last heat. You were talking to me about that. What happened out there?
Yeah, it was kind of a scramble. Like, had to kind of find a way to keep my cool in that heat because I had a few waves in the beginning. I hit the end section, got pounded, like didn't make my turns, and then right at the end of the heat got so cleaned up by like a 6-wave set and just like almost drowned at the end of the heat. But stoked to somehow make it out of that heat, find a couple nugs.
So conserving energy, I mean, you got quarterfinals, semifinals, and a final up in front of you. How do you pace yourself?
Well, just drink a lot of water and cruise and try to stay chilled. I don't know, it's pretty taxing on the energy out there, so just try chill.
Having a 10 already in competition and having some great performances, does that give you some confidence going into these quarterfinals and semis?
For sure. I think every heat's just another heat, so you can't really like your other heats before don't count for anything. So just gotta take every heat as it comes and assess the conditions and try make the most out of the present.
We'll see you in the quarterfinals. Benji Brandt.
Right on, thanks, Kaipo. And once again, we were up here joined by Chris Dennis from Trinidad and Tobago, and the latest project by the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation and the Gadauskas brothers was to visit your home country and do a surfboard drive and deliver a lot of positivity along with the surfboards. And all of you will be getting a chance to come. It's an all-age event over at Surf of the Bar just down the road here at Turtle Bay, starting at around 7 o'clock on Friday. So please come on down. Not only show your support, but come and hang out with a lot of the Vans team riders that'll be there, and you know, get some pictures, get some conversations going, share some ideas. But what is, as we watch Ian Walsh here for a moment, live action, flying down the line, you've had a chance to look at the water as Ian pulls in as a caddy. You've also had a chance to do some free surfing. What's your take on Sunset Beach?
Yeah, I had also the chance to take a couple of 12-footers on my head too. So yeah, my take on Sunset Beach is, I mean, I just want to say one thing, like what you guys see on the webcast, when you see it for real, it's for real, you know? Yeah. It's like totally different to watching the webcast.
Yeah, on TV it looks fun and playful and tame, and you don't really hear the thunderous crash of these large waves, and you know, just seeing it in person, it's much more intimidating.
Yeah.
But looking forward to Friday, and correct me if I'm wrong, we're gonna get to watch the full length of the documentary and the filming that went on there.
Yes, and I just wanted to say something about the film. It encompasses the board drive and what happened, you know, when we were in Trinidad. But that film also represents hopes and dreams, and it also shows that just because you're born into poverty doesn't mean you're poverty. So it means a lot to the surf community in Trinidad and Tobago, and yeah, it'd be real cool for everyone, as much people as possible, to come on down and have a look and see the impact that these projects are having in all over, you know, other places in the world.
Speaking of impact, right there, Blue just impacting the lip. That was Beric DeVries. He made the final last year, and showing why he's had major success here at Sunset Beach. That first turn is just on point for Beric.
Look at the combination of maneuvers he's doing here, Rock. I mean, speed, power, flow. He's connecting really well here.
Hit the little soul arch cutback too. You know he was feeling the flow.
Yeah. Let's get people updated in this heat. Ian Walsh has taken an early lead. He's had those 2 5-point rides early, but now we're awaiting scores for pretty much all surfers coming in. Dylan back out in the lineup with first priority, and White, you just saw Kehu just go over that last wave in red. He's got a 3-1 and a 2, but we're on standby for more wave scores. We'll get you updated.
What was the surfing community like in Trinidad prior to the board drive? I mean, how many surfers do you have in that country?
Well, on average, we probably have maybe just over 200 surfers on both islands. And yeah, surfing, we have fun waves. We also have great waves. And surfing was always kind of around, but one of the biggest issues obviously was having access to equipment, because we're all the way down there, you know, super south, closest island to Venezuela. And in my community, for example, we live on the coast, and yeah, there was always interest for kids wanting to get into the water and surfing and all of that. But like I said, access to equipment was super difficult, and now it's like, yeah, it's a little bit crowded.
Yeah,
but
in a good way.
Yeah, in a good way.
Right. No, for sure. It seems like the kind of place where surfing is, at least the concept of it is not that new, but the access to equipment is still growing and still kind of being born in a lot of ways in your country. And what is the name of your home break?
Oh, it's called, well, I live on the east coast of Trinidad, and it's called Rampanalgas, Balandra. And well, our home break, we have several, and they're called, well, the main one is called Rough Side, and it's a punchy type beach break wave. And I mean, if you can surf that wave, they say that you can probably surf a lot of spots around the world.
Okay, Rock, mission on. You got to go to Rough Ride.
I would enjoy that very much, especially hanging out with this guy.
I tell you what, let's take a short commercial break right now. When we return, more interesting conversations here with our good friend from Trinidad and Tobago, Chris Dennis, and more action back out at Sunset. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees, shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. We're in heat number 6, round number 4, the round of 32. We're going to cut the field in half in this round of 32, the 4th round. Top 16 surfers elevate themselves into the quarterfinals. And right now, two-time champion 2005, 2015 champion Ian Walsh in the lead. But Bayrick DeFries, a finalist last year, is now moving on up. He's got a good high score of a 6.77, but a throwaway of a 0.3. We're waiting one more score for red from Kehu Butler, and we'll be on standby for that. 9 minutes remaining, and we're in booth with myself, Bo Hodge, and Kaipo Guerrero, Rocky Cannon, and Chris Denise from Trinidad and Tobago.
So, Chris, you're a young guy, about my age.
Youngish.
40-ish. When did you catch your first wave? How old were you?
I was 15, and it was in the back of my house, and I can remember that wave like it was, like it just happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I stood up on like my first 3 tries, and that was it. Football, cricket, everything else went out the door after that.
You were hooked.
Yeah, you could say that again.
And so how many kids have you introduced to surfing since you've become so passionate?
Well, for me, I've always been passionate, and it started kind of selfishly, like you do not want to surf alone, so you kind of helped a couple guys, and you know, you never really do anything by yourself, you know, and I've never really counted like how many kids I think I've introduced. It's a holistic thing. We have a surfing association at home as well. They're doing some incredible work also. But like I said, it's a community, and it really takes a village to really raise a child, so to speak. And yeah, we are looking forward to just having the sport grow more and seeing more youths and more kids in the water, and who knows, maybe you'll see a couple of Trinidadian kids on the WQS or even one day here in Hawaii.
Yeah.
You know. So yeah.
I know I see Trinidad and Tobago competing in the International Surfing Association, the ISA, juniors and World Surfing Games around the world.
Yeah, we had a team, a couple of juniors a couple of years ago. In these islands, surfing isn't like the main sport, so it's sometimes hard to access funding for, to travel and that sort of stuff. But like now surfing is in the Olympics, and the governments and the various, authorities that be, the sport, like I said, is growing, and there's been a lot of positive change, and I think you guys will see a couple things popping up here and there pretty soon.
Let's get things updated. Kehu Butler went into second with a 4.1, but Bayrick has defended that second place spot with a 3.1 on that wipeout wave that he just caught in blue. Ian Walsh still with a commanding lead, but Bayrick also knocking on the door and taking the lead. There's Kehu Butler with 6 minutes remaining, and Dylan Lightfoot with only one score so far. And we're going to be awaiting his next ride.
It seems like every heat today, there's been at least just one guy who has had a hard time finding the second score. And we saw that with Koa Smith. We saw that with a few other guys leading up to this heat, where now Dylan Lightfoot does post a second score, but for some of our surfers, that second wave has been a little bit difficult to find.
Here we go. Kehu Butler up and riding. That'll give first priority to Ian Walsh. Nice snap in the whitewater section. Kehu, just no more than 3 minutes ago, was in second place, now delegated down to fourth place. So needing to regroup and getting a score back into the top two. 5 minutes remaining in this heat.
And we'll check out a replay of the last score of Kehu Butler, rolling up the windows quite a bit on that drop. Just a rough ride and not much else to work with. The wave shouldered off very quickly and fits one more turn in there, but you see how shaky that drop was. Might have affected his ability to get up into the lip on that first maneuver. Good job salvaging the rest of that wave and scoring what he was presented with, but could need a bit more than that to get up into second place. Now, you're located in the southern part of the Caribbean. You said kind of, pretty close to Venezuela, which is in South America. What kind of swells do you guys get that produces waves for you?
Well, we get east swells, northeasterlies, and some west. But the best ones would be the north swells, northwest swells. Yeah, we have a couple of gems on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty special.
And are these, because I know a lot of other places in the Caribbean and even up the east coast of the United States rely on those hurricane swells. Are these storms that are full-on hurricanes, or just kind of these, wind storm events that occur randomly in the ocean?
Well, they're both. They're both, but obviously the longer period swells would be the better ones. On the East Coast, where I live, for example, we get most of the trade swells. Like anything that there is out there, we pick it up. A lot of the times there's a fair bit of wind, but it's still fun once you find a good sandbar, or once there's a bit of a swell, you definitely be surfing fun waves with only a few people out as well, But all in all, it's a beautiful place. Hawaii in many ways reminds me a little bit of where I come from.
Not enough. Red, you're in fourth. Leading a 5-7-8.
Yeah. If you drive along the road here on the North Shore, the amount of potholes and how bad the roads are, how shady they are, I'm sure can compare to a lot of the small islands in the Caribbean.
That's true. That's so true.
Here we go, up and riding in white. That's Dylan Lightfoot. And Dylan right now in third, chasing his fellow Zaffa, Bayrick de Vries. He needs a 5.15. That's going to be cutting it close right there. This man in fourth place, Kehu Butler. Nice little tail drift on that first maneuver. And tries that same maneuver again, just the wave got a bit steeper and caught the nose right in the mid face there and went down.
Yeah, Kehu needing a 5.78. Dylan needing a 5.15. Right now, Ian Walsh, he's been kind of quiet. 2 minutes remaining. Getting those waves early in the heat. We're under 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, he got his pair of fives early on. Can hear his name being announced as the first place surfer. He's held on to priority for a while too. Kind of just waiting for that jam or seeing if anybody can do anything to take the lead. Then he would kind of put it back in gear and reactivate. But here's Dylan Lightfoot. Good first wrap on the outside, but then just finds the shoulder quickly. Basically going to be scored for the one maneuver, as well as Kehu Butler. Unfortunately, couldn't make this second maneuver, so he'll also be scored for just the one maneuver. I like Bayrick DeFries. That turn was really committed. Dylan Lightfoot. Really committed maneuver, but we'll see if he can reach into that 5-point range for just a single maneuver. Ian Walsh just doing some victory lapping right now, holding on to first place.
3 minutes counting down, 3 minutes remaining. So a series of rides there. We'll see if that wave for Dylan, it's not going to be a 5.15, so they're going to have to paddle out. So that gives Bayrick right there in blue alone in the lineup. You can see Kehu, Dylan duck diving these big waves. Did you have to duck dive some of the waves, Chris?
Duck dive? You can't duck dive those waves.
No, when you were caddying for Patrick out in the channel.
Oh yeah, there was that. Yeah, of course.
And then you probably did a good amount of bailing.
Yeah, there was that too. But this wave is so tricky and unpredictable, especially that bowl section on the inside. I mean, anything can happen. Even when you're caddying, you know, a wave could come wide and you can get worked as well.
Big swooshing turn for Bayrick DeFries from South Africa, counting down the final 5 seconds of this heat.
Hey, Chris, if people want to get in touch with you or kind of seek more information about what you do in Trinidad, how can they reach you?
Well, you can go to my Instagram profile, ChrisDennis_1, or you can also visit Waves for Hope. You can just Google Waves for Hope Trinidad. Yeah, and you'll see some of the work that we're doing there. Again, I would just like to thank, you know, Vans and the Positive Vibes Warriors. It's been an amazing ride for me, and a lot of personally a lot of good opportunities that came my way, so I could then in turn help my communities more.
Yeah, we're on standby waiting for scores for Bayrick DeFries. Got a good shot at moving into the lead here, Rock, but we know as we see Dylan Lightfoot actually has taken second place, so Bayrick has been delegated down to third. He needs a 3.46 to regain second place.
Wow, so yeah, Bayrick put down to third. They gave him that score, did Dylan, and a 3.46. That last wave of Bayrick, he rode it pretty well. I got to think he's going to get right back into second place.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the scores. We're going to hold it right here, and there it is. And I had a feeling he was going to go to first on that wave, a 7.77. Well earned for Bayrick coming in, victory lap, along with Ian Walsh advancing on to the quarterfinals. We're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, another exciting heat in round number 4. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
Welcome back to the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Round of 32 out in the water, and we have an exciting heat to set up here. The Prodigy is out there in the red jersey, Baron Mamiya. Ethan Ewing, former CT competitor and former World Junior champ out there. Multiple winner out here at Sunset Beach. Ezekiel Lau and Arashi Kato representing Japan, making up this four-man heat. Top two move on into the quarterfinals. Kaipo Guerrero joined by Bo Hodge to call the action.
It's been an exciting day. In that last heat, we saw some bang at the end. Bayrick de Vries delegated down to third and goes from third to first on his last ride. And let's watch Green opening up on his campaign here in heat number 7. This is Ezekiel Lau, two-time winner, 2011, 2017. Big gouge off the open face. Good rhythm. Back into the whitewater section. And he'll regroup and paddle back out. On the outside, Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, I call him the Prodigy because he is so skilled beyond his years. Baron Mamiya, smooth approach here, and you can see the aggression that he's able to put into those turns, the young man from the North Shore.
Yeah, Baron had a great showing at the Vans U.S. Open in Huntington Beach this year.
Yeah, and, you know, look at, he's coming to home court right now, looking forward to the Vans Triple Crown. Big opportunity for Baron Mamiya to qualify for the 2020 Championship Tour. Last minute antics, however, in the last heat, and Bayrick de Vries went from third to first place. I want to hear from Bayrick, and he's with Rocky Canyon.
Oh, all right. Hey, we're on, guys. Just catching up with Bayrick de Vries, winner of the last heat. A little stressful towards the end, you know. It was a shuffle for that second place spot, and then you ended up getting a pretty good score. That's 7.77. Took you from third to first. Take us through that wave.
Yeah, I tried to get a little back up on the inside there. One of the Wally ones was smaller, and did a first turn off the lip, and then I fell on the second turn. And I couldn't believe it, and then I got the whole next set on the head, so I was kind of behind the 8 ball, kind of a bit tired, and yeah, just when I got out the back there, everyone took some waves, and when I got to first priority, I knew I had to make this one count, and I saw Dylan had a pretty good wave, so when that last wave came through, I'd actually gone on the wave before, and they hadn't changed the priority yet because the other guys were still a bit further in, so just getting that wave was very, very lucky. I was paddling for it, I looked at the priority board, and there was no priority, bro. And then Kehu was looking at me, and Dylan was looking at me. I was like, are they looking at me? What? I gotta go. So very lucky to even get the wave, and then stoked I could do 2 turns.
You were a finalist last year, so you probably got some, you know, high expectations for yourself. What's the mindset heading into the next round, the quarterfinals?
Yeah, this event, I've always kind of come with the approach of no expectations with Sunset, you know, just take what she gives you. And yeah, last heat I had that big lull at the end of the heat, which was a blessing for 6 minutes, reefing to a 3, and then that last wave coming in the last 30 seconds or something there. And so I'm just going to go out there. I've finally got a few waves where I could surf on them, and I've got the magic board from last year, and just want to get the right wave, connect with my board, and then connect all 3 at Sunset. So that's my plan.
Well, connecting the trifecta, board, body, and waves. Bayrick de Vries looking good. Best of luck to you.
Thank you very much. Shout out to the McNamara Street, all the houses on the street. Yeah, boys.
All right, fellows, back up to you inside the booth.
Hundreds, bro.
Sounds like Team South Africa is over at the McNamara's.
Yeah, they made a great showing last year. They're making a great showing again this year, the Zaffas. Here we go with a replay during that interview. We had some action.
Oh my God, we saw some blowout waves, one from Baron Mamiya and another one from Ezekiel Lau. And look at the attack from Baron right here. Made the semifinals of the World Cup 2 years ago, so we know he has success here at Sunset Beach, and he's been on a roll. But this next wave, Kaipo, was lights out. Unbelievable.
That's why he's a 2-time winner here. Ezekiel Lau, great performance at Sunset, always matching power with power on that performance. 2-time winner of the HIC, 2 Vans World Cups win, and he's also had a Pro Junior win out here at Sunset. So you got to say, he's got to be one of the favorites when you look at this particular venue.
Yeah, he's riding up the scales of, you know, Michael Ho, Poncho Sullivan, multi-winners out here at Sunset Beach. I mean, he's creating his own resume.
Yeah. Big story for Ezekiel Lau, however, on the championship tour right now, number 28. We take the top 22 at the end of the year. So Zeke Lau's got some work to do at Pipeline to requalify, or he can do it via the Vans Triple Crown, but doesn't have a lot of QS points, Ezekiel Lau. He's going to have some big results at Haleiwa and back here at Sunset for the Vans World Cup.
Well, that's why he came home to do this event. He's number 77 on the QS entering the Vans Pro.
Yeah, so, I mean, we've seen it before, but he's going to need some big finishes. Probably first or second finish in each of those first two jewels of the Vans Triple Crown. In a better position on the qualifying series is Baron Mamiya, sitting number 12th on the qualifying series. We take the top 10 of that qualifying series to qualify for the championship tour in 2020. Baron Mamiya right on the cusp of that qualification. And you got to say, Bo, looking to Haleiwa and then back here at Sunset, it's going to be right within his wheelhouse.
Oh, yeah. And, you know, we talked to him earlier about it, and he's trying not to play up on it, but he is really focused in on that. Right now, we've got him at number 12. We've got one double qualifier. So right now, number 11, Matt Banning, is in position. So let's just say Baron wins this. He'll drop a 7,000 point that he's keeping right now, and he's 2,000 points behind Matt Banning. So he has a chance to be in that good bubble with a great result of final, and possibly a win here.
Yeah, and you know, we have other double qualification possibilities with Iago Dora as well as Jadson Andre, two championship tour surfers who are currently in the top 10. So a lot of math to do still, but big opportunity for Baron Mamiya. Live action here with Ezekiel Lau, and just always solid on his performance.
Yeah, I love the way Zeke attacks the wave out here at Sunset. He's already got two 6-point rides, a 6.67, a 6.83, and already Baron and Zeke setting the standard right here in heat number 7, round number 4 of the Vans Pro.
As we take a look at our qualifying series, and it's pretty much all done for Jadson Andre and Iago Dora. We're going to see those two Brazilian goofy foots on the 2020 Championship Tour. Interesting story here is that we have brothers that may be qualifying this year. Miguel Pupo sitting number 4, and number 9, his younger brother, Sammy Pupo. If they continue with those rankings, we're going to see two brothers qualifying for the 2020 Championship Tour. Frederico Kikas Moraes still up there in the top 10, coming to North Shore, where he proved himself to earn his maiden spot into the Championship Tour. He's already looking good on the points, and we know he's good in the heavy water.
Yeah, Frederico Moraes had an outstanding performance. Dog Marsh was coaching him through, and then we were saying, hey, one more heat and you can get through. And he's looking at Dog Marsh on the beach. I was down at the beach when he goes, really? You serious? He goes, yeah, serious. Go out there and do it, and he did.
Yeah, he came into Hawaii, just to illustrate the possibilities here. He came into Hawaii number 39 that year on the qualifying series. 2 runner-up finishes, one at Haleiwa, then again at Sunset. Those were enough points to put him on the Dream Tour.
Yeah, and of course, you know, the historic one is Dusty Payne 5, 6, 7 years ago. He was number 75. 2 finals with 1 win got him into that top 10.
Yep. So lots of points up for grab on the North Shore of Oahu, and we're just beginning the winter competition season. Finals day here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Baron Mamiya just locked in a 7.83 for the lead over the rest of the pack. Always solid performance by Ezekiel Lau with a 6.83 and a 6.67. Ethan Ewing still with just a fractional score and no waves so far for the Japanese surfer Arashi Kato.
Yeah, so the Hawaiians setting the standard right here. Dominating performance here in heat number 7. And it's going to be a tall ship for Ethan and Arashi, but they can do it. So a bit of a flurry in the beginning here, bit of a lull right now, Kaipo.
Yeah, it happens. Sunset takes a little bit of a breather. We're taking a look at the tide locally, 11:37 local time. We're going down to a low tide at 12:48 today, and then the tide's going to turn around. Just a slight push in the afternoon. We don't have a very big coefficient in the tides right now in Hawaii. We got just about maybe a foot of tide change on the afternoon tide. So not a big tide push. Will it affect the conditions? Not as much as the declining swell as well as the winds. But we got solid energy in the water.
I know you just came back from Europe. I was there in May earlier this year with a 15-foot tide over in France, and it plays such a factor at a professional surfing competition.
Oh yeah, when you look at large coefficient tides like in Europe, that's when you have to be on it. And anticipating the surf is the name of the game there, because if it's good, you put your wetsuit on, you run down to the beach and you paddle out, you might have already missed it.
Wow.
Here's a flyby, and you can see what a beautiful day it is here in Hawaii. We don't make this stuff up. This is real. This is our everyday life here. Beautiful green mountains, white sand beaches, all kinds of swell already on the North Shore. It's been already a great kickoff, and I'm just so stoked to be back home here.
Well, it's good to have you back, and we've been proud of you traveling the world and being on the CT Tour. I know it's been exciting, and it seems like this year there's so many stories, and especially everyone's coming to Hawaii for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.
Big story coming up. Number 8 in the world, John Florence. He's missed 5 events with an injury. He's still number 8 on that Jeep leaderboard. Will we see him at Pipeline? We may be seeing him as we look at live action here with Ezekiel Lau gliding through those sections there. We get a replay of that. But John and the possibilities of him returning a Pipeline, I can't wait to see if that's going to happen.
Well, he's getting back in shape, and in fact, Kaipo, he's put his name both at Haleiwa and Sunset.
Yeah, I saw that.
So whether he pulls the trigger and actually surfs is a different question, but he's putting that out there that he wants to surf all 3.
And the story with Pipeline and number 8 on that Jeep leaderboard for John Florence is he stays in that position. He maintains that. He'll be in the top 10, and he'll be one of the 2 U.S. surfers to provisionally qualify for Tokyo 2020 Summer Olympics. So I'm sure that's the strategy of John Florence. If Kelly Slater has anything to say about it, he's going to say, no, Grom, I'm going to show up at Pipeline. I'm going to overtake you. And Kelly Slater could provisionally qualify for Tokyo 2020 Summer Games.
Yeah, Kelly's sitting at number 10, and you know Kelly, he's won 7 Pipe Masters, and his last Pipe win, he won man-on-man, beating John Florence.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly he's had a little bad luck this year, but just overall, 47 years old, and the level of surfing that he continues to produce, absolutely incredible.
He's surfing with a new fire this year, isn't he?
Yeah, 100%. He's taking it light. He's having a good time, and it's showing in his performance. Like I said, he's just been unlucky in a couple circumstances, but the basis of his actual surfing performance equal to anyone in the world, still at 47 years old. Here's a youngster on the championship tour, Ezekiel Lau. Just buckled on that one, but he's going to remain at second place position in this heat with under 11 minutes counting down.
Yeah, the 28-year-old. I know you're proud of him. You've been watching and coaching his career early since Kamehameha Schools.
Yeah, you're right. I coached the surf team at Kamehameha Schools, and Zeke was our star of the surf team, as well as Chris Amore's younger sister, Kayla, was our anchor for the women's, and so we went to back-to-back championships, even winning a national title over San Clemente. That was quite a force, and that shook up the scholastic surfing world.
Wow. Let's watch a replay. This is our surfer in white, our Japanese surfer, Arashi Kato. Nice carving turn to open up. You can see some white capping on the outside. Some of those Kona winds are starting to move into the competition area, but Zeke Lau on fire, on point. Look at the snap right there. Unable to hold off that last maneuver, but love his drive and his enthusiasm here at Sunset.
We're going to be back with more action from Sunset Beach as we continue to roll on in the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
Trinidad and Tobago has 2 very different sides. On one end you have a beautiful country that's filled with beautiful beaches. On the other side there's like a lot of suffering. Surfing has literally been one of the biggest motivational tools for kids on the coast.
surfing is literally saving many a youth life in Trinidad.
Back at Sunset Beach for the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Baron Mamiya out in the lead of this Heat 7 of the round of 32 top 2, moving on into the quarterfinals. Second place and advancing position belongs to Ezekiel Lau. So 2 Hawaiian surfers dominating so far with 8 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Kaipagura along with Bo Hodge.
Kaipo, the Hawaiians have Arashi and Ethan comboed out of second place.
And an interesting trivia fact that this HIC Pro has been won by a surfer representing Hawaii for its entire history. So we haven't had an international surfer win this particular event.
Richard Schmidt won this event.
No, but as it turned into the name change.
Oh, the name change.
Vans Pro presented by HIC, just in that slice of history right there.
Okay.
Then we can go all the way back to Excel Pro and what was even before the Excel Pro?
No, it was the XL Pro, and then it turned into the HIC Pro, and now the Vans Pro. Yeah, HIC used to sponsor the Pipe Pro in the 80s and the 90s. Yeah. And then they came over here to Sunset Beach.
And this event has a warm place in my heart, Bo, because this was actually the event. I think it's, I want to say 11 years ago, was my first surf broadcast.
Yeah, I remember that. And
you remember the Grom coming in, huh? You have to tell me what to do and stuff. You're like, come on.
No, but
stop talking.
I tell you what, the surfers loved you coming in. Sonny was giving you the heckle. Mason Ho Cheeseburger was giving you the heckle.
I had the peanut gallery. I'm like, brah, I'm trying to work right here. You know what I mean?
All they wanted to do was razz you, and we won't get into the specifics about it. But I mean, you were a true warrior, and now you've graduated up to the World Championship Tour, and we just love it. We love it.
Thank you, Bo. Well, here we go. The clock continues to tick down, and Sunset has taken a breather. No real opportunities for Arashi Kato or Ethan Ewing, both sitting in a combination position, as Bo said, both needing 2 wave scores if they want to get into that advancing second place position. As the time ticks down, that's going to be more and more challenging because this isn't a beach break. There's a long paddle back out after a ride.
Well, we were looking at the buoys early this morning, me and Riley down at the Beach Marshal tent, and he was saying there's a lot of energy, but all of a sudden the buoy started to drop. So he said by mid-afternoon we're going to see less energy and less pulse, and maybe this is a forerunner of that.
Yeah, maybe. You know what? The beach at Sunset has been great, and a lot of it has to do with the restoration here of the beach, and it's coming along quite nicely. Let's hear more about that beach restoration. We're going to throw that to Rocky Cannon.
All right, thanks, boys. I am down here with some of our unsung superheroes of the North Shore doing amazing things for our community and for our coastline. We have Adam Borello and Tim Tibushevsky of North Shore Community Land Trust. Adam, great to see you down here. Tell us a little bit about what's been happening with your organization.
Well, North Shore Community Land Trust was founded in 1997 with a mission to protect, steward, and enhance the natural landscapes, cultural heritage, and rural character of the North Shore from Kaina to Kuku Point. And so what's been going on since then is, fortunately, with a lot of support from the community and volunteers, we've raised over $75 million to preserve over 4,000 acres of land on the North Shore and take on other projects like the one Tim will talk about shortly here at Sunset to try to make a positive impact. So yeah, we're just stoked to be here. We're stoked to have the support of Vans and the WSL, and we look forward to doing additional good things in the future. And more than anything, if people are into volunteering, helping, supporting in any way, we encourage them to visit our website at northshoreland.org. Get involved. We always love to see new faces at our different volunteer events. But yeah, you can visit our website, donate, get involved, or see what else we're up to.
And Tim, talking about being on the front lines, right here at Sunset Beach, we've seen some kind of landmark erosion in the last couple of years, and you guys have done a wonderful job planting vegetation. And talk about the efforts right here at Sunset taking place with your project.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. We've been fortunate enough to partner with the community, City and County of Honolulu, North Shore Outdoor Circle, and WSL in kind of taking on this project of trying to manage the dune system with native vegetation, just trying to reduce the erosion. Obviously, the waves are going to do what they're going to do every winter, but trying to manage the human impact of erosion relating to foot traffic. So creating this kind of buffer zone of these native plants to kind of allow the sand to just sit there and do their thing and really help the beach in the long run. So it's been a nice project for everybody.
Well, thank you so much for what you guys do. And you have your annual benefit dinner coming up, Adam. Tell us a little bit about that, when it's happening, and how we can get involved.
Yeah, so the benefit for the country, we do the first Saturday of every December. So December 7th this year at Turtle Bay. We're really stoked on the support again from Vans with that. Again, visit our website. All the information for the benefit is up there. You can purchase tickets to attend or getting engaged to be a volunteer as well. So we really appreciate you guys taking the time to invite us here, share a little bit of what we do, and we hope to see some new faces. And thanks in advance. Big mahalo to everyone for the support over the years, and we look forward to doing more in the future.
Well, thank you guys once again for what you do. NorthShoreLand.org is where you can find them December 7th at Turtle Bay for the benefit dinner. Back up to you, Kaipo and Bo, in the booth.
And you can see the area over by Camiland and what the ocean surf and the destruction of these major swells over the past, excuse me, 3-4 years have taken out backyard swimming pools, vegetations, and their property. It's very sad. So at least here on Sunset Beach, and thank you for all that great information as we watch a couple of replays here. Surfer in blue, Ethan Ewing getting back on the board here. Big open carving turn for the former WSL World Junior Surfing Champion out of Australia. Former championship touring surfer kicks out. Gets a 3.5. And Ethan's now trying to look for a possible 10-point wave, a perfect wave. And look at the beauty there at Sunset Point, Paumalu. As we're watching Ezekiel Lau, currently in second place, two-time champion of this event. Going for a little head dip and coming out. So good wave for Zeke. Trying to improve on his low wave of a 6.67. Time check, 1 minute, 28 seconds remaining. Ethan Ewing up and riding and down. Going for some hard carving turns with just under a minute and 20 to go. And I love the way the WSL Hawaii has lessened their footprint here at Sunset Beach. From the telephone pole where that truck just drove by, all the way to the vegetation to the left, used to be 3-story scaffoldings and seating and bleachers and all kinds of stuff. But now we're located the judges in the houses. We have a trailer on the bike path and just a couple of tents for the emergency personnel, for the EMS, and for Vans and the T-shirts and like that. And Kaipo, I think the WSL Hawaii, Jody and the whole crew, Marty, have done a great job at eliminating the footprint here at Sunset.
Yeah, applauded to them, as well as, as the World Surf League as a whole, and WSL Pure really has made a pledge to leave every stop, every venue better than they found it. And you can see it illustrated here with the reduced coastal footprint for the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. We're going to use a similar footprint when we come back here for the Vans World Cup as well. And it's just a great thing, and the community embracing, also taking care of the beaches is a great sign. So things are looking up on the North Shore right now.
Yeah, I remember the year Bruce Irons won the at Waimea, the Billabong Pipe Masters was still going on. They had scaffolding, and in fact that swell took away that scaffolding into the ocean because they couldn't break it down in time. And so they were saying, you know what, we got to stop building on the beach.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It looks like the two Hawaiians are moving on into the quarterfinals. Baron Mamiya and Ezekiel Lau. We're going to take a break. When we return, more action from Sunset Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
We make skate shoes. Really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
Welcome back to the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. We're in the round of 32, and the last heat of the round, heat number 8. As we start catching up.
That's Gaëtan Delahaye in blue from France, from the Caribbean actually, but representing France. So let's introduce our surfers here. Gaëtan Delahaye in blue, Ian Gentile, former finalist here. From Maui in red, Skip McCullough in green, and Alonso Correa from Peru will be in the white jersey. So the final heat of the round of 32, round number 4, some billowing clouds up there, and there's the man of the hour. We've been talking about him, Kaipo. Baron Mamiya on into the quarterfinals.
Yep, Baron Mamiya along with Ezekiel Lau moving on into the quarterfinals. Ethan Ewan and Arashi Kato eliminated from competition. We'll be catching up with Baron in a little bit for his post-heat interview.
And by going into the quarterfinals, at least he'll get 840 points. So he's dropping that 700-point fifth place keeper that right now that he has for his ranking.
So gaining a little bit of ground on the qualifying series rankings, Baron Mamiya, but he's going to want more, and he's looking in form here. We got 2 more slots left in the quarterfinals. 2 of these 4 men are going to take those 2 slots. Looks like Skip McCullough opens up with a 4-point ride. As I wipe the taco off of my face. Thank you to Kenui Kitchen for the snacks.
And you know what, Thomas and the whole crew, they've set up across the street over by the bathhouse in the parking lot. So if you come down and you want to see the finals, go over and grab some great grinds. They've got some beautiful tacos. They got shrimp cocktail. They've got all kinds of good stuff. And go check them out and then walk across the street and watch the world's best surfers here at a beautiful day at Sunset Beach.
So catching up with some rides here.
This is Alonso Correa from Peru. Love his backhand slam right there. Comes around, jumps off, closeout section, and on the outside, surfer in blue, Gaëtan Delahaye.
Nice carve from Gaëtan. And around the section again, bangs that, but can't hang on as the water converges. That goes going to go incomplete.
And Ian Gentile, former finalist back in 2011 when Zeke Lau won his first HIC Pro. And all those years ago, Ian Gentile was 15 in that final.
Yeah, he was hailed as one of the best 13-year-old surfers at the time by Andy Irons when his first YouTube clip came out. And we finish up with that ride. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Baron Mamiya is with Rocky Cannon.
Thanks, guys. I'm down here with a fellow NSOG, North Shore Oahu Grom.
Yeah.
But now up against the men in this Vans Pro. Baron, my man Mamiya, how was it out there, bro? It's getting kind of rough and big and burly.
Yeah, for sure. It looks like the northwest wind is kind of coming in, and it's a little sea breezy, but there's still a couple open face. The wind's on the back, so the face is pretty clean. So there's still a few really good ones. So
In that heat, you're up against fellow Hawaiian surfer Ezekiel Lau, and he's a guy who's a bit older than you. You've probably been looking up to him over the last few years. How is it competing against one of your possibly idols?
Yeah, for sure. Coming up against Zeke, I know he's super gnarly out here. He's won the World Cup twice, and he's won this event a bunch of times too. So I knew it was going to be a hard heat. I just knew if I went out there and surfed my game, I was going to make it. So that's what I did, and I'm stoked that he made it too.
Right on. Well, both of you guys are on to the quarterfinals. Best of luck, and keep shredding that 6'4".
Thank you so much.
All right, boys, back up to you in the booth.
So Baron Mamiya off to the quarterfinals. Ezekiel Lau, those two are going to be dangerous in this competition, Bo. And nice because of the seeding that they're not going to be in the same quarterfinal. So we're going to spread out those two dangerous surfers in quarterfinal number 3 and 4.
Yeah, Zeke Lau goes to quarterfinal 3 with Benji Brand and Bayrick DeFries. Baron Mamiya will join Mihimana Bray and Ian Walsh.
Nice setup for finals day. Thank you for joining us here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Gatti and Delahaye with 3.4, 3.07 early lead as we hit some of the replays of the action so far. Alonso Correa in the white jersey.
Yeah, let's watch Alonso here. Big snap through the whitewater section. Gets hung up, gets around it one more time. Not as powerful the second time, but you can see the valleys and the highness and the lowness of that wave. A lot of water moving around as we got a tide change with low tide here at Sunset Beach. There's Ray briefing up our competitors, checking in. Matthew McGilvery checking in for his jersey along with Crosby Colapinto. And I know you know a lot about Crosby, you know, being a rip curl rider and won the Huntington Beach earlier this year, the Jacks 1500 QS.
Yeah, that's right. So nice year of growth for him throughout the qualifying series.
Situation in the lineup. White, you are in first.
Red taking a look here. Ian Gentile up and riding.
Green, you're in third, getting a 2.47.
Nice wall in front of Gentile. Long bottom turn. Slashes off the top there. Times there with a little bit of backwash from the shore. Little wonk to deal with on that wave, but Gentile deals with it handedly and he kicks out. He's 3.93. That performance is going to likely put him in the top
Red,
two
first wave is a 3.93.
as the clock runs down to 17 minutes.
Standing by for your second score.
So Alonso Correa currently in the lead. Combination scores still early in this heat. Just about the first 9 minutes have counted down. Let's check out a replay here. This will be our surfer in red, Ian Gentile. Out of Maui. Big opening carving turn. Generating some speed out in front of the open face. So 2 maneuvers there for Ian. Ian counting a 3.93 on his opening ride. So we're on standby for his second wave score.
Lines coming through the back. Still a lot of energy in the Pacific here. We've had a 3-day swell so far on the North Shore, and the waves will continue to kick in here. Opening up North Shore competition season. Finals day here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. A little bit of wonk in the lineup now due to the winds coming up, but still contestable, rippable, fairly consistent conditions.
Last score for red, a 4.93.
Correa rolls into this one. Delays the bottom turn. Mid-face hook off the top. Staying with the whitewater, the wave tapers off, so he's going to have to just do a cut back there. Stands up on the inside here. Times it for a slash for the finish. The Peruvian continues to perform well on his backhand here at Sunset.
Yeah, well, he had the lead early, but Ian's last wave of 4.93 has slipped him up into the lead. But we're going to see every wave in this heat right now because all the surfers very close to each other in their 2-wave scores. So good chance for Alonso to get back into the lead. See Gaten Delahaye signaling to the beach announcer wanting some information.
Yeah, another challenge out here, especially when the wind comes up because of the proximity, because of the distance that these guys are off ashore. To get that information from our on-site announcer, it's kind of easy in the morning when you have offshore winds, and those offshore winds carry some of the sound. When the wind direction changes or the swell grows, that information is harder and harder to get and get some of those audibles from the shore. However, a lot of times you have the water caddies in the channel who can relay that information. Waterproof case and a WSL app, you're going to have all the information that you need to tell your athlete what he needs and the scores of the other surfers.
So 14.5 minutes remaining. Maui surfer in first, Peruvian in second, French in third, USA in fourth. A lot of countries being represented here at the Vans Pro, and of course that'll even grow bigger once we hit the Triple Crown of Surfing.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll start, I believe, at the round of 112 in Haleiwa, so a lot of competing to do yet, and a lot of surf action. Remember, you can catch it all on worldsurfleague.com. If you miss anything, there's always the replay experience on the website, and you can do the replay experience. You can also have the heat analyzer. You can pick your athletes and get involved as a fan. So many things to explore there at worldsurfleague.com.
Yeah, Kaipo, earlier you were talking about the 9 qualifiers at the end of the Vans Pro qualifying via the Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region, and the Vans Pro will crown an event winner and qualifying spots for the Triple Crown. Plus, The regional qualifying series winner will receive a $5,000 travel bonus from Van, which will help them offset their expenses of traveling on the QS events around the world for 2020, a long-standing tradition for the Hawaii Surfers, welcoming this as HIC and Van's kick off this winter surf season here on the North Shore for 2019-2020.
As we see Skip McCullough finishing off his wave, getting a little caught up in the rebound off of that roundhouse cutback. Got a couple of nice turns previous to that. He's going to ditch his fractional score of a 0.2. Don't know if he's going to reach the requirement to move into second place on that just because of the fall at the end of that wave. 12 minutes 55 counting down.
Yeah, I got a chance to interview Skip winning his heat yesterday, and you got to interview him today. Very lively, very animated description of talking about the lineup, and he had one big 12-foot set pound him on the head yesterday, and it took him about 6-8 minutes to get back out to the lineup, and he felt another situation like that earlier this morning.
Skip's a character. So Skip was at the Vans US Open of Surfing in the Pro Junior division, and when he made that Pro Junior final, he had a series of cheerleaders on the beach at Huntington Beach, all spelling out Skip in full regala, dancing around, cheering him on. He had one of the most impressive support squads I've ever seen. That guy's full of personality.
Oh, I love it. Love it to see him. What will he do if he makes the final here?
He's going to celebrate big time. We're going to wait for that score for Skip McCullough. When we return, we'll give you that score and all the updates to this heat. We'll be right back with more action at the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Flying above Sunset Beach Finals Day at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. We're in the last heat number 8 of the round of 32 to decide our final 2 quarterfinalists. We're going to plow through Finals Day and crown a champion here on the sand of Sunset Beach, Paumalu. The Hawaiian word for this break. Piper Girl along with Bo Hodge to talk you through the action and catch it up here with Gatian Delahaye. Little snap there to finish. Currently in 4th place, needs to be in that top 2 if he wants to make his way into the quarterfinals. While we went to break, a 4.5 drop for Skip McCullough, and Skip McCullough moved into that top 2 qualifying situation with 10 minutes and 15 seconds counting down.
Yeah, this is a very tight heat. 8.86 for first for Ian. Skip, 8.52 wave total. Alonso, who had the lead with a 7.84, so everybody's going to be jockeying for those top 2. Let's watch a replay. This will be last wave for blue. Gatian Delahaye, nice carving turn off the bottom, slices through that slushy section, so just mainly one big turn there, so he's going to need a bigger score than that to get into that top 2. Carrying a couple of threes right now with 9:45 remaining in the heat.
Up and riding back against the wall, Peru's Alonso Correa carves off the top. Love this flyby view as he carves to a second turn, working his way to the inside here at Sunset, kicking out, looking to improve upon a 3.67. Heat leader, Ian Gentile. Big slash for Gentile. Has to cut it short there to make sure he completes his ride, but impressive turn on the outside.
Might be good enough to replace that 3.93 Kaipo of his 2-wave countdown.
I think he did that. 9 minutes counting down. We'll take a replay, Bo. You can talk us through it.
Yeah, let's check this out. First up, we're going to see our surfer in white, Alonso Correa. Love his style, how he gets low on the board, cranks out those top turns. This wave not as big as his other ride, so a couple of turns there, and then out behind him, out of Maui, Ian Gentile. Gaining some speed here, setting up for his first maneuver. Wham! Right through the open face with a spray. and the second one to follow. Then the drone version of these two waves. Let's watch Alonso first. Nice carving turn for the goofy footer out of Peru. Always does well out here. And then on the outside was Ian's wave.
So we'll be waiting for those scores to drop and set the situation with 8 minutes 15 seconds counting down. Gentile looking to replace 3.93.
So it looks like Gaten Delahaye registered a 4.67, puts him into third place. So we're on standby for last of red and last of white.
Last score for blue, a 4.67. Blue, you move to third. Now needing a 3.83.
Now Gaten needing a 3.83 to move into second place at this stage. Just under 8 minutes to go. Final day, 3 days in a row. Always a contest director's dream. Marty Thomas is happy about this, as the WSL Hawaii crew will disembark from Sunset and move over to Haleiwa November 13th, the start of the Hawaiian Pro, the kickoff of the 2019 Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.
Yeah, moving the show down the road after we crown a champ today, and that's going to be exciting. Lots of stories there, and we'll dig into our Surfline forecast a little bit later and see what we have on the long range. It looks like on the long range models we may have some action right at the beginning of the waiting period. Of course, those are computer forecast models, but we'll refine them as the days tick away to the start of that Vans Triple Crown of Surfing.
All right, 7 minutes remaining. Skip out in the lineup. You can see the others paddling back out.
Last score for White, a 3.8. White, you're in fourth.
3.8 drops for Alonso Correa in the white jersey. Still searching for a 4.34 to advance. Ian Gentile did better his situation, however, Bo.
Yeah, he's got combination scores of a 4.93 and a 4.9 with a 9.83 situation. But look how close it is between Skip and Gaten. And Gaten with second priority is up and riding.
See what he has, no chatter off the bottom, and that's not going to allow him to project down the line to the open face.
So Gaten now needing a 3.83. He'll regroup, go back out. Green will have first priority. Skip out in the lineup. You see him right there. Ian Gentile back into the lineup. He'll establish second priority. Alonso from Peru has now established third priority. So Gaten puts himself back to fourth priority where he had second priority. Really didn't need that wave. The scoring opportunity wasn't there.
A look down the coast to Rocky Point and the spots past that. Next adjacent spot after the channel here at Sunset Beach, Camiland, named after the famous market that was once across the street where you could get all your goodies. You could get your manapua, which is a local delicacy, like a little stuff like bunting, and then you could get your candy over there, your juice. Have fond memories as a kid, going and hanging out and getting all of my food over there at Cammy's. What a great establishment.
Yeah, we used to get donuts there before we come down to the surf event.
At Cammy's, yeah.
You need a 3.83.
I used to get yelled in that store sometimes.
Oh, and they had the best lunch sandwiches too.
5 minutes remaining.
And of course, next to Cammy's in the same building was Sunset Beach Surf Shop. Karen Gallagher and crew over there, tiny little surf shop that was here. I mean, so much of a history here at on the North Shore of Oahu. And if you ever want to visit, this would be the time to do it as we go into this winter season, the Vans Triple Crown. If you're a surf fan, this is the one place where you will see a professional surfer, a surf star, at pretty much any time you turn a corner.
Oh, you go to Foodland and there'll probably be one in every aisle. Pretty much the only grocery store up here. There's one in Haleiwa, but the closest one to all these spots in Foodland is always a great meeting area to see everybody around.
And a great place if you're looking for grinds is Kainui Kitchen, because I was just sampling some of the tacos over here, and they are, we have a word here, ono. They're delicious. It's ono. Here we go. Gentile. Wow, throwing the tail, throwing some spray. One turn wave, but it was a big turn for Ian Gentile.
Well, Ian made the quarterfinals last year. He wants to get out of this heat and repeat that. Again, we told you back in 2011 at the age of 15 was runner-up to Zeke Lau in the 2011 HIC Pro. And that was his big debut out here. And of course, You know, he was tall and lanky back then, but he's gotten even taller.
Yeah, filled in a bit. I think he took a little breather from surf competition. It's good to see Ian Gentile back, especially with performances like this. Check out this replay.
Yeah, currently ranked number 73 on the QS. Love this first maneuver. Bang, power, right onto the open lip, control of the maneuver. And the judges been rewarding surfers with one maneuvers with some good scores, so don't be surprised if he replaces even that 4.9 on that last maneuver.
3 minutes, 5 seconds. We'll be waiting for that score. It drops in at a 5.53. Ian Gentile extends his lead over Skip McCullough, Gathan Delahaye, and Alonso Correa. Skip McCullough currently in second place and advancing position with first priority. So the young man from La Jolla in the green jersey has put himself in a really good situation right now. He's got to play this last 2 minute, 45 seconds really smart, bro.
All right, here we go. Gathan Delahaye taking a look.
What's he got for us? Triple pump bottom turn there. Up in the lip, missed time, goes down.
So unfortunate for Gathan, taking off on that wave, not able to get the requirement he's looking for. Alonso Correa riding.
Needs a 4.34 on this wave. Big, long bottom turn, hooking maneuver off the top. Stalls that bottom turn again. He's surfing his way to that score and more on that last wave. Kicks on the channel, and you can see by the body English that he is really happy with his performance, as he should be. 4.34, Bo, do you think he got it?
I think he did.
I concur. We'll wait for see what the judges' opinion of that ride is, because they're the only opinions that count, but we're going to take another look at the last of Alonso Correa.
Love the takeoff here. Reminds me of Tommy Carroll down to the bottom, slashing off the top with some power, generating more speed, and this was the one. Boom! Throws it off the lip. Look at the rooster tail. One more time. A third go at it. And then a Mason Ho at the end. Didn't Mason do that a couple of years ago?
I'm not going to comment on that at all. 1 minute and 25 seconds on the countdown here, and it looks like Alonso Correa is going to move into the top two. We're waiting for that decision from the judges. They're deliberating. They have a replay camera as well up there in the judges' tower, or the judges' house, if you want to call it here. And they're going to take a couple looks at it before locking in that score.
So the man with first priority, Skip, you're going to think he's going to need a wave right now.
Yeah, he just hung on to that priority, and maybe he hung on to it for a little too long. And there you go, Correa, 7.17, big number for the Peruvian. He vaults to number one. Ian Gentile, number two. It looks like Gentile and Correa are going to advance out of here. Skip McCullough, you can see him on your screen right now. Hearing that news, he has only got 40 seconds to respond right now. Needs a 5.96. Here he goes, Bo.
Yeah, let's see what he can do here, Kaipo. Come on, come on. He's on it.
Well, he's got this one. Now, is this wave going to provide? Nice snap there. He's going to have more opportunity here. This goes deep and fat into the channel. And he has to just stick in with some cutbacks. That's not going to be enough for Skip McCullough, unfortunately.
Yeah, he takes it to the beginning of Val's Reef there, and he knows it by the body language right there. 10 seconds on the clock.
10 seconds. Counting down. In 5.
There's Joe DeMarco with the countdown of this final heat of round number 4, the round of 32.
Hold your horses. Gathan Delahaye. That's not going to be it. So it's going to be Ian Gentile as well as Alonso Correa. Moving on to the quarterfinals. We'll be right back with more action here at Sunset.
Different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day competition of the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon and Kaipo Guerrero. And here we go, final 16 surfers, Rock. Matthew McGilvery from South Africa in blue. David Von Sale from South Africa in red. Crosby Colapinto from California in San Clemente in green. And Wesley Dantas from Brazil in the white jersey.
This is where the points and the money start to elevate even more. Our rank and bank stats for the quarterfinals. Fourth place, equal 13th overall, 840 points, $950. Third place, equal 9th, pretty good result, 900 points, and we start to crack into that $1,000 range, $1,250 USD.
Wow.
For a quarterfinal finish here in third. Obviously, they want to be in the semis.
Let's watch some replays. First up, Rocky, Matthew McGilvery from South Africa.
Yeah, Matt really coming into form here with that South African crew. Couldn't pull off as gnarly of a performance last year as his fellow South Africans, but right now he is knocking on the door of the semifinals.
The lone Californian in the quarters, Crosby Colapinto.
And Crosby had that banger of a heat in the last round with 3 former champions. The young San Clemente surfer coming through, finds himself in the quarters at the Vans Pro. What a performance.
Here we go, out the back to live action. That was David Van Sale taking a look, and look at that fast breaking wave. A good thing he didn't catch that. Possibly another one out behind him.
Here's live action for green, up and riding again. Crosby spinning around and getting a second wave right off the bat. Pretty smart surfing by the young fella, because he's up against, almost everybody he's surfing against now, maybe except for Baron Mamiya, is going to be older than him, and kind of forcing the issue, and maybe trying to muscle him around the lineup. So he's just finding anything he can get on the inside, and it backs up his second score.
Hey, on the first 2 minutes, you catch a 6.17. Hey, mission accomplished already in the first 2 minutes of the heat.
Yeah, and he spun right around and he got that second score. So he's going to post another kind of mid-range score right under that and start off with a commanding lead. And as a young man, that's where you like to hear your name called.
Oh, yeah. Well, he's got some great coaching over there. Kikoa Picasso had some great success here at Sunset Beach. In fact, that was his coming out party. This could be Crosby. And Crosby was at the Sunset Beach Open in January and made the semifinals.
Yeah, and put his name on the map. At least his first name. Everybody knows their last name, but they didn't know, oh my gosh, there's another Colapinto? Wow, we are in trouble.
Guess what? He's already been on 2 CT events this year. Let's watch Matthew McGilvery. Big carving, open face turn. Lots of speed, bottom turns. Look at the closeout. He was on fire on that wave.
That wave got so hollow, so quick, and it just broke a little too fast down the line. I thought for a moment he'd be able to pull into the barrel.
With the low tide, does that happen a lot here at Sunset? It shallows out?
You're going to see waves breaking faster with low tide, definitely. You're going to see that little Kono in chop come into play. But, as Baron Mamiya said during our last interview, the faces of the wave are remaining relatively undisturbed from those Konas, which is a good thing. It's just your normal, bumpy, rattly sunset, if you will.
Here's Crosby. I love the floater through the whitewater, going all the way into the channel where the water patrol and the caddies are. But bam, look at the speed, the power of the flow. I just wish this wave had more opportunity.
Yeah, David Von Sale getting that first turn off and then just one of those finishing turns as it closes out or fizzles into the channel. And Matt McGillivray just opening up with that first wide cutback carve and came to the bottom and then said, oh my gosh, this wave is going to destroy me. So he just pulled through and kicked out. So we're on standby for that second wave of Crosby Colapinto, and then we got a wave score coming for Fonsale as well.
Yeah, so we got a multitude of scores here. The judges are playing catch-up. That's why we saw those replays. That's what they're doing too. They have the same capability to look at the replays. They'll discuss. Usually what they'll do is they'll, with a grease pencil, they'll write an initial score, and they'll converse, and they'll look at the replay and go, oh, I didn't see that.
Right.
Wow, he went through the whitewater with that much speed. I'm going to raise my score from that or lower the score from that. You know?
Yeah, you're right. They do write it on a separate sheet that is before they punch it into the computer, just so the head judge can see all of the averages and scores. And then, of course, you know, they want to have a nice tight scale where you don't have too much of a spread from one judge to another. And that's how we get the average.
Well, there you go, 4.9 for Crosby, the 18-year-old out of San Clemente. Combo that with his 6.17 is in the lead, already in the double digits, already just 7 minutes into this heat. So David Fonsale, a 5.5, a 0.87. First wave score for Matthew, a 3.6, and Wesley Dantas, don't count him out. He's the power surfer of the group.
Yeah, here we go, checking out that second wave of Crosby, the 4.9, attacks the lip well. The wave didn't really offer much after, so he goes for a little float and thought he was going to grab on for a ride with Water Patrol. He's scooting right up to the sled.
Hey, you know, his uncle does step-offs, Matt Colapinto, so I'm sure he's done a few step-offs with his dad, Mitch, too.
Gotta say mahalo to Kenui Kitchen, providing our lunch. And they've got food here on site as well. Mahalo Kenui Kitchen. Check out kenuikitchen.com. And Matthew McGillivray on a Ono-looking inside bowl right here.
Oh, nice floater through the whitewater and nails it. Man, he was sideways on that, wasn't he?
Yeah, and free falling back into it. Not easy to complete those inside bowl free falls here at Sunset. It's like jumping off the second story lanai.
Yeah, Matthew made the quarterfinals last year, finished fourth in his quarterfinals with an equal 13th, and here we go. Wesley Dantas forcing the issue in the whitewater and unable to ride out of that.
Yeah, I got a little bit excited about that section and probably should have waited and gone around it. I mean, a delayed foam climb on an 8-footer at Sunset's going to be tough, but he's got so much excitement and adrenaline pumping through him, and you know, if anybody could have pulled that off with the power he has, it was Wesley, but the wave got the best of him there, and he'll paddle back out for more.
All right, the breakdown of our final 16 surfers in the quarterfinals, 7 hailing from Hawaii, 3 from South Africa. We have 2 of them in this heat, 1 each from Brazil, Peru, California, Australia, 2 from Australia, excuse me, and also 2 from Tahiti. So 1 each from California, Brazil, and they're in this heat with Crosby and Wesley. 1 from Peru, the Alonso Correa. So we're going to take a short commercial break right now. When we return, we're going to have the last 16 minutes of this great heat. Heat number 1, quarterfinals. You're watching the Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations.
There's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts.
White, you're in fourth. You need a 6.99.
So when you go through any of it, it
Red
just
second
makes you feel
priority,
alive. That's
white
what
third
white
priority.
does.
15 minutes, 20 seconds remaining.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach final day action of the 2019 3000 QS Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. And here we go, Wesley Dantas up and riding.
Yeah, Wesley looking for some open face, gets one turn off and finds another nice section going high into the lip, throwing some spray, much better than his first wave. right now in 4th place. Needs to put something together. He's got a 107 and a 093, so that right there is going to build some confidence in this heat for Wesley.
Welcome to the webcast and the broadcast. My name is Bo Hodge. This is Rocky Cannon, and this is another quarterfinalist, Alonso Correa from Peru. Congratulations, Alonso. Great heat out in the water in the last heat. Tell us about the changing conditions here at Sunset from day 1, day 2, day 3.
Yeah, okay, thank you for having me. Thank you very much. Actually, I just surfed today.
Oh,
yeah,
you were in the last round of 15, 16. That's
I was
right.
heat 15, so long day today. Hopefully, I can get a couple more heats.
Yeah, your goal is 5 heats today.
Yeah, but I'm really happy. That was a really tough heat. Was very tricky. There's the onshore wind now that it's kind of harder now, but really good waves, and I'm really happy to go through.
Do you have any waves at home that would compare or that you could practice for Sunset Beach surfing in your home breaks?
Yeah, for sure. I grew up in Lima in Peru, so we have like a bunch of big waves, like starting from Pico Alto. Used to be a big wave for tour event, but yeah, a couple rides, big rides. So I kind of grew up surfing waves like this. So I'm really happy to have a contest over here and show my surfing.
Of course, you guys had some excellent waves for the Pan Am Games back in July.
Yeah, of course. I surfed there a lot. It's 15 minutes from my home, so.
That's Punta Rocas, right?
Yeah. Really similar, just a bit smaller, but still good practice.
Is there anybody watching that you'd like to say how's it to or thank you in your in your own language if you'd like to also? No worries, bro.
Yeah, for sure. It's my mom's birthday today.
Oh,
feliz día, ma, y a toda mi familia que me está viendo seguro. Gracias a todos por apoyar y nada, a toda la gente en Perú estamos acá representando y nada, a seguir dándole, ¿no? Gracias. Thank you very much, guys.
Hey, maybe with your mother's birthday, this is your special day. Birthday present for her. If you can win the Vans Pro. What would it mean to you to win here at Sunset Beach?
It would be amazing. Yeah, such a legendary wave, like so much history over here. So yeah, I have so much respect for this wave. Heavy water. Yeah, I'm happy just to be competing here, and I'm excited for the next one.
Well, Alonso, it's a quick turnaround for you guys going into the quarterfinals. So we're going to let you go get rested up and prepare. And best of luck to you, my friend.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome.
Coming into the Vans Pro, Rocky's number 55 on the World Qualifying Series. So he's got a good shot of qualifying for the Dream Tour, the Championship Tour, with more results coming in at Haleiwa and a chance back here because he surfs Sunset so well. So all the best to you, Alonso. Good luck in your quarterfinals, and good luck to your dream of making the CT next year.
Yeah.
We hope you do it. Yeah.
He's going to be on his way to the quarterfinals here and focusing on that and then taking it to the Hawaiian Pro and the Vans World Cup. And we've seen guys come from that deep and even farther in the rankings to qualify. So we know it's possible. Meanwhile, speaking of possible,
impossible at the end, but it was very much possible. 90% of that wave, David Von Sale was coming out of it, and oh my God, it just the guillotine just clamped down on him at the closing. Let's watch this again.
Yeah, he does very well in setting this up, and we saw him on an incredible barrel earlier today. So doing that patented little scoot up on the board that he did earlier, and looked like the wave kind of hit the nose of his board, and he kind of went over the handlebars, if you will, and had to dive forward.
I think the lip was hitting his shoulders.
And it came down right on him, too. So tough exit here at Sunset. Much different than the one he had earlier that kind of opened up and let him come out. He still had to really put his navigational skills to use to come through that one previously. But right there, David Fonsale nearly making the exit. He'll replace a 087. Not sure if that wave's going to get him into second place, however. Here's Wesley Dantes.
Nice carving turn behind the peak there. So Wesley's been out of place, out of sorts. You know, he's been in control all through his competition here at Sunset, but right now in this quarterfinal heat, he hasn't found his right waves yet.
Yeah, he's been a little out of rhythm, as you said, and kind of got a little bit too excited on that first wave where he went for the, the crazy foam climb. Had he gone around that section, maybe made that wave a little smoother, he could have been a little more confident. But right now he's coming from behind, and it's not easy to do here at Sunset, albeit very possible. And Matthew McGillivray getting the shot right there with Hawaiian Water Patrol. Larry Haynes on board with our best jet ski operators in the business looking on. Mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol, all the boys reporting each day early, getting set to take care of our surfers all day long. Mahalo to KT Protection Services. Mahalo to, I saw Dr. Leland Dow down there, part of our first responder crew, so mahalo to our medical staff. Kanaka Solutions, 24/7 security. And of course, Kenui Kitchen, feeding us all, making us feel nice and comfortable with a full opu.
Yeah, you can see the effects of the Kona winds on the horizon right there, Rocky, as we span out. A little bit more white capping. Usually we see them right to left, but we're seeing it left to right today.
Yeah, it's blowing into the right-hander here at Sunset Beach, and like totally opposite of what it usually does. Still looking very contestable, obviously, and we've had, some barrel attempts in the last couple of heats, and that shows you the wind not blowing as hard, to really affect what's happening on the wave. You see a little bit of texture as the wave breaks, but at the bottom of the wave where the surfers are performing their bottom turns, still pretty smooth down there for Sunset standards anyway.
Well, we show 7:38 on the screen. I'm showing about 8:39 on our official timer, so we'll try to get that correct. And I haven't seen any updated scores in about 5 minutes, so I think our scoring system has frozen up. So we apologize for that, because there's been no scores on the WSL website also. So we'll try to get you updated what's happening out in the water. But right now,
the surfers keep surfing.
Yeah, the surfers keep surfing. And the technology keeps improving. We'll make it better. Let's watch Surfer in Red, David Von Sale from South Africa. Trying to make it around this section. He's going to decide, I'm not going to do it.
Crosby taking a look at that one. Probably glancing over at Kiko Bacalso. Sometimes the surfers will look at their caddies, and the caddies will be holding up two hands like, stop, not this wave, or they'll do like a motion like, yes, catch this wave. So there's sometimes even a wave by wave coaching from the sidelines for some of these surfers.
Yeah, we've been seeing so many waves in the last 3 days of competition. This is just unprecedented that you're seeing Sunset Beach. Such perfection today, a little bit of imperfection with the Kona winds, but still with the waves. And you're hearing, like you said, Rock, with the surfers saying, not really affecting the face of the wave and the ride.
Blue, you're moved back to second. New situation. Green, you are in first. Blue, you're in second. Red, you're down to third. You now need a 2.93.
So Matthew McGillivray has moved up into second place. David Von Sale now down to third place. Wesley Dantas still remaining in fourth place. So a bit of a change from the Safas. As here we go, Wesley Dantas up and riding.
And Wes with a big bottom turn and good little tail throw right there, and goes right back for the floater and got a little upended. Came down a little tail heavy on that one. Popped a wheelie, could not recover. The tail penetrated the water first. That was probably one of the more gnarly free falls off of a floater that we've seen this year at this Vans Pro.
He was going to snap his board if he pulled that off.
Yeah, or an ankle.
Red, you're in third. Needing a 2.93.
So just about 6 minutes remaining. Just add a minute to the timer on the screen there, but we got the scores coming in. We saw a change between second and third to second. Matthew McGillivray moving up into second place, holding down second priority. Crosby, Colapinto, and Green holding down that first priority. He's had the lead. We've seen surfers hold on to priority a little bit too long, just like in the last heat from Skip McCullough.
Yeah, you get too selective, you get overly patient, and then before you know it, there's only a couple minutes remaining, And then when you have to get into scramble mode at Sunset, that's never a comfortable place to be.
So Wesley improves here. No, 3.6353. That was still 2 waves that he was counting. Still surf rolling on through.
A 3.53.
So last wave for Wesley Dantas, that was the 3.53, so he does improve. And here we go, beautiful artwork here from the Vans Pro.
Yeah, that's Jack down there doing an art piece that is actually going to be auctioned off at the North Shore Community Land Trust benefit dinner. We were talking to Adam Borello and Tim Tibashevsky earlier on the bike path. December 7th, we're going to have that piece of art for auction, all to go to benefit that amazing organization of the North Shore Community Land Trust, northshoreland.org. That's where you can find out about their event coming up December 7th at Turtle Bay and get tickets and information from northshoreland.org.
Looks like we're going to have a board change here for Wesley Dantas. He's paddling over to the channel. He's in the white jersey, so he may have buckled that board on that last maneuver.
Yeah, that's quite possible. I wonder who Jack is drawing doing that forehand slash. It could be quite a number of guys from today, of our regular footers, that have been pulling off maneuvers just like what he's painting.
Yeah, of course, there is a famous photo back in the 80s when the World Cup was sponsored by the Hard Rock Cafe. Michael Munga Berry took a free fall drop out of the sky. You see the animation of Jack's work here. And let's watch our surfer in blue. This is Matthew McGilvery.
And Matt tagging that lip nicely. Goes up again, throwing the tail. That was the replay. Here we go. Situation with 2 surfers. Green had the priority. Crosby Colapinto. David wisely just kicks off his board. And Crosby
flaring out the tail and pulling off that maneuver in the turbulent whitewater. That's going to be a keeper score.
Just lip gliding right over that. Just opening up, releasing the tail, releasing the fins, landing it flawlessly. Should see that score jump into the good range and replace that 4.9. And also, don't forget, we got free haircuts.
Free haircuts?
Courtesy of Golden Hawaii. Free
Get out of here.
haircuts, gratuity encouraged. But they sent one of their wonderful barbers down here today. And so if anybody needs a little touch-up, little grooming, make your way down to across the street in the park where we have Kinui Kitchen. We've got Jack doing the art, and we've got Golden Hawaii doing some hair art. Some salon work, yeah. We got it all.
Okay, 2 minutes remaining in this heat.
Curious to see how that score is going to drop in for Crosby Colapinto, but here we go. Dropping in is blue, Matt McGillivray.
Big carving turn to open the campaign on this wave. Fast breaking wave. See him accelerate through here. A little bit of a head shampoo on that last ride. Here we go, red, David Fonsale.
And David really clean off the bottom, even though the wave is quite choppy, and just hits the lip, elevates, and free falls back down into the trough. And we'll see if that's the score he needs. Currently in the non-advancing position, chasing his fellow South African. And Matt McGillivray, one nice carve, kind of caught an edge a little bit, and then goes through and just sits right under the curtain right there for a moment.
This was surfer in red, David Fonsale. This was the fast breaking wave.
Boom.
Beautiful free fall from the lip. Wow. And the sound of the horn rounds out this first quarterfinal heat. So we're going to be on standby for scores. And there could be a shakeup here. I mean, both McGillivray and Fonsale had some good waves. I thought Crosby may have improved on his last wave of 4.9, but maybe not. Unfortunately, Wesley had to change boards. He was a little bit out of sync playing catch-up, so he was on his backup board at the end of the heat. So a lot happening in this first quarterfinal heat. Remember, top 2 makes semifinal.
Yeah, right now it looks like Crosby and Matthew, with Wesley Dantas having a bit of a shocker. Couldn't really find the rhythm. Only found a few scores that amounted to a 7.13. David Fonsale waiting for his last score. Needed a 3.5. And I believe we could be waiting for a couple of scores for Matt and Crosby as well.
Yeah, I think we're waiting for green, blue, and red for their last waves ridden because, you know, the South Africans can jump into first and second on their scores if they get the requirement. 3-5, especially for David, as we're seeing on screen right now. So the judges are taking their time and looking over replay right now, making sure they get the scores right and get them in. And then we'll get ready to start quarterfinal heat number 2.
Well, we could be seeing that requirement for David Fonsale elevated if Matthew and Crosby get better scores to improve their low points. You see the 4.23, but Fonsale.
Yeah, there's the 5.5.
They like the 8.0 too for that big off the top.
So the 5.5 gets David Fonsale from 3rd to 1st place. Let's take a short commercial break. When we come back, our second quarterfinal heat of the Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations.
3, 2, 1.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day surfing action here at the 3000 QS Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. Rocky, we have the official results for the first quarterfinal heat and our top 2 surfers making the first semifinal. And here they are. David Fonsale goes from 3rd to 1st with not a 5.5. You corrected me in the break. That was an 8-point score.
Yeah, that single maneuver, super critical, attacking the lip, the timing, the free fall, the execution, the completion. What a score and what a wave for David Fonsale, going into the semifinals in style.
All right, Jack Robinson in red leading the charge here. Here we go, surfer in white, former champion from 9 years ago. Billy Kemper will be in white. O'Neal Massine will be in blue with Finn McGill in green. Quarterfinal heat number 2 underway right now. Let's watch green, Finn McGill.
And Finn, on a little bit of a foamy face there, still is able to keep it on rail. And gosh, are you sure he has a sore back?
He's certainly not surfing like he does, but he claims to say so.
Beautiful scenery, looking at Sunset Point. See the dynamics and the formation of Sunset Beach, the surf break and how it works with those waves pouring in towards shore, that huge channel that works right on the edge of the break. All that current flowing towards us here at the bottom of the screen, and shoots out right there out across Camiland. Just an iconic view of this beautiful beach.
Here we go. Big carving open turn for Jack Robinson. This is a replay of his wave earlier. Remember, he scored a 9 and a 10 in his last round for the best one-wave tying Benji Brandon, best two-wave performance of the event. Whitewater takeoff here for the man in white. This is Billy Kemper.
Oh man, what a heat we've got on tap here. We've got Finn, Billy, who we're watching now, and Billy is just going to town on this one with that signature style. We've got Jack and O'Neill. Here's
Jack
Finn.
O'Neill?
Here's Finn McGill. I knew you were going to latch onto that one. Here's Finn, the replay. Good first turn. Kind of blasted off the top on that second one. So the two-turn combo for Finn McGill. But O'Neill Messine from Tahiti in the blue. Jack Robinson in the red. Billy Kemper in the white. Finn McGill in the green. This could be a final.
All four of these guys have been in the final of this event. Finn McGill was 4th place in 2016 of this event. And he had a chance, if he was 3rd or better, he would have been the regional champion at 16 years of age for Hawaii. Of course, Billy Kemper, a winner of this event in 2010 and a 4-time finalist. Jack Robinson made the finals in 2016. He's been in the final here in 2015 also. And O'Neill Massin, yeah, he was the runner-up last year to Kieran Jabor, who won the event this time last year. An 8.5 for Jack Robinson. That's a little bit under par of what he's been performing earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he's very accustomed to throwing up the excellent scores here as we look at Coach Reynos.
Yeah, Coach Reynos is doing what we're doing, looking at the scores as they come across, communicating to his caddy as he is coaching Finn McGill out in the water. Of course, Finn winning the WSL Junior World Championships a couple of years back. And of course, the WSL Juniors will return back to Taiwan coming up in later November into December. So an 8.5 opening score. We're on standby for more scores. As they start to get registered in here for quarterfinal heat number 2.
Oh man, Robbo was just trying to pump into that one, got held up on top. Quite potentially an effect of those Kona winds, creating a little chop on the takeoff. Here's Billy Kemper.
Yeah, let's watch Billy on his second wave. Big open face carve back into the whitewater, and it swallows him. And he was trying to work his way through that walls of whitewater.
Yeah, took that one just a little too far back into the whitewater, and that thing just gobbled him up like, gosh, it was a beast of a whitewater just swallowing him whole.
Look how in shape Zeke Lau looks. He is lean and mean. All right, there's the boys. There's Big Bill, Team Quicksilver. Tahitians down there.
Makua right
Makua's
there.
inside there. Former winner out here. Getting all the good vibes. High-fiving Benji. Benji will be coming up in the same heat. They rigged the freeze. And also Ian Gentile in that next quarterfinal heat.
$18 minutes and still waiting for some scores to come in.
Yeah, the time's right, but it seems like the scores are being delayed.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's coming.
There they go. We're getting some in now.
From the judges examining everything. Of course, as we get to this stage, they're really focusing in and watching a lot of replays, trying to make sure they're staying on point. And it's been a long 3 days for those guys as well. Hats off to all of our judging crew and everybody up there supporting our priority judges, wave judges, spotters. It's a full hands-on deck team effort when you come here to Sunset, with the break being so far out. 4 surfers and the large playing field. You could potentially have 4 guys up and riding at the same time.
Oh yeah, at 4 different spots.
Right.
So 17-11 remaining in this heat, quarterfinal heat number 2. We've seen the advancement from the last heat of David Von Sale and Crosby Colapento. So Crosby has gone back-to-back in Hawaii 2019 Sunset Beach events from January through October here.
Yeah, and it's
semifinal performance.
It's so crazy to think, that we're in the same calendar year as we were in January 2019. Just so much things have happened, obviously, with the tour and with the qualifying series as we come down this home stretch of the end of the season, as we watch Finn McGill stretching out on that second one and then tagging the third one and waves to the camera, says, excuse me, I'm going to slide right behind you here. And Finn McGill putting score number 2 on the board, has a 7.17 already posted. And Billy Kemper going to be a little vulnerable with that 1.67 backup, and Jack Robinson only the 0.3. We could see Finn take the lead.
Well, I'm going to say he's going to take the lead.
You're very, very insightful.
No, a 7.17 on his first wave. This wave was a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Let's watch the replay of Finn McGill. Made the final in 2016, wants to do it here in 2019.
Yeah, nice off the top to start, just smooth, going through the motions and not trying to do too much, giving what the wave offered him, and then really just attacked it on the last part of that wave and did a good job.
Let's go down beachside and check in with our own Kaipo Guerrero. Take it away, Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Bo David. You're in the semifinals again. How are you feeling? Sunset's good to you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm super stoked to be in the semis again. Waves are kind of similar to last year. It's like bombing out there. Yeah, I hope I get a couple in the next one.
Had to pull a clutch performance in that heat, however.
Yeah, for sure. I got my first kind of decent scoring wave quite early on, and then I just kept taking off on like closeouts. And then last minute I managed to just pull off a score just with a one-turner, so frothing.
Well done, Brew. We're going to see you in the semifinals. Hundreds.
Thanks, John Kuiper.
Little South African lingo there for David Fonsale. Last year, semifinalist, finished equal 5th. He had a 3rd place in the semifinal in 2018. This year, mission needs to be to go one more step further and make the Final 4. Well, there you go. Finn McGill is backed up as 7.17 with a 6.93. So I was right about him going to first, and I thought the score was going to be better than the 7.17, and that's why we're in the commentating booth and not in the judges' style.
Yeah. So 6.93, still, very good score. With a 7.17 and a 6.93, those are very similar. That's averaging right around a 7. So I'm sure we saw judges seeing that wave either way. You could see that one up above that, or you could see it the other way around, very, very quite possibly. So well within the range of the average and the split. So don't worry, Bo, you still got hope.
Okay. Maybe one day I'll be a judge. No, thank you. I never want to be a judge. Those guys, I commend them. They have the toughest job in surfing because every surf meet, like this one, you have 112 surfers. You only have one winner.
Yeah.
So you got 111 guys who are going to disagree with you. As we see Benji Brand on the bike path. And man, every time he touches the water and surfs out here at this event, he registers in the top 10 of a 2-wave total.
Big numbers, no doubt. And, he was one that we watched as a Grom that really surfed above his age and even more mature than he is.
Let's take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we'll have the second half of the second quarter final heat. You're watching 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creation. Stay tuned.
Trinidad and Tobago has two very different sides. On one end, you have a beautiful country that's filled with beautiful beaches. On the other side, there's like a lot of suffering. Surfing has literally been one of the biggest motivational tools for kids on the coast.
Wesley Dantes, we need you to go to the Beach Marshal tent and return your jersey. Wesley Dantes to the Beach Marshal tent, please.
Surfing is literally saving many a youth life in Trinidad and Tobago.
Welcome back to Sunset Beach. Final day action. We're in quarterfinal heat number 2. 2019 Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. Finn McGill in the lead, followed by Jack Robinson in second. 2010 champion Billy Kemper in third, and O'Neal Massine quietly has not registered a score yet. We're going to be on standby for that as we see in green Ian Gentile. He will be coming up in the next heat of quarterfinal number 3. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon. Welcome to this final day action of the Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations, and it's so good to be back on the North Shore in the winter surf season here. And 2 weeks from right now, we will be at Haleiwa for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing with the kickoff event, the Hawaiian Pro.
I tell you what, bro, summer just flew by. I was here all summer. I don't know where you guys were all traveling the world, and I was just holding it down on the North Shore for you guys. But it's so glad to have everybody back in town, and it's an amazing scene. Great to have 3 days of competition right on the first 3 days of waiting period. It's nice to have that waiting period if we need it, but man, we love doing the 3 and out.
But I love the way Pancho and Marty Thomas talked about the days that we ran Monday and Tuesday. Proper Sunset Beach, old style Sunset Beach, big wave surfing, and to catch it in October, we are so being blessed.
Yeah, you know, all the events around the world are great, and our surfers get to travel and experience different waves. But when it comes back here to Sunset Beach and we're in the home stretch of qualifying for the Triple Crown, qualifying for the World Tour, of course the World Championship still on the line for the Pipe Masters, it kind of gets back to the roots of power surfing, traditional surfing, and you know, the way a lot of these Groms have grown up watching these waves ridden by those, you know, folks that we mentioned, the Michael Hose, Pancho Sullivans, Miles Padaka, those guys, you know, these young kids like Zeke right here grew up watching those guys, and now we're trying to emulate and even elevate the level of surfing here at Sunset.
Well, as we see Zeke Lau, two-time winner of this event, a two-time winner at the Vans World Cup here at Sunset, also won a junior pro here at Sunset. Already at 28 years of age, Zeke Lau is 25 years of age. He's won 5 events here at Sunset Beach. He's going to be one of those, you know, 10, 15 years from now, we're going to say, hey, even the greats like Zeke Lau, he has earned himself on that pedestal.
Yeah, and winning 2 events here and winning 2 at the World Cup, and then, of course, that junior. You can't think of a more well-rounded Sunset Beach performance than Zeke Lau has had in these recent years. I mean, he won on the big Burley Day last year. He won doing an aerial 360 in a previous year when those west winds kicked up, and he said, you know what? West winds, bring it on. I'll just do an air 360 and win the event. So he's really done it all out here.
Well, 13 minutes into the heat, and O'Neal Massine blows up on that last wave. And unfortunately for the Tahitian, not able to pull it off. Here we go, Jack Robinson up and riding.
And Robbo, a lot of speed down the line. He's going to look for the barrel, tuck in, and he's going to come out. Man, he just looks so comfortable in there. There's not a moment where you have any doubt that he's coming out of these barrels, where a lot of other guys you would be like, oh, he's going to probably get clipped. He just has the perfect lines.
And he had to surf over O'Neal coming out of that barrel.
Yeah, negotiating a little fellow competitor traffic, a little end bowl, you know, clampage, and a lot going on in there. And Jack just settles in, talking to his caddy right now and getting some encouragement. Going to replace that 0.3. Could quite possibly retake the lead from Finn McGill. We'll kind of wait for the judges to watch this replay a couple of times over. Smaller wave on the inside. Had to really squeeze and tighten up to make that exit.
Yeah, let's watch the replay here. Jack Robinson working down the line. Big bottom turn, sees the barrel potential here. Pumping, pumping, pumping. O'Neal, you better dive. I don't see you. And comes out clean.
Well,
another look.
So at first he thought he was going to stall. He goes for almost for the double grab, and then he lets go and says, wait, I got to pump. So the kind of mid-wave adjustment by Jack Robinson, so skilled and so veteran, but at a young age. And then a big foam climb from O'Neal Massine, and then had he been able to make this one right here, he would have been right back in the heat. Just got a little too inverted. That wave steepened up, and that low tide creating that really steep section on the inside. The bottom just dropped out.
I haven't seen O'Neill fall off in the last 3 days, but remember, he's surfing with a knee injury.
Yeah, I mean, Finn McGill with his back, O'Neill with his knee. These guys are powering through some injuries.
There's the board shaper, Eric Arakawa, for Jack Robinson. You know, Jack picked up one of those Eric boards many years ago and loved the communication. Started working with Eric, you know, I believe 4 or 5 years ago. And every year coming back to the North Shore, he's got a good set of Arakawas out here on the North Shore.
Yeah, and then in the foreground, you saw Kid Peligro, longtime trainer of a lot of these pro surfing athletes. And
I would say about 80% of them.
Yeah, he's got the magic formula, and they all love the way he trains. And here we go, up and riding in white. This is Billy Kemper. And Billy, finding that open face, attacks the lip, and really just had that wave run away from him. And Billy's a guy that can generate speed almost out of nothing. So when you know the wave is outrunning Billy, that wave was truly unmakeable.
Yeah, he chases down walls of mountains at Pe'ahi and gets out of them. An 8.5 for Robbo. That puts him into the lead, backed it up with a solid score of a 6.17, Finn McGill. And look at the high standards, 14 points. You can see Coach Reynos Hayes right there saying Finn's now got down to second. Now Billy's on the search. And you usually rarely hear that for Billy Kemper, the 4-time finalist at this event.
Yeah, I think so far he's won every heat he's been in since round one. We've done like 4 or 5 interviews with him already. And he's going to replace that 167 with the last score, but only was able to find that one turn. And thinking back to the last heat, David Fonseca, we saw the 8-point reward for that huge radical turn in the previous heat, but I don't know if this one for Billy is going to get up into that range. In fact, it comes in at a 3.43 and not enough.
Billy's going to need an 8-point ride to get into second place.
Yeah, the standard has been set. Robbo with the 8.5 to start, backs it up with a 6.17. Finn with a 7.17 and a 6.93, basically a pair of 7s right there when you average it out. So for sure, it has come to that stage where excellence is going to prevail.
All right, O'Neill with that one wave, 13 minutes into the heat. Now he has 4 minutes remaining, a 3-point ride. He's actually comboed out of second place right now.
Yeah, he's really starting to fall behind and needs to pick it up quick. With 4 minutes remaining, it is going to be a very, very hard battle for O'Neill at this stage.
So Jack Robinson picking off where he left off in that last round. An amazing perfect 10 and a 9.0, a 19.2 wave total. Remember, Jack Robinson sitting at number 20 entering the Vans Pro, and he's wanting to officially clarify himself part of that top 10 as he works his way into the final event. And of course, you know, one of the best places he surfs around the world is right here at Sunset Beach. He's won how many 1,000 events here? 1 or 2?
At least 1.
Maybe a junior pro too.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's won the 1,000 and he did win the junior.
Okay, taking a look at Jack Robinson's points, his lowest points right now is 1,100. So in this round, Rocky, we're counting 900 and 840. So he makes semifinals, he's going to improve his margin. And especially if he gets another win here, so we're watching Billy Kemper, he'll jump up leaps and bounds. Billy on rail, going 45 degrees on that rail. And look, he's on a mission. He wants another wave.
Man, he is like a combo of Sonny and Johnny Boy when he puts his board on rail like that, and then you can see the exhale from his face and his mouth, where he's just blowing out carbon dioxide and just expelling so much energy, putting it into those turns, but with the controlled radicalness and meeting the criteria to get the big scores. Is Tom Doslin talking story with Okua Rothman.
Yeah, we saw Mihimana Bray waxing up his board. He's coming up in heat number 4. Look at the power here coming up. Crap.
Whoa,
I mean, that would break my ankles trying to do that.
Yeah, I just got a cramp in my quad watching that.
2 minutes counting down, so we're on standby for scores. Last of white, Billy Kemper. First priority belonging to the man in second, Finn McGill. Jack Robinson with third priority, our leader with an 8.5 and a 6.17.
Beautiful greenery right there along the bike path. You heard from the North Shore Community Land Trust earlier, Adam and Tim. Man, these shots from above have been really showing the progress of these plants taking root and the way that they're sprawling out, and all of our volunteers doing a great job nurturing that buffer there. Thank you so much.
Yeah, with first priority, Finn McGill's going to use it here. Big carving turn, and he was going on rail also.
Yeah, he couldn't swing it around quite quick enough. The rail got stuck and the wave steepened up faster than he could pull his board around.
Last score right, a 7.43.
A 7.43 for Billy Kemper. Again, we told you he needed an 8-point ride. Now Billy needs, let's see, 1 point. He needs a 6.67. A 6.67 to go into the lead with less than 50 seconds to go.
He's going to have to try to match Finn McGill's 6.93 backup. Right now they're sitting on similar top wave scores, but the 5.67 for Billy compared to the 6.93 for Finn is the difference right now.
A 13.1. That would have won 80% of all the other heats today.
Yeah, for sure. And this is the quarterfinals, and it just shows you how the level just really elevates a couple notches above what the previous rounds have been doing.
All right, counting down. I don't know if this wave's going to get into who has first priority. First priority is O'Neill. O'Neill's only had one wave this heat.
Yeah.
That's a shocker.
Yeah.
And he's going to go for it right here. He's comboed out of getting second, even if he got a perfect 10.
Yeah, and he just wants to ride another wave. He can't, be satisfied with just having one single ride in the quarterfinals of the Vans Pro. So that was more of just a consolation, moral, support for O'Neill to catch wave number 2.
Jack Robinson right there has made the semifinals along with Finn McGill. We're going to take a short commercial break. When we come back, the second half of the quarterfinals on deck. You're watching live action of the 2019 Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations.
We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slam.
Welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon. We're now on the back half of the quarterfinals. 4 men have elevated themselves into semis, 8 more trying to vie for the last 4 spots. And here we go, quarterfinal heat number 3. 2-time champion Ezekiel Lau will be in blue. Benji Brand, who's been the spot-on surfer of this event, along with Jack Robinson, he'll be in red. Ian Gentile, former finalist from 2011. He'll be in the yellow jersey, and Beyrick de Vries from South Africa. He'll be in the white jersey. Beyrick made the final last year. Remember, he came in 3rd place. But first up, let's watch Ian Gentile kick out on this first wave.
Yeah, just a small score going to be posted for Ian. Beyrick de Vries also has a 117. And still mountains of whitewater out there. The swell is super strong, and Zeke Lau just went over the handlebars, really steep on that one, poked the nose and got ejected. So 3 waves, and so far Sunset Beach is winning the heat.
Yeah, we got 3 former past champions in the quarterfinals, and Billy Kemper bowing out in that quarterfinal number 2. We got Zeke Lau in blue in this heat. Ian Walsh will be coming up in green in quarterfinal heat number 4. So, Rocky, good chance we could see a new Vans Pro champion, but we still got 2 former champions still in contention.
Yeah, and you know, in this quarterfinal, the word final is used, I think, also to describe that, man, any 4 of these heats could be a full-on final. And we saw it in heat number 1 with those surfers performing, that all those names could have very well been finalists. Heat number 2, they were all at one time or another finalists or winners of this event. And then even looking at heats number 3 and 4, just stacked with amazing surfers with great talent, and also could be very well a final here, but only 2 will move on to the semifinals. And so far, this is still wide open here in number 3.
How about Crosby Colapinto's round 4, heat 4? He was up against Evan Valier, Jack Robinson, and Billy Kemper.
Yeah.
I mean, guys who had made the finals or have won this event.
Yeah, I mean, 3 champions in their own right. And
here at Sunset.
Crosby has moved to the semifinals, and now he'll face Finn McGill, Jack Robinson, and David Fonseal.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting semifinal. So right now our attention is to the water right now with 19:40 counting down. No waves written for red or for green as we await scores. See Zeke Lau paddling back out. We got some replays here, Rock. Let's watch Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, Zeke finds a little rhythm right there. Really quick ninja karate chop off the lip right there, and that's all he finds. But remember, his first wave was a 0.4, so that single wave score, single maneuver wave, gets him a 5.67. Judges like the vertical attack, the speed, quickness, controlled but radical.
What do you assess his quickness from?
You know, it's that training they do, you know, in the gym with the medicine balls and with the
quick tip,
all of those exercises that really work on the reflexes, you know, the hips, quads, all engaging.
5.67 for Zeke Lau. Ihimana checking in right now from Tahiti. Ray and Riley. We saw O'Neill, Massine, also from Tahiti going down, so hopefully for the Tahitians.
There is their last hope this year for the Vans Pro. There's Mihimana showing a double shaka. He'll be joined in the water by his caddy, legendary family Tereva David from the David Ohana. Got, of course, his uncle Vitea carrying that name through the 80s and 90s for Tahiti, and now you have Tereva and the fellow Tahitians continuing their amazing tradition, and one of our favorite places to go and hang out is 5 hours down on Hawaiian Airlines to Papeete and the islands of Tahiti, French Polynesia.
Score for green. We'll get you a situation. Last score for blue was a 0-8.
Let's go down beachside and check out what Kaipo's doing. Kaipo, take it away.
You know what I'm doing, Bo? I'm having another conversation with Jack Robinson, and why? Because he keeps on winning heats. How's your heat out there? You're in the semifinals now.
Thanks, Kako. Yeah, I don't know. It was pretty tricky, to be honest. I felt like that was the hardest heat yet, just because I don't know, Billy, Finn, Masson, everyone's good out here, you know. So yeah, I wasn't really worried about it, but the waves were, you know, it was tricky. So I was just trying to be smart, basically. Yeah.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. How are you going to adjust, because the conditions are changing? You know, it's changed a lot since this morning.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, it's still, the size is still there. It's just yeah, it's getting a little smaller. So I mean, just take it, you know, for what it is, heat by heat. I forget about that last one, and yeah, I mean, it's still going to be good. So I'm excited.
How are you going to win this thing? It's 4 good waves to a victory.
No, I got to think of the first wave, not the 4. So one wave at a time, and then we'll see.
There you go, Jack Robinson into the semifinals. We're going to see more of the Robo Show.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. Congratulations, Jack Robinson. Okay, I got a boggling number to throw at you, Rocky, here.
Okay.
Crunching numbers. You know me.
Yes,
I
sir.
love the history of surfing. Jack Robinson in the last 5 years has made 4 semifinals now.
Wow.
Since 2015. And he's made 2 finals within the last 4 years, so we'll see if he makes a 3rd final in the last 5 years.
You're the stat man.
How cool is that? I
Pretty
mean,
awesome.
This is a guy trying to qualify for the World Tour, and mission could be accomplished, because guess what? The final 10,000 event is right back here at Sunset.
Yeah, and I really like his chances based on that fact. When you look at his positioning on the qualifying tour right now at number 20, he's got 10 spots to climb. Seems like a lot on paper, or it sounds like a lot, but when you look at his history at this venue and you look at his capabilities and what he's been able to do, his chances are looking pretty good. But Jack, I like him settling in right there, saying, whoa, I got to take it one wave at a time, and a good strategy for Jack. Here's Benji Brandt.
Yeah, let's watch the other guy who's been spot on every time he touches the water out here with gold. Benji Brand, second carving turn on his backhand will kick off. So about 10 minutes into this heat, he catches his first wave.
Yeah, and I feel like he and Jack Robinson can sometimes be like mirrors of each other, mostly because one's regular, one's goofy, but they've got similar styles, but they've also got just that similar, like, wave knowledge, attack, and that where the waves just come to them and they don't need much to work with, and they can make something that's average look excellent.
Yeah, so we'll be on the standby for the first wave score there for Benji Brand. And only needing more than a 2.83 to get into second place. He gets a 6.54, he'll be in the lead.
Yeah, still very, very tight. 14 minutes remaining, and the top 2 spots up for grabs. Ian Gentile holding down that first priority.
So scores coming in, we'll be on standby. Judges reviewing the replay. Rick DeFries, 2-wave scores, a 1.17, a 0.63. Ian Gentile with a single ride of a 2.83. Zeke Lau with the best wave of the day so far, 5.67. He's backed it up with a 0.87. So where we saw the other heat, triple digits from 3 of our 4 competitors, where Billy Kemper had a 2-wave total of a 13.1, eliminated. Why? Because Finn McGill had a 14.1. Jack Robinson, the winner, a 14.67.
Well, there's Benji's score right there, a 4.17.
So it moves him to second place in the advancing spot, but we're going to see this all change and flip every wave that comes in, 13 minutes counting down.
Green, you're in third, now needing a 1.35. White, you're in fourth, now needing a 3.01.
So Bayrick DeFries needs to drop that 0.63. Ian, see him in green. He's holding down first priority. These guys are sitting tight with each other, paddling more towards the east side of the break. Ian's going to let this go. Could Benji be calling the shots here? No, Ian's got it.
Here goes Ian, dropping in further inside on that section, but good hard carve. Attacks the whitewater, but goes down. He'll just get credit for the one completed maneuver. With that opening 2.83, and he'll get a second score. He could quite possibly catch Benji Brandt here.
12 minutes remaining in this heat. As we watch out the back, surfer in red. Benji just exploding out the back. No, I'm out of here. I'll tell you what, Rock, let's take a short commercial break. When we come back, we'll have the second half of quarterfinal heat number 3. You're watching 2019 Vans Pro, presented by HIC Surf.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. I'm Bo Hodge along with Rocky Cannon and Kaipo Guerrero. Final day action on this Wednesday, day before Halloween. Trick or treat, who's going to win the Vans Pro?
Well, right now, I like the chances of Mr. Jack Robinson. You know, if Benji can get out of this heat, been pretty on fire. Zeke Lau is also very much in contention. And here he is up and riding right on cue.
Big opening forehand carving turn for Zeke. Powers it right through another one. Can he dice it up for a third one at the end? Nah, he's just going to surf out of this. So 2 good, powerful forehand turns and the spray. And he looked kind of relaxed on that wave.
He looked relaxed, but it was, but he looked also very intentional, very focused, and couldn't deny the speed and the drive that he put into those turns. But his body language, yeah, was a little bit casual.
Oh, and Ian Gentile floating through that section. And so your number 1 and 2 position surfers in this heat catching some good scoring waves.
Yeah, we'll see Ezekiel eliminate that 0.87 that you see as his second ride, as his backup wave, and that last wave could actually outpoint his current high score, so he'll be extending his lead. You know, I gotta think that 2-turn combo gonna probably reach up into, you know, that 6.5 range.
Here we go. Something coming out of the north. You see on the outside, feathering out towards Boneyard's backyards. Let's watch a replay. First here, Rock, we're going to see Zeke Lau.
Yeah, nice patience there off the bottom, and then really cranks that turn. I like the second one where he puts a little more emphasis right there with the layback. And you know, his body language does look casual, but he's really putting a lot of power into those turns. And then Ian Gentile, lightning quick off the top, and then gets that second section to work with. A little variation off that second maneuver where he didn't bring it back down right away. He did the snap float and then just rock and rolled it back to the bottom.
Wow, 2 good scoring waves. We're going to stand by for the scores as these waves roll through. Let's go down beachside and check in with Kaipo Guerrero. Take it away, Kaipo.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. I'm here with Stuart Coleman from the Surfrider Foundation. We have a lot of activations happening on with that great organization. First of all, Stuart, tell us about a beach cleanup that we have coming up.
Yeah, we have a great beach cleanup coming up next weekend, November 9th, down at Kahuku. And it just shows, it's amazing how much plastic pollution. You've been there, you know how bad it gets, and it just covered the beaches. So we do this with HIC and Vans Pro, and just really excited because it's one of our biggest beach cleanups of the year.
How can people get involved with that?
You can go to wahoo.surfrider.org and check it out, and look all over social media. We'll be down there from about 9:30 till 12, and we're going to serve lunch to all the volunteers. Thanks to Cholos for that.
Awesome. We have another thing coming up, the John Kelly Awards, which is an annual happening here on the North Shore.
Yeah, that's our annual awards party. This is going to be our 16th year. It's amazing. And it's kind of a great kickoff for the Vans Triple Crown, and we recognize great companies like HIC won last year for eco-friendly company, and we have a Lifetime Achievement Award and a Pro Surfer Award. So Carissa Moore is going to be there, and we're doing this in honor of Dr. Ruth Gates.
Awesome. And then, both Surfrider Foundation and WSL Pure, we're aware of single-use plastics, and there's some legislation in play right now in regard to that.
Yeah, so we've got Bill 40, which is going to the final hearing at the County Council. This is probably going to be the most, one of the most comprehensive bills in the country. We've been working on this for 13 years, so it's finally happening. It's really exciting. It's basically going to get rid of single years, so it's finally happening. Plastic lid top containers, styrofoam, and there are plenty of compostable and other alternatives for all those issues, for all those items.
Thank you so much for all of the work that you do at the Surfrider Foundation, Stuart Coleman. And you can help out too with your reduction of single-use plastic. Just get a reusable water container like this, use a refill station, and do your part to reduce single-use plastic, because we care about the ocean. Stop trashing waves.
Thanks, Kaipo. Thanks, Stuart. And I know you're involved in the John Kelly Awards, and Henry Capone's actually going to play at Waimea Valley.
Yeah, that's the production meeting that we had over the phone last week was confirmed that Henry Capono is going to be there. I'll be the MC. And Kaipo, you're so right about the hydro flask and the refillable water station, especially here in Hawaii. Bruh, everywhere is a refillable water station. We drink tap water all the time.
Yeah, and I've done a lot of traveling this past year, and my hydro flask saves me so much carry-on and things. I make sure I drink it all before I go to TSA, and after that, I go to a bar, maybe have a beer before I get on the plane, and I ask the waiter or the waitress to fill up with ice water.
Yeah.
And it's just, hey, I can't even buy that in the store.
It's so easy. So get that going on for you. Thank you, Stuart. And we'll see you November 9th for the beach cleanup. And then we'll see you the following Saturday, November 16th. For the John Kelly Awards. Still plenty of tickets available. Going to be a fun time at Waimea Valley.
Here we go. Guy who's been behind the 8 ball in this heat. Former finalist Bayrick DeFries. Now up and riding. This will be Bayrick's 3rd wave of this heat. Needing a 9.8 to get into the top 2. 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Up and riding, Benji Brand.
Benji just doing his patented backhand attack 2 times and comes unglued on the 2nd. Looking for a 6.81. That's going to be tough right there. He needed to complete that 2nd maneuver to have a chance at a score, reaching up into that high 6-point range.
We got a couple of replays right here. First off, Bayrick DeFries.
Bayrick, a lot of speed down the line, goes for the big lip glide right there. Gets more speed off of that first maneuver, and then just kind of laying into the next 2, using the wave as it shoulders off. Majority of that score going to come from that first lip launch that he performed early in the wave.
Well, now we're seeing that Benji is human. He's fallen off on a couple of waves here at the quarterfinal. I don't know if fatigue's factoring in for him, but a little bit off kilter from what we've seen previous of the last 2 days.
You can't help but think that so much energy expended over the last couple days that they are starting to feel the effects. They are human, and they are, some of the most well-conditioned organic athletes, if you will, not using any performance enhancers or anything like that. They are just pure, well-conditioned athletes. And when you get to this point in the Vans Pro at Sunset Beach, the way the conditions have been, man, this ocean, this surf break will take a toll on you if you spend enough time out there, and definitely feeling some effects of that during this quarterfinal.
Well, for Zeke Lau, this is his third heat of the day.
Yeah, he already surfed in round 3, round 4. Here he is in the quarters.
Potentially, maybe 2 more heats left for the semis and final.
Well, with 2 minutes right now, he's looking pretty good that he's going to surf a 4th heat, which would be the semifinal. And here he is with priority, handling that late drop.
Look at that patented gouge. You're so right. He's channeling Sonny. He's channeling JBG, you know?
Wow.
Johnny Boy Gomes all in that. I know John Shimoka would be proud to see that. That Zeke Lau's, you know, just hammering out there.
Yeah, and we'll cue up the replay. You can see how he just matches the power of this wave with his own power, but he leverages it so well that he, even if he gets a little bit out of control, he's able to regain and reharness that control. As he drops in, he gets hit in the back, doesn't even phase him, stands up straight and then hunkers down for that layback carve under the lip, and then gets a little fins free right there. Most guys probably would have slid out or slipped off, and Zeke just holds position, and he is poised for the semi, ready to take it on.
My God, and that's why he's on the World Championship Tour.
Exactly.
Very talented surfer. Right now, coming into the Hawaii leg, he's number 28, so he needs some work in pipe, but you know what? He's coming in at number 77, and he's got the goods to take it all the way at the Hawaiian Pro and here at the Vans World Cup also.
Well, he's going to have that situation where he really wants to do well in the Hawaiian Pro and the Vans World Cup, but he really would love to just re-qualify by getting it done at pipe. But that's the 3rd and last contest, and if it comes down to that, you know, I'm not sure if he wants to really surf with that much pressure on his shoulders, but you know, he's able to handle it. We've seen him do it in the past. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Meanwhile, Ian Gentile going inverted, coming down that lip with 16 seconds. Right before that, we saw Bayrick to freeze. So 3 out of our 4 surfers catching waves in the last 30 seconds. And Ian's still going on this one, one of our only connectors that we've seen all the way to Val's.
Well, he only weighs like 85 pounds. Sound of the horn will round out in this heat, and we had a multitude of scores here, and we've got some replays here, Rock. We got to go before our break. This first one in white, Bayrick DeFries.
Yeah, Bayrick throwing some tail right there. The wave died out quickly, so just had that last little whitewater blast. Couldn't really find anything much more critical. Ian Gentile with a single maneuver, lip gliding, perfect timing, landing it, free falling back into the trough, completing that maneuver.
So we can hear Joe DeMarco, the beach announcer, inform the surfers for this heat and the next heat that we are on hold because a series of rides there at the end, critical waves. Okay, Benji Brand now needing a 6.81, Bayrick needing a 5.81. So the horn has just sounded for quarterfinal heat number 4. Ian Gentile gets an 8.07, goes to first, and wins the heat coming out of the water. Well, let's take a short commercial break, and when we come back, our 4th and final quarterfinal heat here at Sunset Beach for the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
Quarterfinal number 4 in the water here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. Sunset continues to pump through here. Kuiper Girl along with Rocky Cannon on the call. 2 more spots left in the semifinals. 2 of these surfers are going to take those spots. Mihimana Brai, Baron Mamiya, Ian Walsh, and Alonso Correa all out in the water battling for those 2 spots.
Looking at Sunset Point right there with backyards and V-Land in the background. And surfers duck diving, big walls of white water right now. That was Alonso Correa, most likely potentially getting the worst of it, but he's back on his board. Mihimana was on the outside in the blue. Actually, sorry, that was green. Ian Walsh. Mihimana's a little further in there. Benji Brandt, the Brandt train comes to a halt in the quarterfinals. From looking at him all contest long, you thought he was going to be taking it a little deeper, but you know, Sunset has her way of getting the best 2 through.
That's right, here we go. 2-time winner, Ian Walsh, up and riding. And Walsh, he looks like he's got a nice wall in front of him, gets a couple turns right off the bat, finishes with a whitewater float to show control into the channel, kicks out. That's going to be a nice start for Ian Walsh. Mihimana Brai, the Tahitian, on the backhand, pulls into the barrel, looking for an exit, and gets chopped looking for that exit door.
And it looked like, actually it was white.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But similar, but similar styles. You're definitely forgiven for that, because those guys surf a lot alike, and with blue water, white jersey, sometimes can have a little reflective color on the jersey, but well done to get in that barrel.
So that is a correction. It's going to be Alonso Correa. We're waiting for a score for Alonso. We're also waiting for a score for Ian Walsh. So the 2 surfers getting some waves right at the beginning of this heat. This is quarterfinal number 4. Baron Mamiya starts off with a 4.33, and Mihimana Brai with a 2-point ride.
Kind of curious to see as we watch the replay. We'll get to that later. Watching Red just feeling his way through this inside section and then finally gets going. That's Baron. He's on a 6-4, folks. He's been on the 6-4 since his first heat, and that's the reason why he wants to ride that board. But I try to wrap my head around surfing 8 to 10 to 12-foot Sunset on a 6-4. Only a select few in the world could do that. Ian Walsh tagging the lip a couple times, getting a nice opening ride to start quarterfinal number 4.
Well, Baron Mamiya's had a history here riding that 6-4 chemistry surfboard for a couple of seasons now. Made it to the semifinals in the World Cup in the past, always utilizing that shorter equipment, something he's comfortable on. Obviously, he has the paddling power to get some RPMs behind that that little 6-4 chemistry board, and once he gets on the face, he's able to really perform well.
Well, and even just keeping that rail into the wave. I mean, you see so many guys on smaller boards, they tend to skip out or they just look a little bit out of control, and it doesn't seem that way, or doesn't look that way at all for Baron. He's able to hone that rail, keep the fins in, and release them when he needs to. But pretty expert at riding those small boards here at Sunset.
Bo Hodge is down with Ian Gentile, the last heat winner, quarterfinal number 3, moving on to the semifinals. Bo.
Thanks, Kaipo and Rocky. We're down here with Ian Gentile. Ian, can you believe it's been 8 years when you made the final out here in 2011 when, what, you were 15?
15 or 16, I guess. Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's great to see you back here. I know you took some time off from surfing, but you and Sunset Beach, you got a good relationship here out here. How much fun are you having surfing out here today?
I'm just appreciating that I'm not hopping around on knee-high surf. I spent my first full year on the QS this year, and like I remember, you know, a while back I'd hoped for like good waves, and this year it changed to just waves, like anything, just waves, you know, some push. And that's what Sunset is. It's not great out there, but you know, you're definitely not hopping around.
Yeah, this heat started out slow in the quarterfinals, but you ended it with a bang. Talk about that last maneuver that you did on your final wave.
Yeah, I saw Barrett kind of snuck away from me, and then I wasn't sure if he was going to get the score or not, and then I knew I only had like a 2 as a backup, and the wave just closed out, so I was like, okay, I guess I'm hitting the lip because that's what everyone's doing. And then, yeah, I just rode out. I just figured I'd had that in the bag.
Okay, we're going to let you go because you're back into the semifinals. All the best to you in the rest of the contest.
Thank you.
All right, there you go. Ian Gentile in the semis.
Thank you, Bo.
Good
And
job.
we'll be seeing Ian in that semi, and we see Alonso Correa live action. Continues with the backhand assault here at Sunset. A couple of big hooks for the Peruvian. That should garner him a great score.
Yeah, Alonso going deep into this event last year, and you interviewed him earlier today and had to leave for the Pan American Games right from the semifinal. And it was just kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, how do you explain, like, you understand where I'm at in this contest right now? And definitely would like to get a little bit of redemption from that abrupt exit last year.
Yeah, just a backstory on that. He wanted to continue his support of the Peruvian government, who's been supporting his surfing throughout his qualifying series career. The Tahitian here, Mihimana Brai, also a goofy foot out in the water. Limited opportunity on that wonky wave for Brai. He kicks out, so we'll be waiting for scores from both Correa and Brai. A couple of replays first, Rocky.
First priority.
Yeah, we're checking out Alonso Correa on that foamy takeoff. Still is able to set the rail, and I like that speed and that power, the timing. Just spot on. Both maneuvers should get a pretty good score, even though the wave was caught further on the inside. And then Mihimana.
There's a contrast right here.
Yeah, I mean, even though the wave was bigger for Mihimana, it just really didn't get the offering, and the wave was really bumpy. I mean, you don't when you look at both those waves, you expect Alonso's wave to be more bumpy because it's in the foam, but it was the opposite, where Mihimana couldn't really set the rail, didn't feel comfortable at any moment in that wave, and ended up riding through. Probably just going to be a couple points. Meanwhile, Alonso is going to throw it up for a pretty good score.
8.5. It goes to an excellent for the 2 backhand hooks. It really came from those long, drawn-out bottom turns on the backhand for Alonso Correa. That excellent score is going to bode well for the Peruvian. He takes the lead, a strong lead over the rest of the pack, looking good to move into the semifinals. 15 minutes and 15 seconds counting down.
Hey, just curious with Mihimana's last name, is that a pronunciation that you've confirmed with him, and how he pronounces his name?
Yes, French.
Okay.
Right.
So it could be Gatien de la Haye.
Yeah.
Okay. Just
French.
Yeah. We've been saying Bray. We've been saying Bray, but I like to get our pronunciation as correct as possible. You know me. I'm very particular and technical about that. So
I'm going to pull you out of VLAN sooner or later, bro. You're going to come learn all kind of languages.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so we're watching Alonso again, and we could watch that as many times as you want, because it is just a beauty to watch him tag that lip in an unfavorable position of the wave, and where it was breaking with all that foam. Kept it on rail, no cavitation, no skipping in his bottom turns, very fluid, flowy, and strong.
Flying up above, and we're going to see a whitewater roll-in for Baron Mamiya. Little bucking bronco entrance, winds up off the bottom, slashes off the top. Back up in the lip again, glides for that maneuver, can't put it down, however. Looks like he was on his way to a good score, but that final maneuver not coming his way. Oh, Bo's got something for us on the beach. What you got, Bo?
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Rocky, I got some very interesting news from Marty Thomas, our contest coordinator. He's just informed me that the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional Championships are down to 2 guys. The current number one, Gavin Gillette, is sitting in number one. Only one other surfer can catch him, and he's in the water right now. That's the man in red, Baron Mamiya. He needs a second or better to win the regional championships. Now, you know the great seeding of the Challenger Series, all coming up next year with the 10,000 events going towards that, and the travel fund of $5,000 from Vans, and seeding into the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. So, it's either Gavin Gillette or Baron Mamiya. Keep watching. It's going to be exciting.
Thank you for the update, Bo. And great to see it coming down to the wire for the Hawaii-Tahiti Nui region and the regional champ. Gavin Gillette, I'm sure, is watching the broadcast carefully on his smartphone, on his WSL app probably, and seeing what's going to happen. It's all in the hands of this man. You see him paddling out in the red jersey, Baron Mamiya. 3.4, his last wave score. He's currently in second place, but still has some work to do because Ian Walsh is sitting on a one-wave score of 6.33, Rocky.
Yeah, and he's just a little over a point away from Baron, so Ian doesn't need much to make that change. About halfway through the heat here, 12:20 remaining, and Ian's got first priority, and he's been known to be very patient. You know, a lot of heats, you'll see him, especially out here, you know, he won't catch more than a handful of waves.
Hey, we want you to be patient because we're going to be right back. About 45 seconds or so, we'll continue with the action here at Sunset Beach. This is the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, and there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees, shoulders, and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boat High.
Back in quarterfinal number 4 here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. And coming up, semi-final number 1, Finn McGill is going to be with some challenging surfers in the way of Crosby Colapinto, David Ponceo, as well as Jack Robinson. So that's going to be semifinal number 1 coming up right after the conclusion of this quarterfinal number 4.
Yeah, who's going to join Ian and Zeke out of this heat so far? It's Alonso and Barron, with Ian Walsh trailing and Mihimana bringing up the rear.
Conditions as you predicted, Rocky. You thought that like the Makani, the wind was going to come up a little bit, and you were right.
And that's all thanks to our expert forecaster from across the street here, Bernie Baker.
Oh.
Who's got the conditions on lock and dialed in. And always giving his synopsis, forecast. And he said this morning, see those clouds out there moving from, and they were like way out there beyond the horizon, like 14.3 miles. And he said, see the way they're moving? I'm like, no, but I just trust you.
Yeah, whatever you say, Uncle.
Yeah. And he's like, yeah, we could see some Kona. I'm like, oh, I will make a note of that.
There you go.
And you never want to jinx it too, like, oh, we might get Kona wins. But yeah, it's just one of those things that it's inevitable on some days. And we've seen it here in the past just come abruptly to Kona wins right for the final. And so far, it doesn't seem to be affecting, you know, at least the face or the trough of the wave that much. Maybe the lips a little crumblier, but guys like this paddling out, Jack Robinson, he don't care.
He don't care. He's still ripping, and he's got to be looking at one of the favorites right now as we look through into semifinal number 1.
Yeah, already semifinals paddling out. It's happening so fast. Once you get down to this part of the event, it's such quick turnarounds for these guys. The conditioning and all of their training leading up to this to see who can last, who's got enough in the tank
Here we go, Ian Walsh. And just by that virtue of that one carve, if you finish this for sure, Ian is going to go into second, perhaps even into first place, because he opened up with that 6.33, a valuable number.
Yeah, it just needs a little over a 5 to get to that first place position. Depending on how the judges look at that first turn, looked like he got a little hung up and not as smooth as we're used to seeing Ian Walsh, but definitely productive for him. Going to go to second for sure.
Yeah, for sure. We'll take another look at it on the replay, Rocky.
Yeah, drops in nice and controlled off the bottom, and then just got a little stuck right there, a little 2-stage carve, and then basically just having to deal with what the wave gave him, trying to make something out of nothing. And for him, he's just kind of doing the work that he needs to do to get himself into advancing position as we look at a shredded board on the beach.
That is a broken stick by Baron Mamiya, so casualty. So he's got plenty of those chemistry surfboards on lock, but I think that was one of his favorites.
As he would say in his native Filipino language, ay sus.
That's pretty good.
Thank you.
So Mamiya out there with some new equipment.
From the contest area.
And we'll see how that equipment works out when he gets back to his feet. Ian Walsh just checked in with a 3.57. Walsh, like we predicted, went to second place. Not enough for first place. Baron Mamiya now looking for a 5.58 to get into that second place and advancing position into the semifinals. Semifinal number 1, hitting the water. Finn McGill is going to be in the green jersey.
Well, we'll look at a replay of the last of Baron Mamiya.
White, you are in first.
And just cranks one right there. I'm not sure if this was how his board got broken, but
yeah,
might be on his backup already by that time.
Catching up with Mihimana Brai as he kicks out of the channel. 6.5 minutes. Our heat leader, Alonso Correa, again, that long bottom turn and controlled top turn on the backhand. Little warble there. Handles the warble. Gets a cut back in, kicks out into the channel. And now all surfers are paddling back out there trying to establish priority.
Alonso really does draw out those bottom turns,
right? And I think
really
that's,
nicely.
I think that's one of the keys to making why his backhand surfing here at Sunset is so aesthetically pleasing. And you talked about it before, Rocky, saying it's Sunset, you got to surf big. You know, you're far off from shore. It's a big wave face, and that appears what he's doing.
Yeah, kind of exaggerating those maneuvers and drawing everything out a little more clear for the judges. They're looking at, from a distance of a couple 100 yards. And we'll check it out again. And it's, like you said, it's beautiful to watch. And he just has epic timing off that first turn, even with the little crumbly wumbly off the top. Gets a little caught up in that chop on the way back up for maneuver number 2. But score that first one, he could be having a new backup score.
I like that came back into play, your wave description. I was waiting for, because the winds came up, the Kona winds, and the crumbly wumblies are out.
Yeah. Yes, they are. And we saw evidence right there of Alonso fighting through it and did a good job navigating that first turn.
Baron Mamiya fighting back here. Long wall in front of him. Glassy wall in some windy conditions. Nice down carve. Combos it up back in the lip, throws the tail, and hangs on. That was a dynamic finish for Baron Mamiya. 5.58 is what he needs. I think he got it. What do you think, Rocky?
I think he got it.
What about Alonso Correa fighting a backhand barrel, but just gets smushed? No exit. So 4 minutes and 20 seconds on the countdown here as we're going to go through some replays. First, we're going to look at Baron Mamiya on this replay. Carves off the bottom, gets a little caught up. Nice little down carve, but then looking to combo it up for the finish. 4 minutes on the countdown, and taking a look at another replay here.
Less than 4 minutes
this
remaining.
time, another angle of Baron Mamiya's wave. See that down carve there, beautifully comboed up, throws the tail for the finish. That was a high-risk maneuver, and he should be rewarded for that. So still waiting for the judges' decision on that last wave for Baron Mamiya. 3 minutes, 20 seconds on the countdown. Once that score registered, it's going to be just a few minutes that the surfers are going to have to react to that score and a possible change in situation out in the water. Thanks, Bohaj, for joining me as we're down to 3 minutes in this quarterfinal number 4, and it looks like it's going to come down to the wire boat.
Oh my God, that last wave from Barron and what he needs to get a second or better to win the regional championships. He probably doesn't even know that information right now, but he's hungry because he wants to qualify, and he's already adding points. So the further he goes, the more points he can add to his 20th ranking here at the Vans Pro.
You see all of our surfers clustered there. Ian Walsh currently in the green jersey as we fly by. Has first priority, has first pick of any wave he wants as it comes through here. And he's going to choose this wave. Let's check out what Ian Walsh has for us. A couple pumps off the bottom. A little caught up there on that top turn. The wave went wonky. Glides through a cutback here. And just wants to bookend this wave with a couple of cutbacks into the channel.
Well, he's trying to improve on the 3.57. 2 minutes counting down. Still on standby for last of red.
Tail is going to be told with the last score of Baron Mamiya. And we'll see if we have a change in positions here in quarterfinal number 4. Get top 2 moving on to the semifinals where they're going to meet Ian Gentile and Ezekiel Lau in semifinal number 2. Here's a replay, Bo.
Yeah, let's watch this. This is Ian Walsh, two-time winner, 2005, 2015, won 10 years apart. Won the XL Pro in 05, won the HIC Pro in 15, so he's trying to improve on the 3.58. The wave was smaller in stature compared to his other ones, and just doing combination, just maneuvers there. Don't know, it's going to be a borderline call.
I still feel like we're waiting for that last score for Baron Mamiya.
We totally are, and we're under a minute to go. So the judges, the longer they debate, usually it means the score comes in.
Well, right now it's going to be tough for any of the surfers to react without that information, however. Mihimana Brai, last ditch effort here. Nice slice on the backhand. Patient off the bottom, gets back in the lip again, just banks it and winds through a cutback. And Mihimana, feeling the mana, thinks he got Alonso Correa with a dynamic backhand turn and survives the explosion right behind him.
20 seconds.
Battle to the very last second.
Second priority. Stand by for scores.
And it looks like Alonso's going to hang on to this wave all the way through. Ooh, that looked like a dangerous wipeout on the backhand float.
In 5, 4, 3.
We're going to be waiting for a number of scores to drop right now.
Oh my God.
To really decide who's going to move into semifinal number 2.
Kaipo, all 4 guys are waiting for scores.
8-3-3 for that previous wave of Baron Mamiya puts him in a very, very good position. This is after the horn.
Semifinal number 1, hold your position.
So Barron's accomplished his mission. Did now Ian Walsh get a 6.34 in that last wave? I believe not, but how about Mihimana?
Yeah, we'd have to see another angle for Mihimana's wave. We had that up above approach. It's beautiful, but to get a better idea of what the judges are going to be seeing, that straight on angle is what they're seeing from the judges' house. We're still waiting for those scores. And the surfers are waiting for that information as well. These are all rides after the horn. They're not going to count.
So a 6-point ride for Mihimana, so it moves him out of 4th into 3rd. So I believe that's the final tally. Unless Alonso Correa's last wave.
Which was actually going to be a non-factor because Correa's in 1st. And Ian Walsh, we got to check if all the scores are in for Walsh.
Well, now Ian needs a 6.34.
And I hear the beach announcers counting in, so that would mean that Ian Walsh did not get his requirement. So it is going to be Alonso Correa as well as Baron Mamiya moving into semifinal number 2. We'll be back with semifinal number 1 right after this short message here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life actually, because you figure the wave I loaded Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
And then there were 8. Semi-final number 1 in the water. 8 competitors left in the field that we started with 112 here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. And here are the characters making up semi-final heat number 1. Crosby Colapinto out of San Clemente, California. David Van Sale out of South Africa. Finn McGill right here from the North Shore. And Western Australia's Jack Robinson vying for those 2 spots in the final. Kaipogura along with Rocky to call you all the action.
Did you forget my last name?
No, I was looking at your texts actually. The Hawaiian word for nosy is ni'ele. And Rocky was texting in here, and so as I was doing my throw to Rocky, I was trying to read his personal messages at the same time.
I know, there's no way you can read this font. You're 65 years old. This is too small for you.
Here we go. Finn McGill, green jersey. Come in and got a lot of shoulder on that wave, so he's just going to have to stick with a cutback on this replay. And our shot from up above. Beautiful watercolor.
Yeah, I like the drone shots. We've been watching the drone shots as the surfers are riding, and you can really see their foot placement. Pancho was alluding to it a lot about your different sweet spots on your board for different parts of the wave, and adjusting your footing, being ready for that next section, doing your bottom turns, top turns, carving, barrel riding, scooting up, being in a different position.
And whether you have your feet like this, or like this, or like this, or duck, or we don't want to duck, we want like this.
Or
point it down the line.
Pigeon.
Kaipo Guerrero along with Rocky Cannon, and we're gonna, maybe we'll call a couple, speaking of pigeon, we can call a couple, one wheel heat in pigeon maybe.
We can. Can.
Can.
Yeah, that's a whole sentence in pigeon. Can.
Can. Yeah, you. All right.
And you.
I had to stare down the barrel on that one. That was that was a while. Okay, 2.5 for Finn McGill. Oh, Bo's got something. Oh, he's got the last heat winner, and let's see how the preparation for the final is going to go for Alonso Correa.
All right.
Thank you, Kaipa. We're going to keep this really quick because we got Alonso Correa, who just won the last heat, and he's back out in the next heat. He's number 55 on the World Qualifying Series, but more important, he's in the semifinals of the Vans Pro. And Alonso, you talked about the conditioning out there, and you come back and you're kind of tired. You got another heat to paddle almost back-to-back, and possibly a second heat if you make the final. Talk about conditioning. Are you ready for maybe 1 and 2 more heats?
Yeah, it's really tiring out there, especially with these guys that we're surfing the heat. We have to give it all. If not, we're not gonna make it. So yeah, it's really tiring, but I'm prepared. I've been training at home, a month of full training, and yeah, ready for this event and the Triple Crown. Yeah, I'm really happy to be prepared.
Yeah, that heat you had in the water, the quarterfinals, you had Ian Walsh, a 2-time champion. You had Baron Mamiya, who's fighting for a regional championship, and you're fighting for trying to get on the Dream Tour of next year. This is one step with 2 more events remaining.
Oh, yeah. The whole draw was really tough, guys. And yeah, I'm just trying to better myself every time. I feel like these contests I've been doing better each heat, so hopefully I can keep it up and get some points and some momentum into a Triple Crown.
Okay, go get some water and get back out in the water, and good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
And it's his mother's birthday, so happy birthday.
Good luck. Thank you, Bo. As we turn to live action here, Finn McGill, beautiful bottom turn, top turn combination for McGill. Thunders.
Bruh, his back not sore.
That was, yeah, right?
Oh, look at that.
And that was Jack Robinson with a quick snap out in the back. So we'll be waiting for those scores to come through.
Yeah, as we say, Hau'oli Lahanau. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday,
Mrs. Correa.
Yeah.
Awesome. 2.5 for Finn McGill, that opener, and we'll see a score coming in for Jack Robinson. Crosby Colapinto's got to be pretty stoked, kind of playing with house money right now. Just a frothing Grom in the semifinals. Gosh, with a chance to go to the final.
Can. Colapinto can.
Bruh.
We know you can get chance. Okay, so waiting for some scores to give you the situation. I'm thinking that Finn McGill got the best of that last interaction and exchange. Conditions, you know, we're talking about the Kona winds coming up. The Kona winds, Rocky, for those watching that don't know what Kona winds are, what direction is a Kona wind coming from?
Well, we knew the Kona winds was gonna come. And so they come from the southwest, which is like directly opposite of the normal trade winds, which blow from the northeast. And for some reason, it's so weird, this Pacific Ocean. It can be blowing sidewards from northeast and be fine.
Yep.
And then you just switch them, and the thing's still blowing sidewards from the other side, but it's all
bad.
boss.
Yeah.
All chopped up, and only because it's a different direction. I don't know if the ocean's so used to going this way, and then when you mix it up, it's like, whoa, 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 what's going on? What's going on? The humu starts snapping and flapping their tails at the surface.
Yeah, but we know where's good on south when Kona wins, but we're not going to tell you either.
Yep. Everywhere else.
Everywhere else. Nah, it's good over here, though. Honestly, still got lots of swell. Conditions are holding up. It looks like they've backed off a bit. And some scores are coming in. 5-3-3 for Finn McGill. 5-point ride for Jack Robinson. Here's Crosby Colapinto. And nice little carve there for Crosby. Winds up off the bottom. Takes 3 pumps at it. And a hack to finish. So 2 maneuver combination right behind him. Jack Robinson. And uncharacteristic rail catch for Jack Robinson. And Baron Mamiya reacting to that. He's getting ready for semifinal number 2, Rocky.
Could have been the fatigue factor.
Yeah.
You know, Rabo's been performing high level all the way through up until this point, and we've seen his first 2 waves actually got a 5.0, so he did complete some turns on the previous wave, but that last one, we would have expected him to make that. Here's Fonsale.
South African with a big hook to begin with. Can't get back up into the open face, but he's going to get points for the attack that he did on the lip straight off the takeoff.
Yeah, that's his first score. He'll get on the board. Still standing by for the wave of Crosby Colapinto. That score's still on the way, and you saw that wave spit right there, just showing you that it's more of a Kona breeze.
Yeah, not the full-on Kona gale, right?
Right, not so much. So I don't know if that's a flavor at Bonsai Bowls or whatever, but Kona breeze is what we got today.
Yeah, and Kona can also refer to, when we look at an island geography, the west side of an island is the Kona side.
Which obviously our Hawaii island.
There's actually a town, Kona.
Kona town?
Yeah. Kona Ko to Kona town. So
when you Kona over there?
We're going to go up to the mountain pretty soon.
Oh, indeed.
14 minutes and 30 seconds on the countdown. Still waiting for a couple of scores. Crosby Colapinto and the South African David Fonsale. It's probably going to be a small score for Jack Robinson as he was unable to complete a maneuver.
Oh, what are you going to do for Halloween?
I have not had time to even think about that.
I say you don't have your black fingernails either yet.
I have not had time to paint the nails. I got in. I literally got in.
I had to paint my nails.
I got in last night at 11 o'clock, and I slept for a couple hours, and then I heard you were going to be here at sunset, so I said, hey, I might as well come down here so I can talk story with Rocky and talk about surfing.
Yep.
And make the Rocky Kaipo show again, and here we are.
All right, sounds good.
But
appreciate that.
I was waiting for new material from you.
Yeah,
plenty. Okay.
Yep.
Here we go. Robinson. That's more like it for Jack Robo. Comes off the bottom again, and nice finishing maneuver. So that's getting back in the groove, and that's the kind of surfing that we're expecting from Jack Robinson.
Yeah, for sure. And we'll watch the replay and see Shibat's right there giving him some encouragement. Live action green.
Finn McGill. They'll skip out of the bottom turn, makes up for the top turn, but actually gets a little caught up there, and he recognizes that and kicks out of the wave.
Little shuffle in team duties as well. You remember Finn under the tutelage of Shibat's a few years ago, and Robbo under the Billabong team, and they've totally done that flip where
switch caddies now.
Finn is now with Billabong and Robbo with Volcom, so
new caddies.
Yep.
The caddies come with the brand. And that you can see our caddies in the foreground right there, our water caddies with the spare boards. Here's a replay of great performance from Jack Robinson.
Oh, that's straight on the judge's view. You know they're going to appreciate that. And tags the lip one more time. Little tail drift going vertical. That's more of the Robo we're used to seeing. And 25-minute heats all the way through until we get to the final. We'll bump it up to 30. There's the gallery looking on. Right in front of the Dune Restoration Project from North Shore Community Land Trust.
Yeah, and that's awesome that I've seen the fences there, the naupaka that's been planted, the native vegetation that's going to anchor the sand and hold it in there. And then also little designated pathways so that we're not having people just taking any kind trampling that used to happen in the past and trample all of our sand away. So now we're recognizing, because we saw horrible erosion the last couple winters here at Sunset Beach, so we want to rectify that.
Yeah, and it's coming in nicely, and they've replanted some other native plants down there as well, and they've got their benefit dinner coming up on December 7th. So if you guys are able to make it out to Turtle Bay, that's where it'll be.
Nice.
And go to northshoreland.org for more information. And look at these bombs.
Big bombs coming through. Jack Robinson just drops a 7-point ride and goes to the lead. We'll have the conclusion of semifinal number 1 here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC when we return.
Trinidad and Tobago has two very different sides. On one end, you have a beautiful country that's filled with beautiful beaches. On the other side, there's like a lot of suffering. Surfing has literally been one of the biggest motivational tool for kids on the coast. surfing is literally saving many youth lives in Trinidad and Tobago.
Here we are back at Sunset Beach, and it's semifinals time, finals day here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. Ian Gentile preparing for semifinal number 1, which is going to get going in the next 9 minutes and 45 seconds. Semifinal number, semifinal number 1 in the water with Jack Robinson out in the lead. And let's catch up with some replays that happened during the break.
You're forgiven because you're still catching up on which time zone
Here's a
you're
replay.
in. So here we go, Jack Robinson lighting it up on that first section. I like it. The wave fizzling out fast. He's got to make a move quick, and he will not get the opportunity. Meanwhile, Red, long and drawn off the bottom. I believe that is Fonsail, our South African, looking for that barrel, tucks in and finds it. Man, he has been on fire finding those tubes. More importantly, finding those exits.
Yeah, nice combination. When we look at criteria, gets a combination of maneuvers, gets a nice top turn to start off with, finds a barrel after that. Always difficult to find an exit at an inside sunset barrel. He does so we'll be waiting for a big score for David Fonsail. Score already locked in for Jack Robinson, a 7-point ride. Pair that with a 5-point ride, he takes the lead, but that could be changing once some new numbers get locked in. And I believe we also have a growing beach crowd.
Yeah, final day. Everybody wants to see who jumps out into the final and gets those valuable points, but also the $15,000 check that is for the winner. And you can assure finals day is the most crowded day usually here at the Vans Pro. And if you're not here already, well, just cruise them where you stay right now.
Yeah, keep it locked. And remember, anytime you want to take any of the best surfing in the world along with you, download the free WSL app to your mobile device, and you can get all of our live feeds as well as some engaging content that we have, just like Transform, which is from WSL Studio. A new edition is up right now as we see Julia Moniz, Jack Robinson's girlfriend in the shade, great surfer in her own right, and a high fashion model.
And that is
pays the bills that way.
That's the Jack camp right there.
Kid Pellegro's there in the foreground. Gymnastica creator, and a lot of surfers use Kid Pellegro's program to cross-train on land to quicken their reflexes as well as strengthen key surfing muscles.
Yeah, the core strength, speed, reflexes, all very important, and we've seen a lot of that being implemented here during this Vans Pro.
And I guarantee you that those Gymnastica classes are going to be filling up as the North Shore fills up as we anticipate the start of the Vans Triple Crown of surfing. Guys will want to keep in tip-top shape, keep that razor sharp, because you need to be firing on all cylinders here on the North Shore of Oahu, because I'm going to tell you, I've been to a lot of places, but still right here has the world's most challenging waves by far.
Yeah, and
I'm not exaggerating, am I?
No, a lot of our competitors have been echoing that same sentiment, that they're so stoked to be in some real surf.
Robinson pokes the nose on the down carve, goes down. Last score for Van Sale. Checks in, a 7.93. David Van Sale takes the lead. Jack Robinson drops to second. Finn McGill is going to be searching for a score to get into that top 2 situation and move on into the final. And the Grom, Crosby Colapinto, needs a 7.1 to move into that second place, Rocky.
Man, I tell you, Fonsail is just finding a way and really following his performance here last year, getting into the final, looking on point, finding those waves, executing amazingly well with his ability to read the wave, mid-face, make the adjustment, get the barrel, and then, like I said earlier, you know as well, this is one of the hardest barrels to navigate in the world, and to make those adjustments in the barrel to come out, he's been doing really well at coming out of barrels.
Crosby Colapinto had priority over Finn McGill on the takeoff there. He gave it to Finn McGill, and that's probably why, because there was nothing happening on that wave.
Still kind of hard to, you know, allow someone to paddle underneath you like that when you have priority, but when it's Finn McGill and Crosby Colapinto, you know, Crosby probably has a, you know, tad amount of respect as well.
Yeah, and they've known each other for a long time.
And they've surfed together a lot, you know, over the years. Under 5 minutes now, and it's getting down to crunch time for Crosby and for Finn. Had Jack Robinson been able to stick that last maneuver, we would have been talking about him taking the lead and everybody chasing Fonsail, but fortunately couldn't hold on, and the standings are as such, with red in first, white in second, third is green, and blue in fourth with first priority.
So, Rocky, what does Finnegan Thunders McGill need to do right now? 6.68. That's you know, just above a mid-range score. What do you think's the recipe for that number?
Well, in fourth priority too, it's a little bit challenging to go for those battles with the guys with upper priority. So maybe I like what he's doing now is kind of hanging back underneath.
Yeah.
And looking for one of those scoring rides that in the midsection of the break, there's a lot of potential, even though the size isn't there.
Yeah.
The quality and the canvas is available. So I like what he's doing now. I would hang back, let those guys kind of look for their waves, but there could be something that pops up a little too far in for them, and you could scoop it.
Here's Crosby Colapinto. He's using his priority. He's got a nice wall in front of him, looking down the line, yet to get a maneuver in, still streaking down the line, and has to bail out in the barrel.
Yeah, that, you know, with this tight shot, it's hard to see what the wave is doing beyond where the surfer is as we watch Fonsail.
Nice opening swoop for the South African. Continues the rail control in turn number 2. A little caught up there in the end, but will remain in the lead with under 3 minutes counting down.
Man, he is just on the brink of back-to-back finals here at the Vans Pro.
Rolling into this one, and then Jack Robinson straightening out Finn McGill, who has second priority. Jack Robinson had first priority. Could that be a priority interference? Did Finn McGill hamper Jack Robinson on the wave? Jack Robinson, to me, sold it because he had to kind of kick out of that wave. Maybe just, I don't know why he did, maybe just to illustrate that, but wow, interesting situation.
Finn did, you know, the best he could to straighten out.
This is going to be an important replay. Let's check this out.
And look at Finn, where he is, and look where Jack is, and, you know, Jack wanted to draw out his bottom turn.
Jack had to change his line.
Yeah, and so that could be real unfortunate for Finn. You know, regardless, even if it's not an interference, you know, Finn ended up getting pushed way in. He's got to paddle all the way back around. He's most likely going to be ending up in fourth priority when he was right there with second priority. So, I mean, had he just been patient and you know.
Hey, I mean.
You know that you're going to get stuffed in that situation.
I'm thinking there's still, I mean, obviously it's up to the judges right now. But when we saw that replay, it appeared to me that out of the corner of Jack Robinson's vision,
in his peripheral
vision, thank you for the English word, it rattled him a little bit, and he changed his line because knowing Jack Robinson, he would have dropped straight down to the bottom of that wave, really delayed that bottom turn. No decision as of yet from the judges, however.
Yeah, and the way the wave was shouldering off, you know, he might have even wanted to fade that bottom turn, and was the presence of Finn McGill that prevented that.
And here's the reaction from Rain Jose. It's just a quick one. He was pointing.
This is a snapshot.
Yeah,
you get a still shot of.
He said, "Look," he's like, "Wait a minute.
What is going on out there?" Jet Schilling right there. Very talented young man. To the left of, or at least our left, Reynos' right-hand side. Had a chance to watch him yesterday and get a quick interview with Jet.
Brad, you know what? With a name like Jet, you know you're going to surf fast.
Oh, yeah. And get 2 T's.
Yeah. And with a name like Rocky, you know going to be bumpy.
Oh, yeah. Especially if you're on the bottom. Rock bottom.
All right, well, we're counting this one down. And it looks like it's going to be David Fonsale and Jack Robinson, our first 2 finalists here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC.
Wow, so we are already through our semifinals and setting up our final at the Vans Pro.
That's right. Semifinal number 2 coming your way.
We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk. A different way of looking at board shorts.
We're back at Sunset Beach, a view of Kaena Point here on the north shore of Oahu, and semi-final number 2 is in the water here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. In the blue jerseys, Ezekiel Lau. In the red jersey, Ian Gentile. Baron Mamiya is out there in green, and Alonso Correa will be in the white jersey. Kaipo Girl along with Rocky Cannon.
And some kids in the shore break, and Mastermarsh about to get sucked out.
Hey, mind the warnings.
Oh, that's where we used to play all the time as Groms too. They got it under control. Checking out a replay of Green carving hard.
So this is Baron Mamiya.
That's Baron Mamiya.
So we saw him break a board in his quarterfinal heat. Here's Alonso Correa, Rocky.
And Zoko getting it done on the backhand. Good attack. Oh, my Lord, have mercy. That bottom just dropped out from under him. Whew.
Did not look good. Here's Ezekiel Lau. Power gouge from Zeke. Nice little snap tube combo for Zeke Lau. That was beautiful. So we'll wait for those scores. We're going to catch up on the beach with Bo Hodge.
Thanks a lot, Kaipo. Rocky, we're down here with one of our first 2 finalists. Last year, he was in the semifinals, got 3rd in that semifinals. This year, 1st place in the final. Mission accomplished, but still 1 more heat to go, right?
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely a goal of mine to make the final. I was pretty close last year, so to do 1 better, yeah, I'm really stoked.
Especially this year with the size of the waves over the 3-day waiting period.
Yeah, for sure. I guess that's what everyone comes here hoping for, is some solid swell. And I think it was supposed to die off today, but it's actually got a little bit bigger maybe. So yeah, I think everyone's super stoked.
Well, we're going to let you go because you need to rest up. Anything you want to say back home, people back in Durban?
Yeah, I know it's late for you guys. Thanks so much for staying up and watching my heats. Yeah, I love you guys.
All right, there's David Van Sale off into the final. Good luck to you. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bo. So David Van Sale as well as Jack Robinson are going to be in the final. 2 more spots open. Top 2 out of the semifinal number 2 are going to be in those spots. Again, this is the Vans Pro presented by HIC. This is the official qualifier for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. You can learn more about the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing. Go to vanstriplecrownsurfing.com. Here's some replays. We're going to start with Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, Zeke looking comfortable and just laying it on the line for that first turn, and then comes up with the picture perfect timing. Snap tube comes out clean. Gotta think that score is going to push excellence.
The old snap tube combo invented by none other than North Shore legend Michael Ho. And it's been one of those maneuvers that's been utilized for generations, and it looks so stylish. The snap, stall, barrel.
Yeah, it's like, you know, it's functional because it allows you to stall, but it also gets you a maneuver in there. And then the aesthetically pleasing part is getting barreled and coming out.
Yep.
And Baron Mamiya 757, Ezekiel Lau 827.
Ooh, big pressure from the 2 Hawaiians to start off this heat.
Yeah, that puts Correa and Gentile in a tough spot right off the bat. And a little correction from earlier, David Fonsale made semis last year. I know we had a pair of South Africans in the final, but that was Slade Prestwick and Barrick de Vries. So David now accomplishing what he was not able to do last year, getting into the final.
You didn't need to correct yourself.
I just want to make it right.
Okay.
Ho'oponopono.
Ho'oponopono is a process in which you talk stuff out and you make things right. So
Make it pono.
Make it pono, and pono is righteous.
Good.
Right, good.
Yeah. Correct.
Correct.
Well, you can also say polole for correct.
Aye. That means yes. Oh. End of the day, and the Hawaiians are coming out, all kinds of.
I know you've been going around the world. I've been going around Oahu, and oh man, we had last Friday Makaha Elementary.
Oh yeah.
We headed out to
Vance did some good stuff out there.
the school. Got a backpack and a hydro flask to every single student, K through 6.
Nice.
Organized by Brother Kimo.
Nice.
And then we did, actually the previous Saturday and Sunday was at the Menehune. 550 competitors there. And then we went Makaha Elementary on Friday. Makaha Beach, I went to the Stokorama.
Thanks to the Gudauskas brothers and Vans for that.
Got all of that taken care of over there. The kids were stoked, as they should be at the Stokorama. And then on Sunday, it was the final day of the Menehune Kokua Division, 28 heats of 8 kids in each heat. 224 names I rambled through a few times during the day. Then on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, we're here. So I'm looking forward to a day off tomorrow.
One of the hardest working men you're going to find on the North Shore or in surfing, Rocky Cannon. And if you like surf with some dogs, he got you handled on that too.
HawaiiSurfDogs.com. And actually, yeah, on Monday after the contest, I sped over to Turtle Bay and facilitated a dog surf session. On Saturday, we sped back from Makaha to do the opening ceremony at Turtle Bay, hosting that there too. So it was a whirlwind 5 days. Nice to have Halloween off. Going to hang with the baby girls all day tomorrow. Get them dressed up.
Nice.
Do some trick-or-treating right in the neighborhood right behind us.
Shoots. What's the best dog surfing breed as we go through all the breeds of dogs?
Pitbull Lab. Pit Lab. That's a good one because they
grip the board.
Because they're loyal and they can swim.
Oh, good. All right, well, here we go, you guys. 16 minutes and 35 seconds counting down. The situation remains the same. Domination so far by Ezekiel Lau and Baron Mamiya. Mind you, Baron Mamiya makes it into the final. Baron Mamiya gets second or first place.
Ooh.
He wins the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, and that's going to be not only a cash award, but also some valuable seating placements in future events.
Yeah, that $5,000 travel budget. It's going to come in handy come to 2020. And also that seating. Anytime you can skip around, skip a day of competition. I mean, that's one less chance you're going to lose. With the single elimination format, it's so hard. It's grueling.
Jack Robinson getting some instruction by the Beach Marshal of Ages, Raymond Shito. Raymond telling him, okay, get 30 minutes. Might have one break. Ian Gentile, red jersey, vert attack there, snaps it off the top, catches the rail, unfortunately goes down. Looked good up until then, but he's going to have to try one more time. Clock ticks down to 15 minutes and 20 seconds here, semifinal number 2. And number 1 and 2 not only have the lead, but they have first and second priority. Mamiya is going to utilize this priority with the lip glide there to begin with. Comes around this section, has to duck through the back.
Yeah, not much on offer right there, so you have to bail out. Positioning, priority, so important because when these waves come in, you want to be in the right spot, but you also, we've seen some exchanges in the last few heats that have come really close to interferences when talking about priority. Here we go, watching green, Baron Mamiya, and just a little lip launch, comes around the section, and not much more.
Clock continues to tick away. We'll wait for that score for Baron. I mean, he's going to go into first place just because he just needs 0.71 to go into first. He actually gets a 2.83, so Mamiya goes to first. Ezekiel Lau drops down to second place.
Yeah, Zeke now needing a 2.13 to regain first. Ian chasing Zeke, needing that 6.05. Here goes Zeke.
Here he goes. The Kamehameha grad, and someone who has a doctorate in Sunset Beach, giving it a nice little claim and flexing. Oh, bruh. Only semifinals.
Call that clap and flex. It's a new exercise.
How was that one?
Bruh, that was
clap flex.
Small kind exclamation point.
Mean Zeke. We're going to wait for that number.
The new Zeke workout. Clap and flex, clap and flex.
Hey, you know what? Free 90 free if you're down here on the beach. Get under the shade of a Vans umbrella and watch the finals day action. That's great. Look at that. People enjoying themselves.
Yeah, mahalo to Vans, always producing great product and just so giving. So giving.
Yeah, they've been supporting surfing here on the North Shore for over a decade and continue to do so. Let's check this out.
Yeah, look at Zeke just going to do a little setup carve right there and then really tag it on that last section. Knows he disappeared in that foam explosion.
I actually enjoyed the claim more than the actual wave right there.
Yeah.
So the action's heating up here. It's going to continue to be hot when we return to more of the Vans Pro presented by HIC. We'll be right back.
Board shorts weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts. We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High.
Flying by Sunset Beach on the North Shore. Beautiful day here. Semifinals in the water here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. And we've had some rain evidently while I was gone because the hills are green, Rocky.
Oh, bruh, so green. Oh, ma'o. Let me tell you. Speaking of green, here goes Baron Mamiya.
In the green jersey.
Whoa.
Couple of snaps there. And Mamiya kicks out looking to better his 2.83 as we wait for that score. We're going to check in with Bo Hodge. He's our man on the run. Who's he got? Bo.
Thank you, Kaibo. Thank you, Rocky. We're down here with a couple of San Clemente boys. We got Jet and we got Cade here. And basically, I want to ask you guys, with the Big Surf and the Vans Pro 3000 QS event, how was this experience for you guys?
It was good. Yeah, super fun.
Oh, come on. You got to say more than that.
Yeah, no, the waves are really good. Had a really good experience competing out at Sunset, and it was big, so I was really stoked to get that experience out there and surf with only a couple guys out.
We're going to see you in January for the 1000 Sunset Open?
Hope so. Maybe.
Well, this experience ought to get you up for that. So, Kay, this is your second time surfing Sunset at the QS, right?
Yeah, I came here a couple years ago and did the HIC, so yeah, it's always fun to come over here and get some bigger waves because we don't get that a lot in the QS. So yeah, it was fun to get some experience in bigger Sunset.
And how about Crosby going all the way to the semifinal?
Yeah, that was sick to watch. Yes, really stoked for him.
I mean, he was in one heat with guys who all made finals in the 4th round, and of course his 3rd round heat, he had his big bro, Griffin.
Yeah, and this guy. So yeah, that was a fun heat to watch. It was like right after my heat, so yeah, I got to watch them all rip. So yeah, it was fun.
Both of you guys doing the World Juniors coming up in November?
Yes, sir.
All right, so we expect some hardware, maybe a world title from one of you two guys?
Yeah, we'll see. Hope so.
All right, you want to say hi to anybody back in San Clemente?
Yeah, my family or anybody that's watching. Hi, guys.
Yeah, boys, you.
All right, there you go. They're going to be here just before the start of the Hawaiian Pro and then off to Taiwan for the World Juniors for the WSL. Good luck to them. Back to you.
Oh, Uncle Bo getting the scoops right there, Rocky.
You know, I only met Jet a couple days or yesterday, but watching him surf, was really impressed with his approach on the backhand here at Sunset. 16 years old, surfs like a guy who's got a lot of experience here, which he does not. But Zoko, Alonso Correa's got a lot of experience here.
Yeah, talk about backhand performance. Gets multiple maneuvers on the backhand there. Alonso Correa now gaining a little momentum in the back half of the semifinal number 2. Let's check him out on the replay and break it down. First, it's Ian Gentile in the red jersey.
Yeah, he is just slashing his way into this semifinal. That first turn, he put about, 4 or 5 gallons of water into the sky. And then Alonso Correa, a.k.a. Zoko, smacking it off the top, throwing a little tail right there. The wave fizzles out, but he still makes good use of that little frothy section and almost runs over a caddy.
Yeah, coming close. So, Rocky, but I got to ask you, this Zoko nickname, is this like a Alonso Correa, like a
No, I made
nickname?
it up. I made it up.
That's what you do, huh?
Yeah.
You just call him, what do you call him? Zoko.
Zoko for Alonso
Hope
Correa.
you like it, Alonso.
Because it's coming at you in the Hawaiian Pro. Live on the beach. Oh, no, I forgot that I nicknamed him that last year.
Oh, it's Zoko, yeah.
And who else we got? We got, Ethan Ewing, double E, came out pretty natural.
You
Patty G's been sticking.
Shinpei Horiguchi.
Holy Shinpei. Patty G's been sticking.
Okay.
Poncho yesterday was flying out like left and right. Like it was been doing it for years.
You know why? Because Patty G is easier to say than Gudauskis.
Yeah.
You got to get your mouth around a Gudauskis.
No.
And then when you got 2 of them, sometimes we've seen them in the heat. Actually, we've seen at Sunset, we've seen 3 Gudauskises.
Yes, we have.
A 3-pack.
Yep. Yeah, with a side of Ho. Mason Ho was in that heat. It was, man. It was.
That was a great heat.
It was a plate lunch, a full Gudauskis triple banger with a side of Mason Ho.
And that was the year that it was a qualification.
Yeah, impending for
Yeah.
Tanner.
Yeah, here we go. Look at Joel Centeo. He's a great performer out here at Sunset. He's on the beach giving assistance to his squad.
Can't thank him enough for heading up the
there you go.
volunteer judge crew at the Menehune.
Yeah, and thank you to all the judges for the Menehune. I'm sorry I missed it this year.
And last year and the year before.
Well, I
and
do
the year
Gorel
before.
San one, yeah. We keep it to the west side on that one. You got the North Shore handle, and then that's why. Look it. We divide, and then we handle it,
Yeah.
and then we come together. Okay?
Yeah, I like it.
So, But
all together but separate.
This year, yeah. This year I was gone for everything.
Yeah.
I'm back now.
Yeah,
Hi,
you are.
everybody.
And they changed the dates for the Real Sun. Kind of
Yeah.
wraps around to springtime.
Springtime. I was gone for that one too. My dog don't remember me. I'm so gone.
Oh, yeah?
Nah, the dog always remembers. Here we go. Look at Jack Robinson.
Because the smell.
Getting ready. And he looks, I like this from Jack Robinson. Just relaxed, around good people.
Yeah.
Centering himself, having a good time, not being too serious, you know?
Yeah, allowing just things to develop organically, what he would be doing. Even if he wasn't in the final, he'd be just sitting there hanging out like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Saw him in the white hat. And actually getting ready for his heat. It looks like Jason Shibata is going to be the water caddy again. But Dave Riddle was in the white hat over there, and he's going to be, lending assistance from the beach. But to me, Riddler almost looked more nervous than Jack Robinson in that compound.
Pretty standard. You might catch Riddler pacing the front lawn of the Volcom house, rubbing his lower back.
And there's some great, we got a little break here. We're enjoying this scenics of Sunset, but there's some great old footage from the 70s of Dave Riddle out here.
Oh,
Single
man.
fin action.
Here, backdoor, he's a Charger still out at his spots. We won't mention any names because
we like surf too.
That's taboo in Uncle Rid's world. And he's got his spots picked out, and he still gets out there and shreds on a shortboard.
Love it. Hey, look at salt water keeps us all young, and that's what's a beautiful thing about being a surfer.
Absolutely.
Well, two surfers are going to move into the finals here, and right now it looks like it's going to be Ezekiel Lau and Baron Mamiya.
Yeah, Ian, that one wave, he had that real radical forehand gouge. Unfortunately, couldn't find anything after that. He got the 6.43, which is about as good as you can do for a single carving turn. We've seen the 8-point single maneuver waves rewarded, but those were more for attacking the lip. And Ian was the recipient of that single maneuver score back in the last round, that 8.0 that launched them into the semifinals. We watched Zeke Lau.
Frothy barrel for Zeke. Can he punch out of it? No, he cannot. The situation remained the same.
Trying to Hana hold a snap barrel, huh?
Here we go. Alonso Correa winds up off the bottom and throws it up in the lip, throws it up a second time, and gets a third turn, but cannot pull that one down. He was on his way. He's looking for a 4.81. He may still get it off of those two maneuvers. We'll see.
Well, just, as the wave's crashing down, he's attacking the lip still and able to complete his maneuvers even with just a little bit behind the timing, but flowed very nicely through the first two.
I think he needed that third one.
Yeah, for sure. For the score, the wave really far in, and although it was really impressive surfing to get above the breaking lip, the judges really like to see the maneuvers out in front in that clean part of the wave. So, technique, skill, very much there, but just not in the most optimal part of the wave.
Well put, Rocky. 2:20 on the clock. We'll wait for those scores to set the situation. Baron Mamiya with that 7.57. He has first priority. He's in the green jersey. He's holding a 2.9. He's going to want to get rid of that score in the next 2 minutes.
You see that road going up Comsat right there, that up halfway the mountain? We were all lined up there in 1994 for one of the more gnarly tsunami warnings.
Right.
And
how come you talking about tsunami?
Just because I remember being on that bluff, and actually the surf was going off. Sunset was roping like 10 to 12 feet, and I think it was like Michael Ho and one other guy surfing by themselves because everybody was freaked out. We had packed up our animals, our everything, taxes and deeds and papers, and got up to the mountain, but that's where we were posted up on Comsat waiting for it, and it never came. But we just did see Michael Ho get some sick waves.
As you can see, look at how we've reduced our footprint here at Sunset Beach for the Vans Pro presented by HIC. We're going to continue with this tradition here. So more beachfront parking, and you can see the vegetation that has been planted to start anchoring the beach. And guess what? It's working, because look how big the beach is.
Yeah, and look at the buffer there with the vegetation from North Shore Community Land Trust and the World Surf League, and also with that scaffolding gone from the beach side, you can actually see from the bike path now and watch the action, and it opens up more beach seating for our fans.
That's right. So great job for all the crew here at the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region for making those changes. Zeke Lau just soul arching through this bottom turn. Nice snap on a double up, little wonk here, but Zeke's able to deal with it, riding this one all the way through and riding into a spot in the finals. Correa, important wave. Oh, and he goes down, missed the opportunity there. So with this clock counting down, it looks like it's going to be Baron Mamiya and Ezekiel Lau making up the rest of our final.
Oh man, what an exciting final we got on tap for you guys. Zeke, Baron, Jack, David. Wow.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Joe DeMarco counting down the final moments of Semi 2.
So that's it going to be. Stick around, because we're coming up with a hot final following this, hotter than 5-year-old chili pepper water, as we continue on the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
So there's just different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life, actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Back at the Vans Pro presented by HIC, Ezekiel Lau. He's going to be in the final, joined with Baron Mamiya, Jack Robinson, and David Fonsale. So that's going to make up our final. This is a really impressive final for this year's event here at Sunset Kaipagura, along with Rocky Cannon. And what do you think about this final? I'm excited.
Yeah, the two Hawaii boys, Baron and Zeke, going to mix it up with South African David Fonsale and Aussie Jack Robinson. And you know, Fonsale's been on fire this whole event, finding those waves, finding those barrels. Robbo doing his thing, Baron doing his thing. Zeke, always, he's a two-time champion here, two-time World Cup champion. He's got an amazing resume for Sunset.
Yeah, he's got the best track record out of the finalists. But never know. That final's going to start in just a little bit. But before we get into that final, one of my favorite things, Rocky, our top 5. And we're going to start off with number 5, Ezekiel Lau, here at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. This was an 8.27.
Dropping into this one, sizing it up, and then just lays down the Hawaiian hammer and then right to the snap barrel inside, poo inside, as we say. So from the Hawaiian hammer, right there, slow-mo in the lip, then just casually off the bottom and says, you know what, I'm gonna pull an Uncle Mike hole right here. Pops, that's for you.
Number 4. 8.33 for this wave for Baron Mamiya.
This kid's been just lighting it up the last couple of years and goes so inverted on that second maneuver in the lip. I mean, he does things here at Sunset you don't see a lot happening from the other competitors. He's got a special relationship with that Sunset lip for sure.
Just an ultra talented surfer with a big future. At number 3, La Jolla's Skip McCullough.
Skippy just goes right into it, disappears, doesn't skip a beat, rolling through that tube. The wave held up for him nicely. Good drawing of a line, taking that high exit, which you need a lot here at Sunset Beach, so good job for Skip McCullough.
And at number 2, the South African, David Van Zyl, 8.33 for this ride, Rocky.
Made the semis last year, had a goal of making the finals, sets up a carve, and then right here, scoots up on his board, gets in the barrel, goes through a chandelier, gets spit out, and slowing it down. You see that cavern start to pinch, a silhouette just gliding through, and you can tell he's so stoked. Really trying hard not to pull the full claim.
And in number 1, round 4, heat number 3, it was the Jack Robinson show. A 9-point ride that he followed off with a perfect 10.
Oh, we're going to just show you one 2-for-1 special right there. Because that was an aggressive maneuver. Getting the carve, and then getting the smack, and then going deep through a big chandelier, and then coming out after the spit. Even the wave was trying to shut him down, and Jack just would not be denied for his perfect 10. So there you go, 2 waves for your number 1 top 5, Jack's 9 and Jack's 10.
19 points out of a possible 20. That is an incredible performance by Jack Robinson. Can he maintain that performance? He's getting ready for the final again. David Van Zyl, Jack Robinson, Ezekiel Lau, and Baron Mamiya in the final. And it's my job to ask you, Rocky, your pick for the winner.
Right now I'm going Zeke. He's coming on strong. I think, you know, as he proved to us last year, he's got enough in the tank to take it all the way. He won the World Cup last year because he was the only guy that could really stay on his board after the marathon sessions of the final day here at Sunset. It's all about conditioning.
I like where you're going with that. The Ezekiel Lau, you know, we know him coming from a very athletic background and committing to that. Also, just given his track record here at Sunset Beach, 2 wins at this event, 2 wins at the Vans World Cup, a Pro Junior win. So on paper, it would be Zeke Lau, but we always expect surprises. And I got a surprise. Bo Hodge, what do you got?
Thanks, Kaipo Rocky. Well, as you can see, the finalists are getting ready. They're already starting to paddle out. They're going to get assistance from the Hawaiian Water Patrol. We have a lot on the line. David Van Zyl, first time in this final. It would be a career win for him. Jack Robinson going for more points and get himself on the World Tour by day's end. He's already won the Vulcan Pipe Pro this year in February. And how about the 2 Hawaiians? Baron Mamiya going for a Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional Championship if he gets a 2nd or better in this final. And Zeke Lau creating a legend he's already built. 2-time winner of this event. He's already 2-time winner here at Sunset at the World Cup, plus a Junior Pro. He's going for number 3 here at the Vans Pro. It's going to be an exciting final, 30 minutes, $15,000 to the winner. Good luck to all of them. Back up to you guys.
Thank you, Bo.
Yeah,
I was waiting for the surprise, but that's what actually some good stats right there.
Yeah, and who you got as your pick?
Well, I was going to go on paper, you know, with Zeke Lau, but I can't take the same pick as you because
I called it.
You already called it first, so I'm going to have to go with Baron Mamiya.
Okay.
I just like the young man. I think he's just got so much talent, and I think it's time for him to break through. And I'd like to see both Baron Mamiya actually and Jack Robinson on the championship tour next year. And they can do that throughout this winter with good performances at the upcoming Vans Triple Crown Surfing.
Well, Zeke going for, if you count his junior pro, I mean, it's a Sunset victory, but in counting, you know, the victories here, we're going to probably stick it to the pro men's level. He's going for his 5th Sunset victory.
Right.
And that's pretty unprecedented when Bo mentioned creating the legend of Zeke Lau at Sunset Beach. He's well on his way.
Yeah. Well, you know who can surprise us? I mean, I think a couple of years ago we saw a final, and we saw an Australian in the final with the Pike Pro, Soli Bailey. Nobody picked him going into the final, and he came out with the win. I think the same thing could happen with David Fonsale.
Yeah.
You know, not the biggest name out here. Probably not the biggest rep at Sunset.
Yeah.
He did well last year. He's already proven he can pick the choice ones out here.
Yeah.
So I guess we're picking almost everyone, right?
Any one of these guys could win. There's your expert analysis from us here in the booth. But Hawaiian Water Patrol, mahalo for the great work. Gotta say mahalo to Hawaiian Water Patrol. Mahalo to
good name on the names.
Dr. Lee Lindau and our first responders there, the medical staff.
I thought you was going to go through all the names of the Hawaiian Water Patrol. I know you usually do roster.
Yeah. We
You
got
might
Po
play
Mai
fun-
Ho'opili, we got Kyle Pa'o,
Yeah,
Keone Keolani Yokazin,
yeah,
Jace, and Jarrett Lau,
yeah,
Kai Garcia,
yeah.
Cliff Botello,
That's right.
Foster Bloomfield.
That's right. Youngster.
Yeah.
Coming up.
Yeah.
Kavika Foster.
Abe Lerner.
Abe Lerner.
Kavika is represented by Ha'a this year.
Okay. But I still got throw his name in there.
Yep, honorary.
And then, of course,
And Uncle Terry,
the boss. The boss.
And Kamalani, the VP.
That's right.
Cannot forget about Brother Kamalani. So I believe that's all the guys that are at least
And
most of them
honorable-
that are working today.
An honorable mention, Rocky Cannon, because he likes to go hang out in the tent over there.
Yeah. And cruise with the boys.
Cruise with the boys. Here we go. This is our final. If you're just joining us at the right time. This is going to be the final for the Vans Pro presented by HIC. 3,000 US points up for grabs, as well as qualification for the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing, which is going to kick off November 13th in Haleiwa.
2 weeks from tomorrow.
Good.
Counting in our final in 5,
Public
4, 3, 2, 1.
I hear the countdown. It's on.
It is on like popcorn.
Oh, damn.
30-minute final, and the clock starts ticking down right now.
Little texture you see on the water. That's the effect of the Kona breeze that we've been having since about early afternoon. We were spared most of the morning, and then it started to fill in just a little bit.
Small kind.
Just a small kind of
Yeah. Makani being wind, and this is not like Makani Nui. It's not like a big wind. This
Yeah,
is a
not
small
gale
kind.
force.
See, look at, you know what, our weather indicators. You see all the coconut trees over there? That's our weather indicators in Hawaii, because if the coconut trees is moving a lot, then you know it's windy.
Yep, and if the buggers is wet,
that's raining.
and if the bugger, if you get fronds on the ground, it's hurricane. You got a frown in your face.
Here we go.
Zeke Lau.
Let's see what Zeke has for us. Patient off the bottom. That layback hack that we've grown accustomed to from Zeke Lau. Patient again. A second. More aggressive hack.
Oh my.
And a small kind flex into the channel.
That bird is looking good.
I'm just liking Zeke's like kickouts right now.
He is
fired up.
flaxing.
Huh?
He's flaxing.
That was a flax.
Not that kind of flaxseed, but it's that kind of flax muscle.
Let's enjoy this replay.
Oh, brah, Zeke just gonna take it down to the bottom and just eye it up, measure it up, almost just like tagging a punching bag right there, just unloading. Oh.
And then,
What? Oh, the kids on the beach is crawling back into the
Yeah.
car. Hiding behind mama right now.
Oh, that guy's scary. Just to start off the final. Let's see what numbers Zeke Lau gets for that.
People on the beach like, whoa, what I did to you? Look at this set rolling in right now. Oh, it's my man, Mamiya.
Mamiya going with the bucking Bronco rolling takeoff. We're going to keep with him high above. Switch back to the beach angle here. High line down the line, looking for a spot to place a turn. Gets up there, a little carved down. Wave stands up on the inside for Mamiya. Beautiful wrapping carve to finish off in the channel. Zeke Lau opens up with a 7.67, so strong opener in the very good range for Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, and we've always admired the quick and productive starts of surfers that can get going here at Sunset Beach. And you're throwing down scores above 7 for your first ride.
Yeah.
I mean, that you would take one of those every single day of the week.
Let's check out some replays. This is Baron Mamiya.
Baron got started deep on this one and had to wait a while for it to develop before he was able to get a turn off. Got a lot of speed and then got a little hung up on the chops there and then makes up for it right here. Smooth face and just gouges. Nice and hard, throws a lot of spray, tweaks that tail and kicks out. Not gonna probably reach the number that Zeke was able to reach, but he'll get right up in there. Remember, he only needs top 2 to be the Hawaii Regional champ.
Good point, Rocky. 2 minutes and 55 seconds. We're waiting for that score for Baron Mamiya. Blue jersey you can see on your screen is Jack Robinson. Has not had his first wave yet. He does have first priority over the rest of the crowd. Being very patient for his start. Valuable number already checked in for Ezekiel Lau.
And somewhere in the mix, Fonsale picked up that little small 0.77, just a little quick check-in, check-out. And he's out there with second priority.
Looks like Jack Robinson on the move. And he's going to go. Rolls in with the white water. Off the bottom, right up into the lip, and hooks a big turn. Rabo just with one turn, but it was a big turn.
Yeah, we've seen those big scores being thrown for the big single maneuvers. Fonsale having a hard time getting to his feet. Finally does.
Looking down the line, places his bottom turn up in the lip and gets bucked off on the bottom.
That's a fatigue factor right there.
That is, huh?
He was making those earlier in the day. Quick in and out for B-Man.
First priority white. First score for red is 0.77.
Right now, Zeke with first priority. He's out the back, and he's got the biggest score.
Yeah, he sure does. Now there's heat control coming into play for Ezekiel Lau. 24 minutes, 25 seconds. The largest single score and first priority to Ezekiel Lau. And I think Bo Hodge has something for us on the beach. What do you got, Bo?
Okay, here we go. Thanks, Kaipo. Thanks, Rocky. We're down here at Camp Hurley for the Baron Mamiya fan club, and we've got his coach over here, Joel Centeno, past winner of this event. How's Baron's mind frame coming into today and now making the final?
He's in a great place. He's been really working on his equipment, and you know, he's put in a lot of time out here, and he's ready to go, and I think it's showing in his scores.
Well, here's a little extra added. I already told Barry this, but if he gets second or better in this final, he'll win the Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional Championships.
Yeah, I think that's huge, you know, but I think for him is he's thinking about getting. I think that's huge, you know, but I think for him is he's thinking big out there and have a consequent triple crown qualify for the champion tour. I think that's his big goal, you know, that'll be icing on the cake, you know, and I think he could easily do that with the way he's surfing.
Well, he's going to drop that 700 points, his fifth score, and possibly 3,000. That'll get him over Matt Banning right now.
Yeah, that's awesome, and that would take away some pressure as you come into Hollywood and Sunset. We all know like how gnarly those events can be when you really need a result, and I think that'll just kind of give him the confidence to do well and solidify his spot on tour.
What have you been telling him with your experience surfing this event for him today?
Well, you know, I think first thing was just kind of getting confident in his equipment. You know what I mean? He's come into this event in the past where he's kind of like iffy with his equipment, and I think he's really confident in all his boards right now. And you know, just little subtle things, man. He's so talented, and he can surf so well out here. But just wave selection and making sure he's on the best waves. If he's on the best waves, he's going to be hard to beat. So we're excited to see where it goes.
Well, already Zeke's posted a high score, and we just saw him score a wave right here. We're going to let you go and enjoy this final, and congratulations for the success of him.
Thank you, guys.
Second score for
All right, back
Red,
up to you guys.
287.
We saw during that interview, Ezekiel Lau nicely back up that 7.67 that he opened up with. He's going to be in command of this final, Rocky.
Yeah, he is going to be putting everybody else in the nation that they don't want to be in, which is Combo Nation.
I didn't even know that was a nationality, but I don't want to be in the Combo Nation either. Here's the replay.
Oh, unless you're talking about when the kind LNL played lunch.
Oh, that kind I like.
Kinui Kitchen plate lunch,
More
Combo
bad,
Nation. Oh, look at that right there for Zeke, just posing at the end, sticking the landing, the drone view, just carving that first turn, and then with the lip, perfect timing, throwing the tail, landing it, sticking it. No problem. I'm telling you, man, it's his strength and conditioning. He's able to do this. He surfed in the last heat of the previous, of the third round. So this is his 5th round today.
Yeah, good take right there, Rocky. So he actually surfed the extra heat because we had those last 2 heats, right? Gosh, your observation in that conditioning is going to be a factor, has played out so far. 6.5 to back up the 7.67, and almost everyone is in that a soft combo for most of the crowd. Here goes Baron Mamiya answering back, fades off the bottom turn, big snap off the top. That's like it. Skips out there, and
see
what? What, A, B, and then what? C.
Fatigue factor.
Fatigue factor. That was a weird little space that he had to do, but he did get bucked off. Would he have made that and plowed through that little chop earlier today?
Everybody get rubber legs right now.
It could be.
You know, we saw Fonsale, you know, completing those maneuvers earlier. He went down and watched the replay. I mean, Baron was totally in form on this first turn, and you could tell he's feeling it. And then he just goes, oh, wait, oh my gosh. And, you know, he surfed rougher conditions than that earlier in this event. And I truly am going to stick to
your theory,
the fatigue factor.
Well, there is just under 20 minutes, 19 minutes and 50 seconds for the rest of the crowd to catch up to Ezekiel Lau. Jack Robinson, 4.9 is what he needs to improve upon. You know, even with that skip out at the end of the wave for Baron Mamiya, he scored a 6.43. So he is in the conversation currently in second place.
Right.
We'll see what Robinson has for us, as he has first priority. He's out there in the blue jersey. You can see him on the right hand of your screen, sitting deepest in the lineup here at Sunset.
Yeah, this is you know, one of those days where the strong will thrive and not only survive, but the strong will be victorious. And right now in the driver's seat, Ezekiel Lau, 14.17 two-wave combo. That is enough to have him securely in the driver's seat.
That's like in the driver's seat with the seatbelt on right now.
Yep, and the child lock on for everybody else in the back. You don't
Can't even roll down the window.
Can't even roll down the window, open your door, bro. I'm in control.
You in stock. You're going to go drive where I sit right now.
We're going through the drive-thru. I'm making the order.
Oh, there is the Zeke Lau support squad. His girlfriend Jenna, and then of course Megs.
Mahalo to Megs and her donation of a beautiful longboard for the Minahune surfers.
Oh, Megs, ripping and very generous at the same time, right? That woman can dance on the nose of a longboard like nobody's business. 18 minutes pounding down. Still plenty of time for the rest of the pack here in the final of the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Thank you all for watching. It's been 3 great days of competition. Thank you, Rocky, for letting me in on the last day of competition and unlocking the door and said, okay, you can come into the broadcast booth.
Yeah, as I do make all those important calls around here.
You know what? He doesn't want to admit he's actually the boss, but he likes to play.
It was such a pleasure. I want to say thank you to Pancho Sullivan for coming out and giving us wonderful insight the last 2 days, and glad to have you here, safe and sound at home.
Yeah, and a great point. Thanks, Pancho. First 2 days and just the insight of probably one of the most winningest surfers at Sunset Beach.
Yeah.
Certainly a man with the ultimate knowledge here in a very, very complex wave, Pancho Sullivan, and really eloquent in the way he's able to deliver his analysis of surfing. Pancho Sullivan, mahalo, Pancho. Jack Robinson, well, talk about dancing and eloquent. Great rail work by Robinson. Pokes the nose, and Rocky's going to say it. What are you going to say?
See?
I thought you were going to say fatigue.
Fatigue factor. No, that was a hard turn. That was a difficult maneuver to complete, but all these guys that made the final, you didn't see them off of their board as much as we have seen them off their board in the final.
Yeah. And, just the process right here at Sunset. Paddling in.
Oh, man.
Here with the shore break.
Grueling.
Get up here, grueling. And then the paddle back out over and over again. A lot of yardage to make up.
Yeah, clocking in some miles, getting some poundings, gallons of water, all in your pepe out. And up your ihu.
That would be your ear and your nose.
Yeah,
for those of you that don't speak Hawaiian, but we'll teach you. Pepe out, ear, ihu, nose.
But yeah, because the last couple of days the conditions have been ultimately challenging. Just as big as it gets, as big as it can hold, maxing out at 15 feet Hawaiian size.
Ooh.
Yeah, some sets yesterday were feathering and breaking way far out. Guys were getting mowed.
Was it clean or kind of kapulu?
In the morning was shmoka and kapulu, and then it got a little more groomed and clean towards the end of the day. And then we started this morning kind of how we ended yesterday afternoon, nice and clean. Yeah. And then the Kona winds came and made it a little bit more kapulu.
Kapulu, like messy. Unkept.
Unkept.
You like that one, huh?
Just like our desk is good. We got
kapulu.
chopsticks.
Yeah, all kinds. And we got great grinds from Kinui Kitchen, too.
Yeah. Whether you want a catered meal, KinuiKitchen.com, or go to Waimea Valley. They do all of the food service there. Great venue.
Great setting. Great food. You can make it a great afternoon up there.
Awesome history there.
And some great cultural insight over there at Waimea Valley, one of the most populated valleys in ancient Hawaiian times. Flourishing.
Yeah. Uluvehi. Abundant.
Hey. Work your kid's name into the show somehow.
Well, one got to be on TV yesterday, young one, and the older one was all Jay.
Oh, no. Oh. That's okay. Maybe later we're going to have Hulu come in here. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be back with the conclusion of this final. You wouldn't want to go anywhere because it is exciting here at Sunset Beach for the final of the Vans Pro presented by HIC.
Different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts, then there's the torn ligaments, the knees, shoulders, and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Back in the final at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Jack Robinson just kicking out of that wave as we come back to live action. Ezekiel Lau with a strong lead over the pack. The 7.67 and 6.5 backup. Kaipaguro and Rocky Cannon on the call here. 13 minutes remaining, Rocky.
Yeah, we're over the halfway point now, and it's still Zeke Lau holding on the first, Baron Mamiya in second. Both Baron and Rabo have been able to keep it to a one-score distance, 7.74 required for Baron, 9.27 required for Jack. Fonseca's been comboed for a little while now out of first place. And the clock continues to run. Baron right now, he's in that weird situation, or that rare situation where you can be second but still win, because he's going for that regional title.
Yeah, second place would have him take out the Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional title. You can see him on the paddle right here. Red jersey, David Fonseca does have priority. He's going to utilize that priority, taking off on this one. Comes around this whitewater section, nails the turn there. Gets his board back under his feet miraculously. A really aggressive first turn for Fonseca. And just a little check turn to finish off in the channel. The leader, Ezekiel Lau, 2 frames of mind there. Looked like he was sawing for the barrel. A little late, but powers through that. Showing some strength, Ezekiel Lau.
I mean, strength, balance, you know, poise, composure, all involved there. He was going for that barrel, but decided to hit the lip. That won't be one of his top 2, but I tell you, Fonseca will be taking the ticket out of Combo Nation.
We got some replays for you, and we're going to start off with David Fonseca.
This was really aggressive, well-timed, and just amazing. He was able to hold the board out of the water during that inverted trip back down the face, and he should get a big score, at least to get him out of combo situation. Zeke goes up late. I mean, when you're even sticking those kind of maneuvers at this stage, being your 5th heat of the day, man, I want what he's having.
Yeah, things are going your way for Ezekiel Lau right here. We talked about it earlier. He's won a Pro Junior event here. He's won the Vans World Cup of Surfing twice here, and he's also won this event twice.
He won it one time on an aerial 360.
Yeah, air reverse right in the dying moments.
Air reverse to 360 was like,
yeah,
what?
To rob that victory, I think Wade Carmichael was leading in that final up until then, and Zeke said, no, not yours, mine.
All mine.
Gimme. Thank you. Mahalo. You can have second. I'm going to take first when I take air reverse. Right now, Ezekiel Lau up in the lead by merit of just strong power surfing and good wave selection too.
Red, you move to 3rd.
Fonseca, 6.67, drops in for that single maneuver wave, Rocky, and you said he did reduce his requirement right now to get into the lead.
Yeah, everybody back within a one-wave striking distance of Ezekiel Lau.
Robinson in the blue, you're in 4th.
Rabo goes down the 4th, still needing that 9.27. Fonseca now chops his score in half, was at the 14-point plus combo, now needs a 7.51. Baron Mamiya still with that 7.74 requirement. Baron's got first priority with 9.20 now left in the final.
So Baron Mamiya's going to have to just sneak one, find a long wall, multiple maneuvers, maybe even a barrel ride, you know, to take that lead from Ezekiel Lau. Here goes David Fonseca. Sneaks one away from the pack off the bottom. Vert there, throws the tail, showing some commitment and technique. Bangs it again for the finish. 2 combination maneuvers. Finish off with a little swoop on the shoulder. David Fonseca, 7.51. I think he just might have got it.
He is finding a second wind right now and harnessing some inner strength to complete those maneuvers. Highly aggressive. Degree of difficulty definitely ranking high in the criteria. And watch him as he drops in, sets it up, just attacks that section vertically. No fear from David Fonseca, and then even quicker. If he thought he couldn't surf faster than that first turn, he kicked it into high gear, put a little nitro blast into that second turn.
Wanting to turn on the afterburners here. This is Jack Robinson, pumps off the bottom. Beautiful carve off the top, a little caught up there, has to catch up with the section. foam on the face, but is able to throw a snap and hang on through that white water section. More for us here, throws the tail and handles all the warble and backwash there for a finish. So all the surfers heating up in the last 8 minutes of this final.
Yeah, they've had a chance to feel the effects of wiping out, falling off their board, getting back out there, regrouping mentally is a huge part of being successful, especially here at Sunset. You can't get rattled when you're falling off your board, so the next best thing to do is to just get a wave, build your confidence back up, throw in that tail, a lot of spray out the back. Wave gets really wonky on that foam, does a good job sticking with it and completing his turns. Could have very easily just thrown in the towel there, but completes 2 more after. But of course this, the money turn of that score.
Actually an extension right there. I thought he skipped out a little bit, but it looks like Jack Robinson actually went for the super extension through the end of that first turn.
Yeah, kind of on purpose, wanted to exaggerate through it and throw a little extra into it.
We're waiting for those scores for both David Fonsale and Jack Robinson, and see how that affects the situation out in the water with 6 minutes 45 seconds counting down. It's been an exciting final so far.
Yep.
And great performances by all 4 of our finalists.
Well, Fonsale, that 7.51, I believe it could be creeping up into the high 8s for those 2 maneuvers.
Red second priority.
The 927 for Jack, going to be a little hard on that kind of just basically that one maneuver. But he's still going to be a keeper for him. He'll get probably, something, in the mid-range, mid to upper range, and decrease that requirement. But there it is.
8-point ride. David Fonsale goes to the lead over Ezekiel Lau, Baron Mamiya, and Jack Robinson. Still waiting for a score for Jack Robinson to complete the situation in the water.
So the Zaffa comes through with a very, very well-surfed 8.0 and earning it on those 2 turns. I mean, talk about putting yourself in such a critical part of the wave and then coming down with the completion at this stage, late in the final, coming from behind.
Take another look at it. This is the 8-point ride.
Bam! Just smashing it vertical and then even quicker on that one. And that right there was the signature stamp on that score. The 8.0, I thought even, they would go a little bit more, but all he needed was a 7.51. Gets it with the 8.0.
Attention surfers, 5 minutes remaining.
5 minutes remaining. I believe we're still waiting for a score for Jack Robinson.
Green in third, hitting 8.24. Blue in fourth.
Ezekiel Lau looked like he was in the driver's seat through most of this final, Rocky. But as we alluded to at the beginning, we did our picks, but we also said, look, expect the unexpected. We've seen it before, and it looks like it's presenting itself again. The South African youngster, David Fonsale, in the lead. It just has to hang on for another 4.5 minutes.
Yeah, you can see him right now just probably floating on the inside and fluttering, but trying to just keep his composure of excitement that he is in the lead in the Vans Pro.
Winds have backed down. Glassy faces at the moment. We saw some winds rear themselves up about midday. A little bit of a side onshore Kona wind. But things are clearing up now. Last score for Jack Robinson. Monster number. An 8.37.
Wow. They like that first turn a lot.
It's all up to Sunset Beach right now because all of the surfers are within striking distance of taking the lead off of David Fonsale. And some waves approaching the lineup. It's going to be go time. First priority with Baron Mamiya. He does have the largest requirement, however, of an 8.24.
And Baron, you see him on the far left side of your screen now, looking from the side angle into the break. A wave is approaching. Will he be in the spot?
Takes a look at it. Looks at the shoulder there. Rolling in. Is going to have to windmill. Does it? Here we go with Baron Mamiya. Snaps off the top. Winds up off the bottom. Carves for the second turn all the way around. Whitewater face there tapers off. Probably not the 8.24 that he's looking for, but certainly better than the 4.33 that he has as a scoreline.
Yeah.
Third priority blue, 240 remaining.
He'll have to better a 6.43 if he wants to chop away at the requirement. And you're right, I don't think it's going to be the 8.24 as we watch the replay. And, you know, compared to what the other surfers are doing, with all due respect to Baron, just a little bit flicky on that first turn, for lack of a better word to use there. At Sunset, you want to see those power gouges, those really hard smacking lip maneuvers like we saw from David Fonsale, the carves like we saw from Ezekiel Lau. Just a little flicky on that first turn. When you talk about the power surfing here on display at Sunset, you want to see that rail a little more engaged.
Standing by for last score of green.
Still waiting for the last score, and it comes in at 6.27. The requirement, 8.24 for Baron Mamiya. He remains in fourth spot. 1 minute 40 seconds. Priority and the lead with red, David Fonsale. Is the South African going to steal the victory here from three established Sunset Beach surfers?
And could Gavin Gillette be our new Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional champion?
On the paddle, priority with Fonsale. Ezekiel out, makes him force the issue. And one turn. Don't think that's going to improve upon his total. 1 minute now. Ezekiel Lau looking at a bright side, 7.01, and he can snatch the victory. Under a minute on the countdown. Jack Robinson with even a smaller requirement, 6.3 to take a win here. It's all about the clock and a couple more waves coming through, Rocky.
Yeah, priority with Zeke Lau. See his positioning right there, and he's going to spin around and take this one. Probably a smart move. 39 seconds to go.
Needs a 7. Gets caught up on that first turn. Needs to make up for it now. Through the lip there. That's much better. And throwing his fist to the judges. Feeling like he did enough on that wave. 2 maneuvers. Pretty good. Commitment? Yes.
You look at the score, he needs a 7.01. You're going to closely compare it to his 7.67 or the 6.67 turned in by Fonsale. That's right in between there. And, you know, as much as we like our local boys, hard to give that score with the way that he got hung up on, on that first turn.
I agree with you.
And the timing a little off on the second maneuver.
Last wave for White, a 5.17, not enough.
Wow. Not enough for Ezekiel Lau on that last attempt. That wave for Baron Mamiya is after the horn. So it is going to be the South African, David Fonsale, taking the 2019 Vans Pro presented by HIC.
Have we ever had a South African?
We have never even had any
win this Vans Pro?
We've never even had a
an international
win this event since its get-go and turned into the HIC or Vans Pro. Yeah.
Wow.
Little wrap-up and a look back at our last couple exchanges. Not enough for Ezekiel Lau there. He's going to settle for second place in this year's Vans Pro, presented by HIC. And it is glory time for Vans' own David Fonsale.
Yeah, what a great win for the South African. And you see his fellow Zaffas there waiting to chair him up the beach. And, you know, those guys, they come with a lot of skill, a lot of talent, but humble buggers.
Yeah.
I like how they let their surfing do the talking a lot of times.
Yeah, quietly effective, the South African camp here. But, of course, South Africa's had a great history on the North Shore ever since some groundbreaking performances by Sean Thompson back in 1977 world champ. But you know what? The spotlight today is the new generation. David Fonsale takes out a victory here, a well-earned victory all the way through this event, Rocky, that saw so many different conditions for all of our competitors.
Yeah, and he prevailed through thick and thin, everything Sunset Beach could throw at these competitors. He was persevering and thriving in the barrel, snapping turns, power turns. He did it all to earn this victory.
And on top of that, the feeling of victory. This is the sweetest ride. It's a simple ride. It's a whitewater ride, but that's the sweetest ride.
He just got tackled by his caddy. $15,000 richer in US dollars will be David Fonsale.
And let's catch up with this moment on the beach as he's going to make his way to the support squad here.
We'll see if they try to pick him up. They got him. Somebody grab his board. There you go. Somebody grab the left. Somebody grab the right.
And the traditional chair up the beach for the 2019 champ here, the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. We present you David Fonsale. What a way to start this winter competition season for the young South African.
Vans Pro winner. He's even got Vans in his name. V-A-N-Z.
Truly a part of the family.
Yeah, he's a part of the Ohana. And throwing it down right there for the Vans crew and for his South African brotherhood. What an amazing Vans Pro for David Fonsale. A lot of surfers did great this year. Some awesome performances. We got to also say, now we can congratulate Gavin Gillette, our new Hawaii Tahiti Nui regional champion. Well earned.
Well earned, and you know that travel fund for Gavin Gillette, now reflecting, is going to be really, really cherished because he doesn't have a major sponsor right now. So that's going to be great. So seeing from up above here, and we're setting up for an interview with Bo Hodge, and so we're going to throw it down now to Bo Hodge for that winner's interview.
What dreams are made of. A South African winning the Vans Pro. Jordy Smith won the World Cup a couple of years back. I mean, you were comboed in the final. Did you realize you were comboed at that situation early in the heat?
Yeah, I definitely realized I was comboed. And to be honest, I was really nervous. I haven't made a final in years. So I was kind of nervous, and then I got one decent wave, and then, yeah, nerves went away and felt normal.
Well, you got that 6, so that got you out of combo land, and then you were building a house. You went from 4th to 3rd, and you were starting to move up. Talk about that winning 8-point ride.
Yeah, for sure. I just had my 6, I think, and I had last priority, and I looked around and no one was going on the wave, so I was planning on doing maybe one big turn, hoping to get another 6. But yeah, it just gave me 2 sections, so.
I mean, you had the legend out there, Zeke Lau. He's won out here, this event twice, in the World Cup twice. Barra Mamiya looking for qualifications and trying to win a regional championship. And here you are coming out here, proving yourself. Last year's semifinals was enough, and you won the Vans Pro presented by HIC. Congratulations.
Yeah, for sure. That final was pretty hectic. All those guys are like Sunset Masters. So yeah, I was kind of definitely an underdog. Made it happen. Stoked.
Well, let's see. It's 3:40 a.m. Thursday morning back home. Say aloha to everybody back in Durban.
Yeah, hey to everyone back home. Thank you guys for staying up all night and watching my heats. Yeah, can't believe I won. I'm stoked. Thank you guys.
All right, everybody, let's hear it for David.
We got more coming your way here at the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. Stick around.
We make skate shoes, really grippy skate shoes. So we thought, why not make a skate shoe for surfing? A super grippy one. A surf booty so grippy, you'll want to wear them all the time. Introducing the Vans Surf Boot High. No one's front looks like this. There's sensitive stuff down here. Board shorts have always opened and closed like pants. But pants weren't designed to be comfortable while lying on a surfboard. These were. Introducing the Vans Surf Trunk, a different way of looking at board shorts.
And we have just crowned a champ at the Vans Pro presented by HIC. South Africa's David Van Zyl bested a talented final with Jack Robinson, Ezekiel Lau, and Baron Mamiya. What a victory for the young South African.
Yeah, so great for David and the South African contingency, etching his name into pro surfing history, winning this Vans Pro, and really, doing it in all shapes and ways through Sunset Beach, a 3-day banger of an event with huge swells, big barrels, hard snaps,
What are you doing?
and gnarly carves.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at that finals recap. Shot Sprue, David Van Zyl taking out the win.
Everybody's dead, all my friends are dead, and I'm trying my best to reach the
different levels. There's like little slams, there's nicks, there's cuts. Then there's, you know, the torn ligaments, the knees and shoulders and that. So when you go through any of it, it just makes you feel alive. That's what it is. Wiping out just makes you feel alive. But the thing is wiping out's made my life actually, because you figure the wave I rode at Chopo was actually a wipeout. So it's actually made me who I am.
We made a surf booty for wintertime warmth, but with summertime board feel. The Vans 5mm Surf Boot High.
Welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. And congratulations to South Africa's own from Durban, David Von Sale, for winning this year's competition. We're getting ready for the awards ceremony, but in between then, let's check out day 1 and day 2 highlights of the Vans Pro presented by HIC. What about Stokorama? Oh. And we're still here at Sunset Beach for the Vans Pro, presented by HIC. We're getting ready for the award ceremony, so just be patient with that. But until then, you know, Vans has been promoting a lot of things during this month of October, and they were over at Makaha for the Vans Stokerama. Now check this out. Yeah, Vans has been doing a whole lot of good things around the island there. Stokerama, stoking out every student over at Makaha Elementary with goodies from Vans. We appreciate all their association with the community out on the west side. And another thing that Vans has been promoting, especially with the Gadauskas brothers, is breaking boundaries. And we had Chris Dennis over here from Trinidad and Tobago and talking about how the impact of that warrior mission that Vans is putting on. And check this out, because it was a great cause, and Vans is going to do this many, many, many more times.
Trinidad and Tobago has two very different sides. On one end, you have a beautiful country that's filled with beautiful beaches. On the other side, there's like a lot of suffering. Surfing has literally been one of the biggest motivational tools for kids on the coast. Surfing is literally saving many youth lives in Trinidad and Tobago.
All right, welcome back to the 2019 Vans Pro, presented by Hawaiian Island Creations. And we are minutes away from going over to the award ceremony. Rocky Cannon will be the host honors. And in fact, let's go to Rocky right now. Take it away, buddy.
No food to us each and every day. And for all of you for coming out and hanging out with us here. As you know, Vans not only puts on great surf events, but they do so much for local communities around the world. And a lot of that is due to the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation and the Gadauskas brothers. Give it up for those brothers, Tanner, Dane, and Pat. We went to Makaha Elementary School last Friday, delivered Vans backpacks and hydro flasks to every single student at Makaha Elementary, kindergarten through 6th grade, and it was great to see the stoke. And then we saw the real stoke in the surf the next day at the Makaha Stokerama with Kanaka Solutions and Nakamakai, and as well as Vans. So we had a great weekend leading into this event. And how about a round of applause for Mother Ocean and the Pacific Ocean providing 3 epic days of the Vans Pro right here at Sunset Beach. And I believe we're actually just waiting for our regional champion, Gavin Gillette, who is on his way. And there he is right there. So we'll make our way to the stage and get this show rolling for you guys. We appreciate you sticking around. We appreciate all of your love and support
for all of these athletes and for our events here. So we're here to honor our champions of Sunset Beach and the authentic culture of the North Shore that we've developed here over the years. The Vans Pro is the official local qualifier into the Vans Triple Crown of Surfing and the season opener to the North Shore surf season. For 36 years, the Vans Pro has provided a unique opportunity for athletes to join the world's best in our own backyard for the most prestigious Heritage Surfing Series. Once again, mahalo to Vans, mahalo to HIC, and the North Shore community. I'm going to hand it over to our World Surf League coordinator here. Please welcome Jody Wilmot.
Thank you, Rocky. This event has become a really amazing local collaboration between HIC and Vans, who has just been a global partner, but a very grassroots partner at the same time. So I'd really like to recognize especially Vans and HIC today for really getting embedded year-round in this community. I'd also like to make a special honorary announcement, well, an honorary acknowledgement today. We really missed one of our favorite Hawaiian surfing sons at this event. He gives us grief every day that he's here. He gives us joy every time he surfs. But unfortunately, we don't have him here on the ground for this Vans Triple Crown, and we just want to send him all of our aloha and love. And that's the ultimate Hawaiian, Sonny Garcia. Congratulations to all of the finalists, and let's start with our regional champion, who's a really neat local story in himself.
Thank you, Jody. It was a tight final, and it came down to the last event, the last heat of our Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional Series. But it is with great pleasure and great honor that I announce to you our World Surf League Hawaii Tahiti Nui Regional Champion, who receives a nice jump onto the Challenger Series in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, from Kauai, give it up for Gavin Gillette. Gavin, we're just going to have a couple of words with you. Talk about your road to victory right here in the last event of the season.
Well, started off with 0 points this year. All started at Sunset right here. Did well enough to get into the Volcom, got into the Volcom, and then I was with Tyler Newton, and we decided to go to Tahiti together, and that's where pretty much everything happened. I had a win in Rangiroa. Pretty good result over at Papara, and then was looking to solidify it here, and I kind of just didn't perform the way I wanted to, so I was just, nervously watching all these guys rip all the way to the final. I was like, I knew it was Billy Kemper and Barron, and I was like, oh, bad guys. So then I was watching every heat, then as soon as I got here, I couldn't watch. I just went and ate some amazing tacos from Kainua Kitchen over there. And I think the tacos helped me out, so thank you guys.
Tacos calmed the nerves, gave you the good vibes. Well, congrats and best of luck going into the Triple Crown.
Yeah, 3 more events. I'm looking forward to it. Love this place. Oh, one more.
Once again, give it up for Gavin Gillette, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Gav.
Okay, now to award our finalists that we just saw shredding Sunset Beach for the last 3 days. In 4th place, give it up for the North Shore's own Baron, my man, Mamiya. In 3rd place, this guy has a special relationship with this break, and in most heats, he's pretty much auto magic. Give it up for Jack Robinson. In second place, hands down the best resume so far in this event. He's got 2 wins from a World Cups, 2 wins here at the Vans Pro, but he's the runner-up. Give it up for Ezekiel Hinat Pau Lau. Not done yet. He's got a lot of work to do, and he's ready to go at it. And it's safe to say, I mean, he said it himself. He was like, I kind of was feeling like the underdog out there. A little nervous, but calmed his nerves and came through. Your 2019 Vans Pro presented by HIC champion, the Sunset Beach Zaffa Slasher. Give it up for David Fonsale.
Congrats, you guys. Good job out there. Impressive.
Sorry, guys.
Impressive all week long.
All right, David. You've got some nice hardware here. You got beautiful flowers. Got a nice check on the way. Bro, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Hey, I pretty much barely got into the event. So to win it's like a dream come true. I'm stoked.
Well, you made the semis last year. I know that's probably been looming, 11 months later, and you wanted to make up for it, and you did so in a really big way.
Yeah, for sure. Making the semis last year was insane. The waves were similar to this, like pretty solid and just pulsing through. Yeah, and lucky at the start of the waiting period we got waves, and it was really good, so I'm stoked.
Well, the next question, where's the party at tonight?
I'm staying at the brand's house, so it's up to them.
Right on. Congrats, David. We'll see you at the Hawaiian Pro, and all the best.
Thanks so much. Thank you guys for coming out, and thanks fans and HIC for putting on this event. It was nuts. Thanks.
Hey, don't forget, this Friday, November 1st, we'll be at Surf at the Bar talking story with Brother Chris Dennis, Trinidad Tobago Board Drive, brought to you by the Positive Vibe Warrior Foundation. That'll be 7 o'clock at Surf at the Bar, November 1st. Come out and join us. All Asia Raja happening there. Good fun. I'll be there talking story. And we'll see you at the Hawaiian Pro, November 13th, 2 weeks from now. Mahalo to all of you, and aloha.
My name's Layla Hurst, and I surf for Vans.
I'm Jenny Menard, and I'm a footwear designer at Vans.
Getting the opportunity to work with Jenny has always been one of my favorite things. We're always really excited about creating something that we both are passionate about. I grab a lot of weird, random inspiration. I bring it to Jenny.
We sort through it and we try to make something that's cohesive and really speaks to who Layla is.
So there's just different levels. There's like little